today, Wednesday, May 13th, 2020. May I have a roll call?
Trustee Craven?
Trustee Craven? Here.
Trustee Kildee?
Here.
Trustee Tremblay?
Here.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Here.
President Molshay?
Present. And to make it easy, I will lead us in the flag salute. So if everyone will please stand and put your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have any amendments to this agenda? Hearing none, I'm going to assume there are none. Do we have any public comments?
Not for the library board.
Not for the library board. All right, we're going to move to the consent calendar.
For the approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, you want to call the roll really quick?
Trustee Craven?
Call the vote?
Yes.
Trustee Kildee?
Yes.
Trustee Tremblay?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Jeffrey, you've gone silent.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Yes.
President Molshay?
Yes. That passes unanimously. And now we're on to departmental. We have an activities report from the library, or for the library.
Yes, thank you. We do have with us via Zoom, we do have Antonio Apodaca, Director of the Camarillo Library, and also Nicole Valdivia, the Russell Fisher Business Coordinator, and they will give an update as to the operations at the library and what's going on there. So, Antonio, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, John. Hopefully you all can hear me all right. Good evening, Library Board. Before turning it over to Nicole, I wanted to give quick updates about our library operations. Of course, our focus has been on digital and virtual outreach. The library is engaging patrons on the web, specifically social media and email. Our email reach is over 2,000 strong, and Facebook page has jumped to over 5,600 followers. And because we're a virtual platform connecting residents to the resources they need, I wanted to take an opportunity to promote a new library chat service. So as of April, library staff are now equipped to assist patrons with reference inquiries on the fly. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, patrons are welcome to chat with us through a new icon located at the bottom right corner of the library website, very easy to see, at CamarilloLibrary.org. And to date, there have been 69 chats, and 185 patrons have accessed the new frequently asked questions feature. And as a reminder, I wanted to take the opportunity to say that patrons can reach out to us at any time and get a virtual library card. This will allow them to easily access online materials. So maybe folks have forgot their library card number or PIN number. You can call us, 805-388-5222, or email us. We are at askus@CamarilloLibrary.org. Our Youth Services Supervisor, Irma Morales, has had success reaching out and having conversations with local school districts to stay connected during crisis recovery. The library's digital resources will continue to be shared with school portals so that students and families have easy access to services like free online tutoring, kids' ebooks, e-audiobooks, and even digital graphic novels and comics. And a quick update about the Adult Literacy Center. Our literacy coordinator, Misty Finch, has been meeting weekly, virtually, with her tutors and exploring best practices of adult education in the digital age, as well as trainings on library resources focused on our core value of lifelong learning, specifically in the 21st century. In April, tutors spent a total of 122 hours with their learners at 50 hours working on literacy skills, which is really an incredible number. Finally, our inventory project is complete. While weeding the collection is an ongoing thing that we do, a physical inventory of the collection, excuse me, it was a rare opportunity and very welcomed. It took approximately 4 weeks to complete this full-scale inventory of the collection, shift things around, perform shelf maintenance, and clean up the catalog. Approximately 194,000 items were inventoried. So that was quite the project. And with that, I will wrap up my library updates and turn it over to Nicole, who has a presentation about the Russell Fisher Business Collection.
All right, take it away, Nicole.
Okay, so nice to meet you all here virtually. I have been working on several things that the Russell Fisher collection was started with prior to the shutdown. I continue to do one-on-one calls with Zoom meetings with patrons to assist on our databases. But in addition to that, we did realize that we need to kind of shift what we're doing and offering to everyone during this time. So we put together this kind of collection of things that we can continue to work on and new services that we could offer. So if you'd like to go to the next slide. We are currently working to support our job seekers in the community. We're still encouraging our entrepreneurs to continue to try to get their businesses off the ground if they haven't yet, or help them with anything that they need now that they are in business. And of course, we're focusing on how we all have to transform with the new normal of COVID-19. Next slide. So as I stated, we're doing one-on-one appointments. That's fine. I'm monitoring chat for us from 2 to 6 p.m. specifically for Russell Fisher Business Collection, but I'm also being very flexible with my schedule and allowing patrons to call early in the day, later in the evening, anything that best fits their schedule. And we are utilizing Zoom probably more than anything else. Next slide. So we are supporting our job seekers. Next slide. With this, what we're doing is we're working on a web page in conjunction to what I believe the city is also doing now. We are working closely with George Winkler to make sure that the resources that the city is pulling together are in line with what I am equipped to help patrons with. And I'm focusing more specifically on some assistance with resume writing or development, cover letters, mock interviews, and just helping them know where to look for jobs online and how to apply for jobs online. And we are working to put together a virtual job fair that we're hoping to host in July. And all of this is, again, in alignment with what the city is going to have available with some of their resources and what other areas of the community are already offering and have to offer. But specifically, we're letting our patrons know about some of the online tutoring tools that we have that can review resumes and assist with their resume improvement and really help with their interviewing and just overall job seeking. Next slide. We are definitely encouraging our entrepreneurs. And next slide. The biggest thing that we're doing with this right now is I'm putting together a virtual craft fair. The premise behind this is that we are going to showcase local Camarillo-specific residents that have a home-based business, be it making something that they can sell to our community members and actually help them reach community members that they may not be reaching just by their personal network of people. And what we're doing is we're putting together some videos that will show best practices for this type of home-based business, and we will cover various topics. I've outlined a couple of those here. Those would include compliance, and that's something that I'm looking forward to making sure we're in line with the city. Do these people need a business license? Do they need additional resources through the city to make sure that they are compliant to sell their services or sell their product from their home? And then just teaching them a little bit more about social media, how to do their website, how to improve it. Since online shopping is becoming more and more important now, we want to make sure that people can actually pivot and ship and have that resource available and other things. So I have a whole group of mainly women, but men and women that are interested in participating in this with us that all live here in Camarillo. It was very well received, and right now we have our tentative date for Wednesday, May 27th to go live with the virtual craft fair. Next slide. And with that, what we're hoping to do is we'll go live with it as a webinar, but we will also have it as a recorded option that people can reference back to at a later time. And we are not doing any selling. We are not allowing any of the participants to sell during the craft fair. It's not something that's going to involve exchange of money or anything of that nature, but we will allow them the opportunity to promote themselves and their business and share a link to their various websites or social media platforms so that the community knows where they can go back and find them to transact with them at a later time. And our audience is definitely going to be those that are stay-at-home, craft makers. There's a very large portion of these people in our community here in Camarillo already. We also, though, want to reach out to those that are maybe retired or recently furloughed that had a skill that they can now maybe pivot and put more attention to and actually look at turning that skill into a revenue stream for them. So we aren't just going to focus on those that are already doing this. We are really looking to expand beyond them and help more people get involved. And we are going to be marketing this. We're working on that right now via our social media channels, and we will definitely use some of our budget and resources to make sure that we can get out to an audience that exceeds just our already database, I guess, of people subscribed to the library email list and my Russell Fisher email list and our social media channels. We want to make sure that it's shared beyond that. There is a Facebook group in Camarillo for the Camarillo makers, and I've had contact with the moderator for that group, and they are really excited about this opportunity, and they have a large audience that has a lot of people inside of it that are not already familiar with the library and some of the resources that we had. So it's been nice connecting with them, and we look forward to collaborating with them to make sure that we reach more people. Next slide. In addition to this, I am also now hosting a Career 180 webinar. I had my first one yesterday, and the format for it is sort of informal, like a coffee talk, and it's just checking in with our local businesses and finding out what they need, what their challenges are, how they've received help, and if they need additional sources to get help and support in the community, how we can direct them to those sources. I hope to have some special guests involved in this as the weeks progress here. It's something that I'm going to be doing every Tuesday, and it is something that we would like to, moving forward, actually record and have published on our site so that people can come back to it at a later time if they can't join the webinar while it's live. Next slide. Really with this, what we're trying to do is just make sure that everybody is aware. We sent out a survey this week, and we got a pretty great response to it already. We're going to continue to push the results for this survey, and really what we're trying to determine with it is just what resources these people are already aware of that the library offers, and also from that, are these people job seekers? Are they small business owners? Are they entrepreneurs? And how do they need support, and how can we make sure they're given that support? And once we've identified that, we can then, I'm going to focus in my topics of discussion each week to make sure that I'm hitting on those marks that they would like to see. And each week we'll feature a different training element into it. For this first one, I focused on lynda.com and the resource that has for people to improve their skills or learn new skills on their own time while at home. And that was something that everybody showed a lot of interest in. Additionally, we want to make sure that we are also in line with the services that are being offered already in the community with, of course, SCORE and the Chamber's resources, and we are always directing our patrons back to the city's COVID-19 page because it's got a great collection of links and resources for them to reach out to. Another thing that I'm just going to mention briefly, but we're not going to get too involved with right now, is World Central Kitchen. This relates more to our restaurants, and I'm very, very happy to say that actually as of today, there are 6 Camarillo restaurants participating in the World Central Kitchen program. And this is a stimulus program where they're being paid $10 a meal by World Central Kitchen. And so if you pair that up with hopefully some PPP support or their EIDL loans, they should be able to rehire staff, bring people back on, and survive this. So it's a win-win for everyone. And we're working really hard to get additional Camarillo restaurants involved because it's a big thing that's happening across the county. And the current audience for this is actually most of our senior population, and it's a lot of coordination that's happening right now with the VC AAA. So it's something that's really great, and it's a need that is going to increase. And World Central Kitchen has let us know that they foresee us being involved with this program for at least a minimum of 2 months or much longer, depending on when things open back up. So for the restaurants that have come on board so far, it's been very beneficial. Next slide. One of the other things that we're really working closely on right now is how we can report our meaningful data to you guys. And George Winkler has spent some time putting together some metrics that we are definitely in line with, and we are making sure that we can meet and report back to him on these metrics. And again, the 3 core areas that we're focusing on are the job seekers, the entrepreneurs, and the small businesses. So how many people we are connecting with, how far that connection goes, what turns into more than just an initial discussion and follow through with an actual resource being deployed to them, and then how that resource has actually helped them in the end. So these are all metrics that we're measuring very closely right now, and we're going to keep that discussion going back and forth with George and with myself and all of these programs that we're working on. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. And thank you, Antonio. Did any of the trustees have any questions for either of them?
I do.
Susan?
Hi, Nicole. Thank you. I was just wondering, I'm just curious, have you had a lot of our existing small businesses that are typically brick and mortar asking for help switching to an online platform, you know, online ordering for curbside pickup and such?
Most of the participants that I have spoken to are the restaurant community, and those people are absolutely. They're trying to find ways to get online but not have to use a third-party program like Grubhub or those that take a big chunk of their revenue stream. But I haven't really had the opportunity yet to reach out to other retail-type establishments that are going to have to kind of pivot and consider delivery or curbside pickup and those types of things as well.
Okay. And one last thing, do you ever get, since you're kind of working right now on that virtual craft fair, are you getting any of those people that are looking for like co-working space that want to get out of their home?
It's interesting that you asked that. Nobody has mentioned specific co-working space, but almost every person I speak to has expressed a desire to have the library reopen because for them, the library specifically was kind of a quiet space that they could go to get work done without the disruption of, you know, kids running around and all of that. But I haven't ever asked about co-working space specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tremblay.
Hi, Nicole. Thank you for a very good presentation. Quick question on the World Central Kitchen item. Is that part of the Great Plates program, or is that a separate program through VCAAA?
It's a separate program because the World Central Kitchen is self-funded with donations. Their nonprofit is supporting these restaurants that are involved, and they aligned with the VCAAA to disperse the meals right now, but it's not part of the governor's Great Plate program that you referenced.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President, I have a question, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Gildy.
You good? Yeah, thank you, Antonio and Nicole. Nicole, I have a question. When you do the survey, do you try to coordinate with the Chamber of Commerce? I know it's a separate entity, but the Chamber of Commerce is also doing some surveys somewhat akin to what you folks are trying to do as well. and just curious as to whether or not there's any communication between the two entities.
We did not communicate about our survey prior to it going out, but I did just see this week that they sent one that's very similar, and I do think that it's important that I get in touch with Gary. We have spoken a couple times, not so much about the surveys, but just about business resources and support for the community. So it is something that I think I should get in line with him and make sure that we could share the results, because I know we may have a slightly different demographic that we're reaching that the chamber may not be reaching.
And Mr. President, I might follow up if you wouldn't mind. Also, Nicole, I think you're spot on about the online shopping and all the venues, quite frankly, that are out there, with Pinterest and all of the different ones, and it takes a while to kind of navigate how to do it because each site is somewhat there's a lot of similarities, but there's also a lot of differences as well. And as you know, it's all about building your platform here. So is there any thought perhaps of calling businesses directly that might need that service and just reminding them that this is who we are, this is how we can help you? Maybe that's something you might be able to help coordinate with the Chamber of Commerce, perhaps, and other organizations, perhaps, that are out there as well.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely something that I'm willing to do, and I agree that it would be nice to do that personal reach out and let them know and remind them of our services. I'm also trying to be careful to not duplicate anything that's already been happening, because I know that George Winkler in the city of Camarillo, that you guys had sent out a survey to a lot of the businesses and made follow-up calls and emails with them. And I've let him know that I'm available to assist in any way. And I think right now they're still kind of just going through the data to see what the need is and how to put it all together to provide and deploy the resources.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on this critical time as well, both of you.
Thank you.
I'll follow up on that too, because I know that I wrote down the city, the EDC, the chamber, Russell Fisher Business Collection are all putting out different surveys and collecting information and getting a lot of data. Nicole, this is not necessarily on your shoulders, but where you can work with George, because I know I'll follow up with him, but where we can try to consolidate all that data and kind of look at it in the aggregate and get a much better picture of the whole thing. Because I think we're all getting, I know there's some duplication, but we're all kind of getting different slivers, I think, of different industries and individuals. But where we can all work in unison, I think it would be very beneficial, that the data we can all kind of pool together. But I really do, I appreciate the work you're putting in. And I'm very, very glad that we still have this program up and running during this critical time, because it's more necessary than ever. This is when you earn your wings and your stars and all that stuff, right? This is when it really counts more than ever.
Yeah.
Am I able to make a quick comment? Sorry,
yes, sir.
About the survey. Thank you. I think you're absolutely right that this is such a sliver, and thankfully, with the help of both Nicole and George, we're able to really get maybe like a deeper dive for job seekers and entrepreneurs. That's sometimes a lane that flocks to the library. That these other organizations might, of course, miss. So I think it's a great idea that we need to get these results together, synthesize in some way so we can get that larger view. For sure, though, our survey was very narrow, I think, in the audience, if that helps explain what our survey was doing different.
No, absolutely. I think did anyone else have any other questions? I have a few for Antonio. Did anyone else have any other questions they wanted to get out first? So I'll go ahead. Antonio, I had two quick questions. One on the book weeding. What happens to all those books once they're weeded? They're no longer on the shelves. Where do those all go? What do we do with them?
Yeah, excellent question. We had worked out an arrangement with a bulk donation pickup service. It's what we currently use. Discover Books is their name. And luckily, during the crisis, they were able to meet our demand and came more frequently. The beauty of that service is any books that we're pulling, they're giving us a per pound monetary value on, and then that is in turn donated directly to the Friends of the Library. So it's a very nice relationship, and again, it's what we would currently use. Of course, we wouldn't have had it at this scale. So they really did come sometimes several times a week to pick up these items. And then also in that vein, talking about the Friends, just to make sure we can maximize the value. Frankly, most of the items, if they are weeded or withdrawn from the collection, weren't heavily used to begin with. They weren't checked out a lot, and they weren't very popular, and those usually don't translate into sales at the bookstore either, at the Friends bookstore. Excuse me. So, but there are some gems in there that I think can get some extra life, or maybe they're rare books that the Friends, I think, can capitalize on. So we were sure to save boxes of books for them to, review. They don't have to, accept them all. But the idea is, I think their online book sales are really taking off, and maybe they could flip those titles into some money. So yeah, that's what we're doing, and everything's going to get some value out of it, which was really nice for it to come together.
Awesome. My other question had to do with, there's been some questioning of availability of curbside pickup. Now, I know that the library is offering zip books. That's where people can request a book, and it'll be essentially shipped via Amazon to the individual's home, a physical book if they want one. But if we were to explore offering curbside pickup down the road, what would that look like? What does it require?
Oh, sure. That's a really exciting idea. And I would almost refer you back to a list of services add-ons that were given from Library Systems and Services. They had listed a contract add-on. We basically want to amend the contract so that we were sure to have the full-time equivalent staff on board. That did have a dollar amount attached to it. So I'd almost refer you back to that, and we'd want to follow whatever public health guidelines are out there. And I know the county's making strides to try to get shops back open, and we're moving into stage 2B and all of that kind of stuff. And we just kind of want to be mindful of that we're in line with what other retail spaces are doing. It would essentially use the physical infrastructure that we already have here at the library, so I think it would work very nicely to set up shop almost with a pop-up canopy, tables that we can sanitize and ensure physical distancing at our existing library book drop. We kind of get staff there so that the public can respect traffic laws and traffic rules and be able to pull in easily. And then, of course, that's on the driver's side of the vehicle, so it's easy for them to get out and maybe access or pick up those items. And then from the staffing standpoint, we'd make sure that we're following our sanitation guidelines, wearing the gloves, wearing the face coverings, all that good stuff. And so, yeah, I think as long as the contract amendment and then, of course, the public health guidelines were to kind of come together, I'd really like to talk with city staff and get direction from library board on seeing that service come to be.
Okay. I had, and we can, I don't know, it's not on our agenda. I guess we can I can talk to staff and see if there's a possibility where the staff would bring that back to us in 2 weeks' time as an option. Yeah. I know they would have to coordinate with you guys as to the logistics and the cost and the amount of people it would take. So I know there's some things that have to get ironed out.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Maybe we could bring that up at our 6:30 agenda under COVID-19 related items.
I think that's
just a suggestion.
Yeah, we definitely could. So yeah, I'll defer back to that.
Maybe it's a budget item for next week.
Yeah. So we'll bring it back. We'll circle back during COVID-19. That's really quick because I know we're going to be tight on time. It's going to be a late night. Hoopla, Libby, Zip Books are all online services that the library is using. Do you guys have the means by which to get us stats on those and somehow incorporate that into something similar to what you've been delivering to us on kind of a monthly basis? When it comes to, I think it might have been bi-monthly, where you guys were giving us stats on the usage of different services, books, how things were being checked out.
Absolutely. So we have submitted something that looks like this and I don't know if it had made its way over to you, but I did break out the e-books, e-audiobooks, and now Hoopla being streaming video. It's all sort of listed there, but I'm happy to customize this to look however it needs to look. So even after today, I could follow up with a more specific breakdown. And then for ZipBooks, being that it's grant funded, we do report that over to city staff already. And I can condense that into a report and send it over to city staff to distribute. I'd be happy to do that because that's really the trend. And awesome. Proud of the usage.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you. That was all I had. If anyone else has any other questions? Seeing none. All right, Ms. Apodaca, thank you very much. I know Nicole already left us. I want to thank her again for all the work that she's been putting in as well, and thank the rest of the library staff that are there that are still carrying on and doing the good work, so I appreciate it. All right, with that, that was informational only. There was no action necessary. We have no legal counsel items. Any comments from staff and or library trustees?
I do not.
All right, seeing none, we will adjourn the Camarillo Library Board to May 20th, 2020 at 5:30 for the budget study session. So we are adjourned.
I need to ask staff, it's now 5:33, and I know we had a 5:30 closed session scheduled. Would it be better if we deferred the CAMSAN meeting until after all other business has been taken care of this evening?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, then I will not open the meeting at this time.
So this is Brian Pierrick. I do know, and we do have a little flexibility on the 5:30 time, that Mr. Baca had requested if it was possible to cover the building and safety services item, which is a community development item, which he didn't think was going to take too long, in order to allow folks that are here for that to present. Could I ask, maybe, Mr. Baca, do you have a time estimate on how long that item is going to take?
Yes.
Perhaps he's...
Good evening, City Attorney, Mayor, members of the City Council. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes for a presentation and then however long for questions.
Mayor, I think based on my knowledge, we could probably take that item now and maybe shoot for 5:45 to get into closed.
That's fine. Mrs. Craven, can we take we'll take the sanitary district agenda at the very end after we finish the council meeting. Is that acceptable?
That's what I said. I said after all the other business has been taken care of this evening.
All right, and Mr. Pierre.
Tomorrow morning.
We'll see how it goes. Mr. Pierre, can we take the successor agency agenda after Camarillo Sanitary later tonight or early tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Then with that, we're going to go ahead and open, call to order this meeting of the Camarillo City Council, both the regular meeting for May 13, 2020, as well as the special meeting for Wednesday, May 13, 2020. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. With respect to the amendments to the agenda, let me just quickly indicate we'll try to go through consent calendar and at least item 7A, community development, and then we will go into closed session. Closed session will be on the items that Mr. Pierrick notes for us in a few moments. And then from 6:30 to 7:30, we'll have our COVID-19 special meeting agenda. And there's a lot to discuss there, especially business recovery efforts. I don't think, and just I'm indicating all this for everyone's benefit and the benefit of any members of the public who are tuned into the meeting early or before the 7:30 calendar. I don't think our COVID-19 special meeting agenda will be completed by 7:30 p.m. We will return later in the meeting after completion of the 7:30 p.m. calendar to finish the COVID-19 calendar. And the reason for that, among others, is that we do have one public hearing at 7:30. We have some announcements, some public comments, a public hearing on the 2021 action plan for CDBG, and then we have the Camarillo Springs matter, Camarillo Springs Golf Course matter, and then Camarillo Area Transit. After that, we'll then return to the COVID-19 items, and then we'll do new business and any unfinished items on the regular agenda, and then Camarillo Sanitary and the successor agencies. So busy night ahead. No presentations on the agenda. Do I hear a motion on the consent calendar?
Move the approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions on the consent calendar? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven? Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, so that completes item 3 on our regular meeting agenda. There are no items with respect to items 4, 5, and 6, respectively. That brings us to item 7A, Community Development, Building and Safety Services, Professional Services Agreement. I think we're going to hear comments from Mr. Baca. Mr. Baca?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Tremblay and members of the City Council. We are going to present a proposed building and safety services contract for the next 3 years. So the city has contracted with Charles Abbott and Associates for building and safety services since July 1st of 1994. Our current professional services agreement was approved back in May of 2015, and it was extended twice, and it is set to expire now on June 30th of 2020. A request for proposals was presented to the City Council on February 13th, 2020. And the council directed staff to issue the request for qualifications proposals to consultants that provide these services. The RFQP was sent to 23 consulting firms located in California. The RFQP included a detailed scope of services and the city's professional services agreement template and insurance requirements. We did receive 3 proposals from CSG Consultants, Bureau Veritas, and Charles Abbott and Associates. Charles Abbott's and Associates proposal was the most responsive to our city's RFPQ, and it exceeded the scope of work requested, and we do have an excellent track record working together to provide services to our development community and our residents throughout Camarillo. The compensation schedule from CAA includes a 3-tiered schedule, with the percentage owed to CAA decreasing as the amount of building permit fees collected increases. The compensation schedule received from CAA is fully linked to the building permit fees collected and does not include hourly billing. Staff met with CAA and we successfully negotiated the rates for year 1 to apply to the entire 3-year term of the agreement. And as a result of this negotiation, the rates in the CAA's proposal for their compensation schedule stays consistent with the rates that were originally approved by the City Council back in May of 2015. Staff would recommend that you authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Charles Abbott and Associates to provide our building and safety services for a 3-year period with the option of 2 one-year extensions, both of which would be reviewed and approved by the City Council. We do have representatives from Charles Abbott and Associates, both Greg Robinson and Renee Mario. I just want to reiterate that we've worked with Charles Abbott and Associates here in the city of Camarillo since 1994. They've been providing exemplary customer service and have worked extremely well in coordination with us during this COVID-19 pandemic to provide building permit services practically entirely virtually and remotely. So they've done an excellent job and we really appreciate their service, and I'm available for any questions, as are those representatives from Charles Abbott and Associates.
Are there any questions from council members?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question, if I would.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Joe, it's just kind of more of a housekeeping. I've noticed that it was sent out to 23 firms, and I believe we got 3 to respond. I mean, there's nothing normal about going on at this particular point, it seems like. But were you expecting more, or is that kind of the number that you're expecting?
We were expecting a few more, but it is interesting to note that back in 2015, the last time we went out for request for proposals, no one replied other than CAA. So we did get more than last time.
Mr. Mayor, I have one follow-up if I could.
Go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Mr. Vaca, I just want you to go over, it's on page 3. I just want to make sure that my math is right on that. It's kind of in the middle of the page. And basically what it says, as a result of negotiation, the rates with CAA proposed compensation schedules are consistent with the rates that were originally approved by the City Council back on May 13 of 2015. So does that mean that we're basically going to have a rate that's locked in for juxtaposition of the 2015 rate?
Yes, that's correct. And it's consistent with what our development community and residents are accustomed to for the past 5 years. And we negotiated the rate. Originally, CAA came in with a 5% increase for year 2 and a 10% increase for year 3. And we negotiated down to the current rate system that was consistent with what we did back in 2015. And we think that's very reasonable, and we would recommend that we move forward with that.
So is it fair to say that they worked well with us during the negotiation?
Yes, yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Questions from any other council members? I had one question briefly for you, Mr. Vaca, and that is that actually, too, you said on a prior slide. Can you bring that prior slide about the compensation schedule for CAA? Anyway, what I read and what was also in the staff report, and I wanted to highlight, that compensation is fully linked to the building permit fees collected. It does not include hourly billing, correct?
That's correct. That's also.
And the other proposers had hourly billing or guaranteed payments proposed by those proposers, and that would have resulted in possible financial liability for the city if building permit activity decreased, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from other council members?
Approval.
Thank you. Mr. Craven has moved.
I'll second.
I think I heard a second from Mr. Mulchay. All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vaca.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
I would ask if Ms. Madeline could perhaps speak up a little bit. I'm having it might be my computer hearing her, so if that's possible.
You bet. Jeffrey, if you could just make sure you speak loudly and clearly. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and move into closed session now. Mr. Pierrick, would you give us the appropriate closed session announcements, please?
Yes, we have 4 closed sessions, although we may not get to them all between now and 6:30, but it's a conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency representatives are listed in the agenda. Unrepresented employees are the city employees. We have a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 1. Those are both on the regular agenda. Then on the special agenda, we have 2 closed sessions. One is public employment employee appointment, Government Code 54957B1, title is City Manager, and then a conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54956.7. The agency designated representative is the city attorney. The unrepresented employee is the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Pierrick. So for the record, we're going to recess until 6:30 p.m. when we take up, we're going to recess into closed session until 6:30 p.m. when we take up the COVID-19 portion of the agenda.
So I should remind everyone that there's a Zoom meeting invitation for the 5:30, what is now a little later than 5:30 closed session that was put out. And then there's a separate Zoom for the other closed sessions. So you want to start with the first one first.
Right. So we'll leave this meeting and then go to that closed session.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Start with the 5:30?
We're going to start with the, yes, that's correct. We're going to start with the 5:30. All right. Thank you. Clerk, are we ready to proceed? Mr. Clifford?
Yes.
We're ready to proceed?
6:30.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are going to reconvene this meeting of the Special Council. We are returning from closed session. There is no action from closed session to report. We are now moving to that special meeting agenda item, that portion of the special meeting agenda item known as item 14A, under local emergency response to public health emergency COVID-19 coronavirus. In case there are any members of the public who are watching right now, please know that at just prior to 7:30, we are going to stop this particular subject matter and go to the items that are on the 7:30 p.m. calendar, including those items with respect to, there's a public hearing with respect to the 2021 action plan, also the Camarillo Springs Golf Course, and the Camarillo area transit matters. All of those will occur at the 7:30 calendar, and then we'll come back and complete this COVID-19 calendar after those 7:30 p.m. calendar items are concluded. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. And with that, Mr. Clifford, I think I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. There should be a PowerPoint presentation coming up shortly, and what we will be covering tonight will be several issues. Next slide, please. Our usual issues, but we'll also talk a little bit about the reopening roadmap. Again, our organizational, economic development, business recovery, communications and outreach, budget impacts, and other issues that may have come up since our last meeting. Next slide. The reopening roadmap, in essence, comes from both the county as well as from the governor's office. That includes several stages. The first stage, which we're currently well into, is the safety and preparedness stage, and that's where we made the essential workforce as safe as possible, and we continue to do so. Next slide. The next stage is stage 2, which is where we're bringing back the lower risk workplaces and creating as many opportunities as we can for them to open and adapt to the current situation and work with them to get open. We initially had several opportunities for openings and more happening again tomorrow. Next slide. So the initial ones that were included was retail with curbside pickup, as well as the associated manufacturing and supply chains, and several retail establishments were included in that. And the additional ones that are coming on board now will be discussed later by George Winkler. Next slide. Moving into stage 2 and moving through stage 2, though it's managed by the governor's office, counties can go at different paces if they meet several of the state's readiness criteria. And that's what Ventura County is looking at to see what we need to do in order for us to move further. Next slide. Several things that need to be done in order to be prepared for this. And that includes coordination across all the cities as well as the county, and making sure that the businesses are prepared, but also coordinating with outside agencies such as the Economic Development Collaborative, the several chambers of commerce, and all of the businesses, of course, and then the economic development staff from all of the cities. Next slide. Following that will be the higher risk workplaces included in stage 3, and that's where we'll get the bulk of the economy once again rolling. Next slide, please. Stage 4 then is when we end the stay-at-home order and virtually everything is open, and that includes all the highest risk businesses and situations. Next slide. In order to reopen, there are several metrics that need to be met, and they're listed on this slide, which includes following the guidance from the public health, making sure contact tracing can be done, ensuring we have the testing capacity available, making sure the hospitalizations are stable, that there's adequate personal protective equipment, and that we can handle any subsequent surge in the healthcare system that may happen. Next slide. The next few slides come from the county, and they give additional details on several of those matters, including the public health guidance. And what they're basically saying is that the guidance is in place for the well-being and the health of the citizens, and we're expected to follow that, and it includes several matters, including physical distancing, social distancing, and looking at when to start reopening. Next slide. This slide from the county shows the hospitalization, which shows basic stability across the board, and they're continuing to work at that to ensure they have the people and the resources to maintain that. Next slide. This, in essence, shows a similar aspect for all the counties across all the hospitals across the county. Next slide. From the perspective of personal protective equipment, the county has a good supply, readily available, and the Office of Emergency Services for the county does distribution of that and is working very closely with the cities, the hospitals, and the other healthcare providers. Next slide. And the healthcare surge capacity, we're in pretty good shape. You may have noticed there's just over 20 people hospitalized at this stage, but we have ventilator capacity of over 100 units and staff ready to go. Next slide. That completes the reopening overview. Next, we'll have Carmen Nichols present city organizational issues, unless there are any questions on the reopening.
Any questions from council members? Okay, Carmen, could you proceed, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We Stand Together defines the City of Camarillo team, employee team. Next slide, please. City Hall and other work sites remain closed. Employees, about 25 employees, continue to telecommute, with some additional employees shifting on the off and on weeks. We did have some employees, about 5 employees return to work, and so that number of 25 is last 5 employees. We have 10 employees on staggered shifts to allow for proper social distancing. And off and on, we have approximately 9 to 12 employees on COVID leave to care for their children that are not able to return to school or childcare. We continue to serve the community every day here at City Hall. Most services can be done over the phone, online, or through a virtual meeting. Those that require a face-to-face meeting, we accommodate by appointment. We do require certain safety protocols for those that come in by appointment, including using hand sanitizer as they come in, and also that they have a face covering. Administrative Services is currently working on a City Hall reentry plan for its employees, and we want to ensure that as we allow employees back into the work site, that we will be safe and have the proper personal protection equipment. As of now, employees are not required to wear facial coverings, but are required to follow all health and safe practices. However, facial coverings are available to all employees, and we are in conformance with the social distancing and health practices as required by the Ventura County Health Officer. Earlier this evening, you heard the library report. I don't know if it's on the next slide or not. No, okay. And Mr. Thomas, the Interim Director of Administrative Services, is also working on a reentry and reopening plan for the library. We are trying to stay ahead of future lifted restrictions, but as you know, information changes very quickly and changes often. So as we continue to draft those plans, we're just not really sure what's going to happen in the next day or so. The Camarillo Ranch also continues to stay closed to the public. There are no community events scheduled, and private events continue to be postponed. And again, these events, the closure of these events and the property are per the Ventura County Health Officer's order. We continue to monitor all new orders and will reopen the property at the Camarillo Ranch as the order allows and as we can safely social distance and provide oversight of that property. City staff has been very flexible, versatile, and has kept up the pace since the onset of COVID-19. Staff has found new ways to conduct city business, be it by phone, via email, or virtual meetings. No longer is it limited to just visits at City Hall. Employees throughout all departments are assisting members of the public and keeping them informed as to the what, where, and when of COVID-19 related items and of other city available resources. Nothing else is a better example of versatility, flexibility, and endurance as the prioritization of business retail reopening which just happened within days. Several staff members from all departments have teamed up with Mr. George Winkler, our Economic Development Coordinator, and Code Compliance staff, and with the goal of helping our businesses open as soon as possible. Next slide, please. This is a team effort and could not be done without our volunteers. So we have our CERT volunteers that have been actively working in the community. They have been doing so, they've been helping with the connecting community members with community needs. Such one example is Food Share. They've helped distribute produce and non-perishable items at Freedom Park and the fairgrounds. Next slide. And they've also been helping at the farmers market. They're ensuring the social distancing protocols and safety requirements are being met. So they've been very helpful in keeping our farmers market going. They've also spent time making phone contacts and calling our special needs and vulnerable residents to ensure their comfort and safety. Those are just a few examples of what our CERT volunteers are doing. There's a long list of what our volunteers and our employees are doing at this time. If you have any questions regarding organizational and operational issues, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions for Ms. Nichols? No, thank you very much, Carmen.
Next slide, please. George Winkler will speak next regarding economic development and business recovery, including providing an overview of the preparation of a business recovery plan. We believe the plan is essential to helping Camarillo businesses get back on their feet and get the economy moving again. We want to do this in a thoughtful fashion in collaboration with the directives of the Ventura County Health Officer, the California Department of Public Health, and the Governor. The timing of some activities will certainly be controlled by public health orders and the Governor's metrics associated with reopening and recovery. Though George will only be providing a high-level overview of the plan, we are interested in the thoughts and ideas of City Council regarding business recovery. We would like your ideas and would like to know what you're willing to invest in business recovery activities. Are you willing to enable staff to undertake duties outside their normal roles? How much latitude will staff have regarding permits and related activities? What standards are you willing to relax and for what period of time? Are you willing to use the Economic Development Reserve? Are you expecting the funds to be repaid if they are used? How do we ensure unbiased allocation of funds? What are your recovery ideas? And many, many other ideas that you may have. We recognize that time is of the essence and that any delay could mean the difference between a business being able to recover or not. I would suggest that after the discussion tonight, staff be given direction as to when you'd like the business recovery plan to return to City Council for further discussion. Many components, however, are already being implemented as businesses begin to reopen. With that brief introduction, here's George Winkler.
Good evening, council members and mayor. On March 19th, 2020, the state public health officer and director of the California Department of Public Health issued an order requiring most Californians to stay at home to reduce the spread of COVID-19 among the population. Since that time, state and county health orders and the determination of our community to protect life have slowed the spread of COVID-19. But the economic impact is unprecedented. We are facing record levels of unemployment and never-before-seen durations of business interruption. We will not get back to business as usual and will experience a shift in consumer confidence that changes the traditional methods of doing business, possibly forever. Ultimately, the true economic impact and duration of COVID-19 pandemic is unknown. What is known is that we need to stand together as a community to overcome this challenge, even if we're 6 feet apart. Recovery has to begin while we're still responding to the emergency. The steps we have taken and continue to take will positively influence economic recovery. If we continue to work together, innovate, adapt, and persevere, we will emerge together stronger than ever. So the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan provides a strategic framework to guide the City of Camarillo's economic recovery activities, policies, programs, and such over the next 18 months. It considers phases to reopening and necessary activities during and after those phases. The overarching goal of the recovery plan is to foster a safe and high-quality regrowth of the Camarillo economy in ways that achieve the following objectives: protecting the health and safety of Camarillo residents, workers, and guests, supporting businesses who are experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19, connecting unemployed workforce with employment opportunities and education, expediting processes and permits that enable businesses to operate under new means, reconstructing consumer confidence in Camarillo's retail and hospitality, leveraging the city's unique opportunities to position itself as a center of innovation, communicating consistently and offering information on resources and assistance, adapting and providing excellent customer service under difficult circumstances, and collaborating with our community, listening to their needs, and evolving our recovery focus and methods as needed. So our goals internally are to become growth enablers in every aspect, reducing barriers to economic recovery. We want to prioritize effective communication between staff and with businesses and the community. We need to increase our community awareness and be a connector to opportunities that exist. And we just don't want to give away money. We want to make people productive physically and psychologically. So we've identified 7 recovery focus areas to the plan, which are health and safety confidence, business recovery, workforce recovery, tourism recovery, and entrepreneurial solutions, supply chain repatriation, and affordable and workforce housing. So Council, we are seeking guidance and would like to hear your suggestions so that we may integrate them into this plan. But before we do that, I'd like to share what we've been working on recently. Next slide. Yep, cool. So as you know, we've started off most of these presentations with the warn notifications. So recently we had these 3 warn notifications: Adidas, Enterprise Holdings, and TJX companies. So this brings our total up to 11 businesses with 283 employees. And as we know, the number far exceeds that, but these are the ones that were officially noted. So what have we been doing in Camarillo? Well, we've been connecting those employees with employment opportunities. So this is an image created by Michelle. This is an excellent example of one of the things we're doing called Camarillo's Hiring. And currently we have a web page with 12 businesses that are offering 30 positions. So that's, or actually 27, my apologies. So that launched this week. We also have our employer and employee resources page, which has now reached over 2,500 business owners. We also have our Open for Business list, which lists 150 local businesses and supports a shop local mentality. This page is one of our most popular business pages at the time, and it's always in the top 5, and it currently has 4,138 views. And we've also created a web page just last night called Reopening Camarillo. This page is specifically positioned with information on what is required to open, easy links to the state and county guidance, how to register a business, and downloadable signage. We've also been emailing our businesses very timely. During reopening phase, the early phase and the most recent phase, we've sent out emails to all of our businesses. We've also shared information on PPP, which is the Paycheck Protection Program, and the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. And we've also sent out messages to our restaurants before the Great Plates Emergency Meals Program was announced. So we sent that out as one of the first cities, so that gave our businesses an opportunity to promote that. And none of this could have been done, I should mention, without the help of staff. We have reached new depths with economic development as far as collaborating with our staff. So I can't thank everyone enough for their assistance. It's been great. Every department has been involved, including administrative services, IT, finance, code compliance, community development, public works, and ultimately their work may save lives and help our businesses survive this pandemic. So Tully had went over this really quickly, so I'm not going to go into detail. But currently, we're at stage 2 expanded position. So what we're doing locally is we've created a task force, a recovery task force. And we have two teams. And our first team is an informational outreach team. This team has 10 staff members. And what our mission is to reach out to every retail business in Camarillo and to help educate them on what it takes to reopen. So we're offering guidance and resources and helping to educate them. We're not going out as an enforcement group. And some of you may know the county has an app actually now where businesses can register on vcopen.com. And as the businesses register, code compliance would have to go out and check to verify that they're maximizing their social distancing, protecting their clients, and providing PPP and sanitary means, and also have a plan, a comprehensive plan for their business. So the informational outreach team will go out ahead of time and inform the folks of that, and the compliance team will help verify that. So our goal is to have one of the fastest cities to respond to this. And currently, the city has the third highest amount of businesses registered on that. So that's a testament to our outreach and promotions. So what you're seeing on the screen is one of our examples of how we're going to bring back consumer confidence in Camarillo. So as businesses reopen successfully and pass their code compliance checks, we're creating decals for windows that will demonstrate that they're a safe place to shop. One of our main goals is to regain consumer confidence in Camarillo. Camarillo's traditionally been noted as a very safe city, so we would just like to continue that with our shopping experiences throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, we've created a commercial real estate portal. This webpage shows all of the properties that are available in Camarillo for commercial real estate. So as businesses expand or contract, they can look at what's available on the market. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, George. I think at this point, I anticipate that there's going to be substantial discussion by the council on business recovery items, and Mr. Clifford, I think you invited us to go ahead and take that discussion now, since sequentially we're in that part of the conversation. I know that I have a number of ideas and a number of things to talk about, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well. So why don't we move to that? But first of all, if there are any questions for George, let's take those. And then I think I would invite any of my colleagues to go ahead and address business recovery issues. And again, I'll go last. I know there are things that we probably all want to talk about. First of all, any questions for George?
I have a question.
Yeah.
George, is there any plan to, I know that there's going to be an open for business, there already is one on our website. Is there anything on that open for business list or any other plans to have some sort of online designation that they've passed code compliance, similar to the decal idea, but a way that customers could get that information without having to actually go to the store to find out?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. That's a natural progression to the Open for Business list, so we're definitely going to consider adding it to that page specifically and creating a section that is safe businesses, and or create a separate page that lists that. That page is growing rapidly, especially as these new phases reopen. It's very popular, so can't thank our IT team enough for helping to support me in adding those new businesses as they come through.
That's great. I think you've already mentioned it, but it's so important that our residents and anybody who's shopping in Camarillo feels that it's safe to do so. And so for them to be able to access that information before they head out is really important.
Are there any other questions for George? Okay, I'd invite any of my colleagues to kind of start us off on this conversation, and we can take it from there.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to start off?
Sure, Mr. Kildee, thank you.
Yeah, I'll be relatively brief because I want to give everybody else opportunities. The calls that I've got from the business community are a lot of restaurants, a lot of barbershops and beauty salons, and of course our outlets. in soft goods, typically pick up and drop off curbside don't work very well. They like to go in and see new items. They like to go in and try things on, and they're very much aware of the social distancing, and most, if not all, support that, but they're scared. And I'll tell you reasons why they're scared. There's statistics out with restaurants and retail stores that a third of them will not be able to make it through this pandemic. And I think we have to acknowledge that is certainly a potential. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it is a potential. What I've been asked by restaurants is there a way that they can expand their outdoor seating? One of the problems they've got is the 6-foot distancing that's difficult for their business, and they're basically looking at about maybe 40 to 50% less customers or clients that they can have in at one time, and they understand that. So they're really trying to figure out a way how they can use more seating in their space and outside their space, with the understanding, of course, that we have to be able to make sure that the sidewalks are accessible to everybody. They understand that. But is there an opportunity for them to have more outside seating? What I've also heard with the county, that they're allowing, like, for instance, Target to sell soft good again. And they're saying, well, why can they do it and we can't? And I think we need to consider working with the county to see if they can address that for the smaller, soft goods retailers as well. That would be really beneficial. They look at it as an unfair advantage. Those are things I hoped we might be able to financially help them, but I don't quite know, in fairness, how we would do that. I do think that we perhaps can have some funds and help them with maybe a promotion. I believe we have done that in the past with the Chamber of Commerce, the Shop Camarillo promotion. They basically just need to get people back at shopping centers. If you go to the shopping centers, probably 50% of what they had. And I understand there's reasons for that. But, their overhead does not end and their expenses doesn't end. So those are some of the things that I think we could really help them if we could relax for a time. I was thinking for maybe the rest of this year that they can expand in their outside seating and really work to see if they could allow safely people into their shop and do it on a safety basis, perhaps based on the square footage, and you can multiply the 6-foot social distancing, something of that order, obviously with the mask and the hand sanitizers and exactly what George has stated here. So those are what I'm hearing, and those are some of the things that I'm hoping at some point we could have a discussion on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. What I'd like to do is to see if we can why don't we have all the council members make all of their comments, and let's work through that, because I know it's 7 o'clock and we have I'd like to work through much of this item, as much of this item as we possibly can prior to 7:30. So, and we can have staff react later unless there are specific questions. I think I saw Mr. Mulche's hand go up, and so Sean, you're next.
And I'm gonna spit out, and I will. George, you could probably answer this question, but Joe, it may be appropriate for Joe either too. And it's going to get into. I have a few different points here I want to bring up. One is in the original CARES Act passed by Congress. Did we receive funds, expanded funds from the CDBG?
Councilmember Mulche, it's Joe Vaca. And we anticipate receiving $192,000 from the CARES Act CDBG funding program. It hasn't been released yet, and the HUD guidelines are still in process, but we have already done background research and analysis on potential opportunities to present to the council in the future where those funds could be directed by the council to help the community. So we'll be bringing that forward as soon as we have the complete information and the funding available.
And my internet connection cut out, Joe, in the first probably one or two sentences of your response. Okay. Did you put the number?
Yes, I'll repeat that we anticipate approximately $192,000 of funding from HUD for this special COVID-19 CDBG program, and the HUD guidelines are still being prepared. We have not yet received the funds, but we have been doing significant amount of analysis in preparation to present to the council options for the use of that funds to benefit the community.
Okay. I heard similarly. One of my suggestions would be that with that 192, $192,000 is not a significant amount of money, but at this point, for those struggling, any amount of money is considered to be a significant amount of money, particularly for the businesses in Camarillo. My suggestion would be, and I know we'll approach this later once we get better direction on how the funds can be spent, but if able to, I would like to earmark that $192,000 for a special fund for businesses, particularly those with the greatest need. We would have to develop some sort of metric. Obviously, businesses have fixed expenses and they have variable expenses. Your fixed expenses, your biggest one is rent most oftentimes, and your lease. Variable ones, to an extent, is labor, cost of goods. Obviously, those go up and down. It depends upon the level of business and what you have moving. So I'd want to try to use this money and leverage this money and see if we can work with community partners. That's the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Corporation. Through the Economic Development Corporation, potentially see if we can work with banks and see if we can create a pool to where a lot of different entities would be willing to match funds using maybe this almost $200,000 of anticipated CDBG funds as kind of a starting point, and see if whether between private businesses, the other organizations would be willing to come together. All of us going alone and doing our own thing is good, but we can definitely harness if we can work in tandem with one another. We won't be duplicative. We can kind of try to pool our resources to make the greatest impact on our local community. I would hope that we could turn that $200,000 if we're able to scrounge up other funds, either through the city or our economic development reserve, and work with our partners, some of the ones I listed there, see if we can build that into, I would love something $300,000, $400,000 at least. Funding is one aspect of it. People need to pay their bills. Even if you are getting forbearance right now or your allowance to not pay your rent or be evicted, we know that barring some sort of legislation, it's all going to come due at some point. That bill is going to come due, and when it does, it's going to hurt significantly for those businesses that do not have the funds and or have not had the business to generate the money to pay those expenses. So besides funding, and particularly earmarked for fixed expenses, we need to work on advising. We got to help people through this really difficult situation. When I know the Economic Development Collaborative is working on advising, and they're just overwhelmed. We have George and we have Nicole over at the library. To the extent which we can, we also have a whole lot of city employees who have different expertise in different fields. We have an accounting department. We have our community development department. We have the guys in public works. They all have some sort of unique and complementary expertise in some sort of field where we can potentially identify 1, 2, 3 different employees, or one employee at least in each respective department, and we're able to leverage them in assisting, maybe through George, assisting, adding, providing some sort of guidance or advice to business owners who are struggling with whatever it is, whether it's certain accounting or I'm trying to best understand how they need to approach their books, or they're having, I don't know, some sort of mechanical issue, if there's something we can do there, provide some sort of guidance. I'm clearly spitballing here, and so these are all, I'm just kind of throwing anything and everything against the wall and for us to kind of digest and work out at the end. I know there's something called opportunity zones, which, and I don't honestly know enough about them. They've been bandied about for long before the COVID-19. I would like to look into those. Obviously, Great Plates and the World Food Kitchen are very beneficial to restaurants, where we can better leverage them. I don't know if there's, I know that they're already working with senior citizens. I don't know if we can, what it would do to work with the Camarillo Healthcare District, seeing that they oversee, they have the Meals on Wheels program. And I don't know enough about the Meals on Wheels program and how it works and how they obtain the food that they prep and give to the seniors. But if it's not already coming from local restaurants, which I don't think it is, I would like to explore opportunity to where we can leverage local restaurants for that program as well. Business licenses, I know we're already doing a bit of this already, but where we can make conducting your business with the city of Camarillo, as you simply need to when it comes to permits and business licenses and the like, where we, and I know we're already working on it, but I would like us to really double down and try to make that process as simple, as streamlined, as easy as possible. Clearly, if someone doesn't have to walk into City Hall or physically write a check for any business that they do with the city, then for at least those who are savvy enough to be able to do it on the computer, it takes and saves a tremendous amount of frustration and time and effort. And that's something we should be aspiring to anyway, simply making it easier to do the necessary governmental regulation things that you need to do with the city. I like Kevin's idea about trying to work with businesses, loosen outdoor seating area regulations for outdoor seating so they can ensure social distancing. And I need to do more research on this myself, but in this day and age, a lot of businesses struggle when it comes to adapting to new technology. And that's obviously more evident than ever. I've seen a lot of restaurants around town who have, prior to this situation, were not able or did not offer online ordering. And to the point Nicole made earlier, she made a really good point, and it's a very valid point. Utilizing services like Grubhub or Uber Eats or DoorDash, those are great, but all those services take almost a 30% cut of your sale, and that's significant. And having the restaurant experience that I do, I can tell you that no restaurant is probably making a profit if they have to write a 30% or they have to write off 30% of a sale to an outside entity. Your margins are already tight and thin enough, and so trying to go directly to the consumer outside of some of those avenues is ideal. Trying to get them online, trying to allow them to take orders online, trying to allow them to provide a curbside pickup and or potentially their own delivery. There are a litany of cloud-based software programs and services, the software as a service. You pay a small monthly fee. There may be ways to where we can help partner with and or subsidize and or help implement some of that technology into, I'm thinking particularly restaurants right now, but help some of these restaurants and some of these very retail businesses adapt to technology and adapt to this kind of online and to-go style, to where we can make sure that people in Camarillo or outside there can order goods and services online from these companies. These companies can either ship them or deliver them or make them available for pickup curbside to those respective clients. Boy, I had one more thing, and now I'm drawing a blank because I didn't write it down. No, that's all I got right now. The last thing will come to me.
Okay, Mr. Mulchay, we can return to you. Let's see, Mrs. Craven or Ms. Santangelo, who'd like to go next? Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Okay, I've been giving this a lot of thought, so I don't know how short or long I'll be, but I do have a number of things. I think this is a really pivotal time in Camarillo for everybody, but especially in our city, because this is the city I care about most. As businesses are looking to open, they haven't. Most of them have not had revenue, or the restaurants at least have had decreased revenue. And now not only do they have to reopen, but they have to reopen with different guidelines. And I think that a lot of the costs that may go into those guidelines, so for instance, the restaurants having to space out or having to purchase software so that there can be orders online, whatever it is that businesses are having to do to comply with the new orders for social distancing in order to be able to be up and operational, may make or break whether or not those businesses can open. I think we need to go bold. I meant to ask a question. Is there money in the economic development reserves?
We have money in the economic development reserves. I don't know if Tully would like to answer this question.
There's about $7.5 million in that reserve.
Thank you. Excellent. Reserves are great, and I'm glad we have reserves. We have had the good fortune and the good wisdom and the good decisions of former councils to build our reserves up. Reserves are supposed to be for a rainy day, and quite frankly, I think there's a heck of a storm out here, and I think we need to not only commit the CDBG funds, but some of that economic development reserve, and I wouldn't even be adverse to going into our general fund. I don't know the amount. I don't know what it looks like, but I think we need to look at microloans for our small businesses. I spent a lot of time online looking at what other cities in California are doing. And yeah, there are large cities doing microloans for small businesses, but there are also small cities doing it. There are some cities doing grants. There are some cities doing 0% or low interest rate microloans. And there are some cities forgiving those loans if after a year they're still in business. I think we need to look at that. I think that if our businesses survive, our city survives. I look at it as an investment into the future of our city, of our residents, of our businesses. There are some cities that have actually started donation funds from the community to be able to donate into the loan funds. I like that idea, but also I don't like that idea. I'm not sure, but I think that if we were to do something like that, we would at least commit to matching it, maybe even matching it at a 2-to-1. So I think we need to talk about that. I think that we need to invest in our small businesses. My other ideas include, and Sean touched on this, but I know that as we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the Russell business, that we were talking about businesses needing the online platforms. It's not just restaurants, but it's also businesses that want to do curbside pickup. If they have, a full store, they need to be able to market that. And so it's not just being able to purchase a platform or software that can help do that, but it's manpower to set that up, to take pictures of products, to list it. That takes manpower, that takes money. I don't know if there's something that the city could do to purchase or subsidize or fund those types of programs. And Sean also mentioned this, providing actual manpower from the city or IT help to help those businesses do that. I think we need to seriously look at parking and our roads, and I like Kevin's idea about allowing more outside space. I think we also need to consider curbside pickup and how that's going to affect our parking lots, so that we have easy ways for cars to drive up and get their goods or their food or whatever they've purchased without turning our parking lots into messes. I think we need to probably maybe redesignate some parking area for that type of activity, and possibly for restaurants for outside dining. I think we need to go big and think about things like, I just got a notice from Ventura City that they're actually shutting down parts of roads so that there's more room for social distancing for people to be able to walk and visit stores and walk outside. I think that's something we should look at. I think we should look at Old Town, possibly having events on Friday and Saturday nights where we, shut down the street and let people eat out in the street. I think we need to be really innovative about allowing our community to enjoy things like shows and movies. Maybe it's time to bring back drive-in theaters and think about how we can do that with some of the space we have. I could see shutting down Ventura Boulevard on a Friday or Saturday night and doing something like a drive-in movie. Again, I'm throwing out all of these ideas to try to be innovative and creative with what we're looking at. I think all of these things tie into economic recovery. I think they also indirectly affect the morale and the spirit of our city, which I think we really need to consider as well. I'd really like to see if we can showcase the fact that our businesses are being compliant, and that whole shop safe idea. I would love it if we can help push, like today on Facebook or whatever social media platform. These are the businesses that passed the code inspection and are open for business. I think it's really, really important that our residents know the places that are safe to shop. It's all about that consumer confidence that was already talked about. Let's see. I think that's probably enough for now. I think I got everything on my list. I know SciArt, Cal State, SciArt is talking about trying to use their space and their space in the back for outdoor productions, whether it be live productions or theater-type productions or movies. I think there's space back there that we could partner with them to do things like that. Outdoor picnicking with defined areas for each family so that they're socially distant. All of these things I think are really important, and if we do it in the right place, then can also help increase traffic to some of our local businesses. So I have my list in writing. I can get it to you later.
All right. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I note that it's 7:21. We have a public hearing at 7:30. Might I inquire, Mrs. Craven, how long you think your remarks may be. I know mine are going to be substantial, so we're not going to get to mine during this segment of the agenda.
Let me just say that everything I was going to say has been said, so there's no use in me repeating it at all. But before, I think we need to discuss these things. We need to look at a timeline. We need to look at the cost before anything's implemented, especially the more costly one. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Craven. I've got an awful lot to say and not enough time to say it, certainly, with the 8 minutes we have left before our 7:30 calendar. Hold on just a second, Mr. Mulchay. So I propose that what we'll do is, after taking Mr. Mulchay's question and any others, we break for 2 or 3 minutes and we'll go into our 7:30 calendar, and then we will come back and revisit this component of the presentation on COVID-19, and then we'll take community engagement, et cetera, and the rest of the COVID-19 agenda after all of the 7:30 p.m. calendar items are completed and prior to going to closed session at the very end. Mr. Mulchay, I think you had a question.
Not a question. I was willing to fill 2 or 3 more minutes.
How about just 2 rather than 3? There's my challenge to you.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's a hard challenge. Okay, really quick, the one thing I was wanting to get to, business licenses, or at least the information that the city has on file in regards to all the businesses that we have within our city, making sure that that's up to date, and that we have the latest info, because that's critical. And then dividing that up, we obviously, when you get a business license in the city of Camarillo, you do so in a particular field, industry. And we need to segment that, and then we need to have more targeted information, support information. Right now, I think most people are taking a shotgun approach right now and getting out resources, and that's understandable, and it's still very helpful. But as we drill down, every business, depending on what industry you're in, has very specific and oftentimes unique needs that, my business doesn't necessarily have the same needs as, say, your business does, because we're in 2 completely different industries. But being able to then segment all these different businesses that we have in the city of Camarillo and do targeted shotgun blasts to them specifically in regards to some of the needs, what we've determined, hopefully with feedback, what their needs are. One thing Susan said, because she brought up artists and sci-art, amongst artists, and I've seen some other communities doing it, there's great opportunities for community beautification at a time like this, and there's a lot of artists who are not able to sell their goods, but still have some tremendous skills, and where we can maybe put some of them to work when it comes to community beautification programs would be a great benefit, at least to that specific segment of our community. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. What I would propose, unless there's objection, is that, and Mr. Winkler, thank you. We're gonna come back to you later, so you have to stick around, as Ms. Diana and others need to as well. And thank you. What I would propose is we take a very short, now 4-minute break, and come back at 7:30. Is there any objection to doing that? All right. Hearing none, we stand in recess until 7:30. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are we back on?
Are we unmuted? Yep, it's almost 7:30.
Oh, let me know when it's 7:30, would you please?
Yes. It's 7:30.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. The record should reflect that it is now 7:30. We took a very short break from our COVID-19 6:30 p.m. agenda item. We are going to return to that later after the items on this 7:30 p.m. calendar. For those of us, or for those folks who may just be tuning in now, I have a couple of things to give you a preview of what's going on before I call on Ms. Buck with respect to the action plan. I have a couple of announcements. We are then going to take public comments on any non-agenda related items. And we will then go to the public hearing for the fiscal year 2021 action plan, then to the Camarillo Springs golf course matter, then to Camarillo area transit matter, and then we will return after that to the COVID-19 agenda discussion and the very important discussion we were having with regard to business recovery planning efforts. I have a couple of announcements that I would like to make. And Ms. Buck, I'll call on you in a couple of minutes. Sorry to keep you waiting at the podium, but there are a couple of things we want to get through. Thank you very much. First of all, I have the privilege of making two announcements. The first is that it is National Municipal Clerk Week. And I want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to Jeffrey Madeline and to her entire city clerk team for the critical role that they play, and it's day in and day out for providing first-class quality public service to the Camarillo community. Not only does Ms. Madeline have to take innumerable roll call votes during this electronic meeting marathon that we have seemed to been on for the last several weeks, I want to give you an idea of some of the work that our city clerk's department and the folks in that department play or do year in and year out. So these are just statistics from 2019. Almost 8,000 records, 7,932 records were scanned into the city's records management system. 196 Public Records Act requests were processed. Remember, we're talking just about 2019. 175 agendas and public notices were posted. 94 sets of minutes were prepared. 580 agenda reports were prepared. 545 documents were processed, and that includes resolutions, ordinances, agreements, and recorded documents. And during the primary election this past March, there were 3,159 mail-in ballots received in the new permanent ballot box outside of City Hall. So on behalf of the entire City Council, I want to sincerely thank Jeffrey and all of your team, all of your city clerk team, for your invaluable contribution to the variety of essential services that the city of Camarillo provides to the community. And I really want to congratulate you. None of this would be possible without your work. So we want to thank you and recognize you. The second announcement is a recognition of National Building Safety Month, which is this month. And the month of May, as some of you may know, is the 40th annual Building Safety Month. And that is an international campaign celebrated each May to raise awareness about building safety. Safety in the built environment, structured environment, is an essential component of maintaining public health. And it makes Building Safety Month more relevant now than ever. In the city of Camarillo, the Building and Safety Department is a division of our Community Development Department headed by Mr. Vaca. And just to give the community an idea of the type of work that our Building and Safety Department, our Building and Safety Division does, in 2019, Camarillo's Building and Safety Division issued 2,367 building permits and conducted 7,488 inspections. That is an average of about 30 inspections per day, and that's an awful lot. So on behalf of the City Council, we thank you, Building and Safety, and your entire team in Building and Safety for your commitment to keeping our built environment safe here in Camarillo. So both of those are very heartfelt on behalf of the City Council. Those are our two announcements that were listed under item 14 on the agenda. Under item, there are no items under public safety. Under item 17, public comments. Jeffrey, are there any public comments that you have received on non-agenda items or any speakers who wish to speak on non-agenda items?
I do have one, so let me place the phone call.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello there.
Hey, Matt, it's Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Are you ready? You have 3 minutes.
I am. Let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Matt Lormer. I just wanted to make a few comments. The coronavirus has not only affected small business owners and large, it's also affected probably up to 900 people in the community who are out of work. It's affected family members, elderly, a lot of different people. I know last week Mr. Kildee brought up the fact that we should do some type of lottery for 10 businesses, up to $10,000. I want to talk about the food pantries and how there's 5 of them in town. They're nonprofits. If the city's going to have a program like that, they should have a program to donate to nonprofits, to seniors, the people out of work. It should not just be one demographic businesses. I know Kevin means well, but again, he's running for city council, and if you go down that road, there should be certain policies. He shouldn't be able to get money because obviously it's a conflict. It's also donating money to his campaign. If certain people get that money, I think it's important that all the demographics are met in town. So when we say we're all in this together, that means that if we're going to offer help, let's help all the people in Camarillo, the seniors. Let's have the food pantries. Let's help the family members. Let's have a lottery, and let's give money out to the whole demographic, not just one class of people. Because, again, the city of Camarillo sometimes doesn't get it always right, and it's important that we explore all opportunities and we make it a level playing field for everybody, because everybody's been hurt during this pandemic. And everybody needs a helping hand, not just one demographic. So I hope the council will take that under consideration if they decide to go with Mr. Kildee's proposed thing of $10,000 for 10 businesses. It also should include people in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, does that conclude all of our public comments from speakers on items not on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move then to our first 7:30 p.m. calendar item, which is a public hearing for fiscal year 2020/21 action plan with respect to our community development block grant funds. And I believe I see Ms. Buck at the podium ready to address us. Ms. Buck?
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. We have 4 documents: the 2020-21 action plan, the 2020-2024 regional consolidated plan, the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and citizen participation plan. All of these are CDBG-related documents that must be submitted to HUD in order to be eligible for the community block grant funding. The 2020-2021 action plan must be approved and submitted to HUD to receive CDBG funds in the next fiscal year. The action plan must include activities that will be funded during the year and their funding amounts. And the action plan must be consistent and implement the goals of the 2020-2024 regional consolidated plan, which serves as the application to HUD for CDBG funding. Approximately $426,000 is available in CDBG funds for the next fiscal year, and those funds must be committed to various activities in the action plan. About $327,000 comes from the annual CDBG allocation, and about $100,000 is available from program income balance. Of the $426,000, about $65,000 can be spent on public service programs, $65,000 may be spent on admin and fair housing, and the remaining $296,000 can be spent on other eligible housing activities. On this slide, you see a list of activities that are included in the action plan with their specific amounts that total $426,972. These are the same funding allocations that the City Council preliminarily approved at the March 25th public hearing. The next document is the Ventura County 2020-2024 Regional Consolidated Plan. This must be approved and submitted to HUD only once every 5 years in order to be eligible for an annual CDBG allocation. The consolidated plan, it helps assess affordable housing and community development needs in our region, and it also serves as a framework for identifying the goals and priorities for a 5-year period. And it's implemented by the annual action plans. This is a regional document, and it includes the following jurisdictions: Ventura County, Urban County Entitlement Area. This includes the unincorporated county, plus the cities of Fillmore, Moorpark, Ojai, Port Hueneme, and Santa Paula, and also the cities of Camarillo, Oxnard, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Ventura. The next document is analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. This document presents a demographic profile of the county, assesses the housing issues, and evaluates the availability of housing choices to all residents. The analysis of impediments must be prepared and submitted to HUD also every 5 years in conjunction with the Regional Consolidated Plan. And lastly, we have the Citizen Participation Plan. The city developed this plan back in 2010, and this year staff made some updates and clarifications to comply with HUD's current regulations. Each of the 4 documents was available for public review and comment. The regional plan, the Regional Consolidated Plan, and analysis of impediments were available from January 21st to April 24th, and it was also introduced at the February 12th City Council public hearing. The action plan was available from April 13th to May 13th, and the preliminary funding allocations included in the action plan were reviewed and approved by the Council on March 25th. And the Citizen Participation Plan was available from April 13th to May 13th for public review and comment. The next steps in the process include each jurisdiction bringing the consolidated plan, the analysis of impediments, their specific action plans, and the citizen participation plans to their respective city councils and the County Board of Supervisors for consideration. The deadline to submit these documents to HUD is August 15th. However, the target date for submittal is June 30th or by early July. The Director of Community Development wants to note that staff is tracking the supplemental COVID-19 funding and will return to City Council with information regarding these funds. HUD has not yet released the CDBG funds or guidance. The suggested action is to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing submittal to HUD of the action plan of the Regional Consolidated Plan, the analysis of impediments, and citizen participation plan. And this concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Buck. Before I open it up for public hearing, are there questions from any of the council members for Ms. Buck?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kildee.
Ms. Buck, could you bring back that first slide? I think it was the first one with all the numbers on it, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, so am I reading this? We have, I think it was actually the slide before this, but I wrote down $100,000 the income balance as of June 30th of this year. There's $100,000 income balance. Is that money that was appropriated but had not been spent by the recipients?
That's the funds that we received during the current fiscal year, the fiscal year 1920, that was not appropriated or spent. That will.
Okay, so this is just a balance that was neither appropriated and or obviously cannot be spent. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's available for next year.
Okay. All right, that was my question. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Are there any other questions from council members? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Jeffrey, do we have any speakers who wish to speak during the public hearing this evening?
I wanted to mention that you did receive those 2 written comments that I distributed earlier, and I do have one individual that wants to speak, so I'll get him on the line.
All right, while you're doing that, I'll indicate for the record that those emails were received and reviewed by council and are incorporated into tonight's hearing as part of the hearing record.
Hello, this is Jason.
Hi, Jason. It's Jeffrey at the City of Camarillo. Are you ready to make your comments?
I am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jason Meek. I'm the executive director for Turning Point Foundation. And I just wanted to provide some context to our ask this year. We provide homeless mental health services to throughout the county, but particularly 8 members from the city of Camarillo. You know, our shelter is unique in the fact that it specializes not only, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you need to turn your TV off in the background.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're still getting some substantial feedback, but if you could go ahead and continue.
Is that better?
It is a little better. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? My apologies. My apologies. Anyway, just that we have exceeded last year's expectations in terms of care for Camarillo residents. We also have a 24-bed permanent supportive housing in Camarillo, and we're providing robust clinical services, streamlined access to health care, and to permanent supportive housing. And we're also taking great measures to provide screening and access to medical care out in the field with backpack medicine and other healthcare providers to make sure that people are screened and placed in appropriate care under our guidance. And we still provide the supportive, holistic care services to these individuals, whether it be linkage to family member support systems, behavioral health, primary care doctors, and if applicable, Veterans Affairs. We spend a great deal of time understanding the unique needs of the demographics of Camarillo and tailor our care accordingly. So it is with that we appreciate the partnership with Camarillo. We are absolutely steadfast and dedicated to the safety, health, and well-being of these individuals, and we look forward to continuing these services with your support. So thank you very much, and I'm certainly able to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much. Jeffrey, does that conclude all of our speakers for the public hearing?
Yes, that's all your speakers.
All right, all speakers having been concluded and are having received emails, I'm going to close this public hearing. I'm going to throw it now to the council for deliberation and action. Who wants to start? Or do we have a motion?
I move the approval.
I'll second that motion.
All right. We have a motion and a second for approval of the staff recommendation. Ms. Manlin, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey. That concludes public hearing under item 18A. We're now going to go ahead and move to departmental 19A, request from Mr. Molche on GPA 2017-2 New Urban West, Inc., the proposed Camarillo Springs Golf Course development. I believe we have some preliminary remarks from Mr. Pierik.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is an item that was put on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Molche. It does relate to the Camarillo Springs Golf Course. There was a general... I'm starting to hear some echo, I'm not sure why. There was some a referral of this general plan amendment previously, and there has been an EIR that is in process now. At the time that the application was received, there was a statement with respect to the golf course being open that Mr. Molche can comment upon. I was going to limit my comments to the procedural issue of why we are here this evening, and that has to do with the policy of the city. It's called Policy 7.01, and in that policy, a council member may request an item to be put on a future agenda. That's policy section F2, and the item would be considered by the council at that future meeting, provided that the council approves the referral, which is what is presented to you tonight. So that's what the issue is that's being is the proper subject of discussion. The way that this would proceed in my recommendation would be for a council member Molche to explain the basis for his request, and then proceeding as you normally do with a agenda item to request for you to ask questions, request comment from the public, and then proceed with your deliberations. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Pierik. I actually have some framework comments that I want to begin that I want to give prior to recognizing Mr. Molche, and we'll go from there. But at this point, do any council members have specific questions for Mr. Pierik?
I have one question, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Mr. Pierik, the process is agendized, but how much discussion legally can we get into this?
Well, the answer to that is you can get into as much discussion as is necessary for you to make the decision. So the decision that's before you is to whether to set this on a future agenda for consideration of a rescission of the general plan amendment referral. As you can see from the email from Councilmember Molche, the basis for his request is that the representation was made at the time of the general plan amendment referral that the golf course would remain open during the processing of the general plan referral. However, the golf course is not open at this time, and that is the basis for the request. So, in my opinion, there would be some latitude with respect to what is considered in connection with this item tonight. If the developer or if others wish to address the issue of why the golf course is not open, I believe that would be permissible. I know that there's been a lot of information that's been obtained during the course of the EIR. I certainly don't think we should be getting into detail about all of that, but on the limited issue of whether the golf course is open or not, which it's my understanding there's no dispute that it's not. However, if there was to be testimony or evidence presented on the issue of why it's not open or when it will open, such as that, I would say that that would be relevant to your decision as to whether to schedule a future agenda item.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Mr. Perrick, can you explain what, if there is a rescission of the GPA referral, what then happens?
Well, let me make clear that that is not what's being addressed tonight as to whether to rescind or not. So I believe you all know that, but just in case there's any question by any viewers, that is not what is before the council tonight, whether to rescind or not. The only issue before the council tonight is whether to schedule it for a future agenda item to discuss rescission. So to answer your question, the answer is that if the general plan amendment referral is rescinded, then that would stop the processing of the general plan amendment, and any future efforts by the developer to proceed with the project would require a return to the council at some future date for consideration of whether to refer. But it would end this process that began some time ago.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mulchay.
Yeah, I have a question of Mr. Perrick as well.
Okay, we are going to call on you.
Oh, I know.
It's a question for Mr. Perrick.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, the decision that's before us tonight as to whether or not to place on a future agenda an item to consider rescission of this GPA referral is purely one of discretion. Is that correct?
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Perrick? All right. What I'd like to do at this point, though, is give some preliminary remarks just in terms of the scope. And this may be, I want to reiterate what is in front of us tonight and what is not in front of us tonight. First of all, I want to start by saying that we've received many emails from Camarillo Springs residents, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much for doing that. Getting your input is appreciated, and I'll just say right now that we have received, and the record will indicate received and reviewed those emails, and they are incorporated by record into tonight's proceedings. Number two, I want to note that per the council policy Mr. Perrick just addressed, this item tonight is only to consider a request for a future agenda item to consider rescission of a GPA referral. And it's readily apparent to me from reading many of the emails that there may be some misunderstanding about that. So let me set the stage, which I hope is helpful. And I'm going to supplement what Mr. Perrick had to say. Tonight, the question in front of the council tonight is not about, number one, it is not about the pros and cons of the project merits. There are no studies yet that have been released. The council has not seen those studies yet. Also tonight is not about a decision on rescission of the general plan amendment referral. Rather, it's simply putting an item, it's a procedural vote as to whether to put that item on a council agenda for future consideration. So tonight is a procedural vote. It does not include a decision on whether the GPA referral should be rescinded or whether the project should go forward. Those issues are not in front of the council tonight. If the council decides to put this matter on a future agenda, if the council were to do that, then the appropriate time, in my view, to discuss the merits of a potential rescission of the referral should occur at that future meeting. And Mr. Perrick, thank you again for your remarks, and if we start going into areas that you believe we should not go into pursuant to discussion, I'm sure you will speak up at that point. Based on what I've said, I would ask speakers tonight to please keep this framework in mind and what Mr. Pierik has said and the questions from council members and the way that we have framed this, to please keep this in mind when addressing the council this evening. The way we are going to proceed is that New Urban West will have, I'll begin by recognizing New Urban West, and they will have 5 minutes to address the city council. And then after New Urban West is done, and Jeffrey, you'll have to continue to time everybody because I can't see the clock from where I am. Then we would receive all verbal public comments on this item, and any verbal public comments on this item from members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And I might inquire of the city clerk, Jeffrey, how many speakers do we have right now that have requested to speak on this item?
We have 8.
We have 8, in addition to New Urban West?
In addition, yes.
Okay, all right. So 8 speakers plus New Urban West. And I think with that, I want to recognize Mr. Mulchay. And then after Mr. Mulchay completes his remarks, then I'm going to ask council members whether they have any additional questions of either Mr. Mulchay or Mr. Pierik or Mr. Vaca on any of these matters. And then we will go to public comment by New Urban West, and then thereafter public comment by others. So at this point, I want to recognize Councilmember Mulchay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to be precise or concise in this on, and both you and the framework you laid out is incredibly helpful. And some of the comments made by our city attorney, I'm going to try not to repeat all that as to what my request was. On April 30th, I sent an email and a letter to Mr. Clifford, our interim city manager, utilizing our city council policy that the city attorney had referenced, to make a request of to be placed on a future agenda consideration of rescission of the GPA referral for Camarillo Springs development that was applied for by New Urban West. The reason for this, and Mr. Mayor, you kind of already alluded to it, this is not passing judgment on the merits of the project itself, the development itself. The reason for this request, simply put, is because there was, at the time, both written in the application, the GPA referral application itself, some years ago, along with representations that were made on behalf in front of the city council while it was being considered. This is prior to my time being on the city council, but I went back and I watched those proceedings. There was both a written commitment and a representation made that during this referral process, this golf course in Camarillo Springs was to remain open and available, and that it was going to be kept in, let's just say, if not playable condition, but it was going to be kept in good order. And in keeping the golf course open and available, it's assumed that, at least on my part, that it would be kept in a playable condition, because you simply cannot operate a golf course if it is in a deteriorated and unsightly state. So obviously, due to the COVID-19, there were certain health restrictions placed on a litany of different businesses, golf courses included. So due to those health restrictions, the golf course at Camarillo Springs was mandated to close. During that closure, obviously some things occurred. It appears that the company managing the golf course and the grounds rescinded their operating agreement with New Urban West. That was really evident in that when prior to the golf courses being allowed to reopen under modified health orders by the county, the golf course did not. And not only did it not reopen, but prior to that time, the state saying the conditions of the golf course were quickly deteriorating. Several weeks prior to that time, which really brings me to the point of why I filed this request pursuant to this policy. It is merely, if I'm going to sum it up, it is merely to ensure that New Urban West, the developer, is held responsible to the commitment they made, not just to this council, but to the community, and specifically the community in Camarillo Springs. It's something that I take very seriously. When you make a commitment and when you make a promise and you make a deal, you stay and you operate within the covenants of that deal. And the deal, as I saw it, was one of the golf course was going to stay open. The golf course was going to remain in a playable condition, and the grounds were going to be properly maintained to the point to where it didn't look like, to the point to where it continued to resemble a golf course. And that there would be a little bit more green than there is brown. I have not seen that. I drove by today, and I've been keeping an eye on the property for several weeks. I drove by today, and for council's consideration, I don't know if everyone had an opportunity to drive by, look at it, but I also issued in our red folder this evening with an email. I had the city clerk distribute just a few pictures that I took this afternoon, and which you'll see here. So those are available, but more or less what it shows is, and there, to be fair, there are some maintenance crews out there. They appear to be doing some watering and some mowing, but the fields are brown, the greens are brown, dying if not, they appear to be dead. The golf course is not open. I was not able to drive onto the grounds. They had all the entrances coned off, roped off to the public. So not only is it not open, but it is, from my vantage point, clearly not in a playable, or if I were to take the comments of some of the people who have submitted, some of the residents that have submitted input, particularly on this item and over the last several weeks, it is slowly evolving, or I should say degrading into an eyesore for that community. So, which is why this request was submitted. I'm not going to read through my letter. It's been published in our packet. We've all had an opportunity to read it. I published it at least online on my Facebook page, so the community can read it. It's been made available. So I'm hoping that the letter and all the attachments therein speak to why I submitted it and the reasoning put forward for submitting it. And that is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else any other council members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Do council members have any questions for Mr. Mulchay? All right. Hearing none, do any council members have any questions before I recognize New Urban West? Do council members have any questions for either Mr. Pierik or Mr. Vaca, our Community Development Director? I know that I have a question for Mr. Vaca, which I'd like to address now. And hopefully Mr. Vaca will be approaching the podium. Joe, I was going to wait till you got to the podium.
Yes.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Vaca.
Hello. Hello, Mayor Tremblay.
So I read all of the emails that have been submitted, and one of the emails indicated very precisely that the resident said that the completion of the EIR and the related studies, the economic study, and et cetera, is at least 6 to 7 months delayed with no target date in sight. I also read from the Camarillo Springs Redevelopment Advisory Committee, and they say completion of the EIR and the related studies is just weeks away. So I'm confused as to what the timing is relative to the release of the studies by the city. And I will also say that some of the writers of some of the emails appear to be alleging that the city is somehow dragging its feet on release of these studies. Can you comment on the timing of when these studies are going to be released, please, and what the city's been doing?
Yes, thank you. So the draft environmental impact report is in the administrative preparation phase, and there are two technical studies that are still being finalized, and that is cultural resources and biological resources. And once those studies are done, which is anticipated to be here in May, we anticipate the administrative draft will be in the staff level for review. And once typos are fixed and any grammatical errors and adjustments are made at the administrative review level, then it will be prepared for public release, which is anticipated this summer. And we feel like, assuming things aren't delayed for any reason outside of our control and that the studies are done on time here in May, we do anticipate having the EIR available for public review this summer, 2020.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pierrick. Any other questions from Mr. Pierrick? Thank you, Mr. Vaca. Any other questions from Mr. Vaca? Okay.
I got one.
Sure, Mr. Mulchet. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. Joe, what has been, in regards to community development or specifically code enforcement, what has been code enforcement's communication or observation of the status of the course as of late?
So over the past 3 weeks, we've been in constant communications with our Code Compliance Division staff and myself and our principal planner, Jackie Lee, in coordinating with New Urban West, who has assumed responsibility from Ron Richards, who's the underlying property owner, to start to address the maintenance issues that we perceived needed attention out there at the Camarillo Springs Golf Course. And they started from the outside, working in, essentially out on Camarillo Springs Drive, all of the public visible areas, the former parking lot for the golf course and the parkways. And so they've been working on weed abatement and maintenance of irrigation and getting things irrigated. And then they have reseeded all of the greens, and we understand that they are irrigating all of the greens in an effort to get those up and running so they're available for what we have heard to be a reopening date of June 1st for the golf course.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Vaca? All right, thank you, Mr. Vaca. And no questions for Mr. Pierrick? All right, hearing no further questions to staff, I'm going to now call for public comment by New Urban West. We have a time limit set of 5 minutes, and Jeffrey, if you can let me know when that 5 minutes is up, because I can't see the clock on your end. And I would ask New Urban West and those 8 speakers who intend to address the council, if they would please keep in mind the scope of what we are talking about this evening pursuant to the earlier remarks that I made and Mr. Pierrick made. So at this point, I'm going to recognize, I understand, is it Mr. Hahn?
Hello, good evening, Mayor Tremblay and members of the council. My name is Jonathan Frankel. I just want to make sure you can hear me before I proceed.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'm going to attempt to walk through a very, very brief presentation, if I may. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen here, and please just bear with me one moment. Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and members of the council. My name is Jonathan Frankel, and I have the pleasure of serving as the project manager on behalf of New Urban West for this project here in Camarillo Springs. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to give you an update tonight, specifically with regards to operation of the golf course and everything that has gone on since we've been experiencing the effects of the global COVID-19 pandemic. I would first just like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for staff, particularly Mr. Vaca and Ms. Lee, what are likely hundreds of hours they've spent ensuring compliance with all city requirements and regulations with respect to new development. We are really grateful for their professionalism and efforts. Here in New Urban West, we were very excited about the Camarillo Springs project and the future of Camarillo Springs. And when we think about this project, we really think about it in the context of three primary objectives that we have. One, preserving golf and making sure we're designing a world-class golf facility for the future in Camarillo. Secondly, protecting homes. Everyone knows that in Camarillo Springs today, many residents experience hazardous flooding conditions, and we worked very hard with our engineering team to design a flood safety solution that we are pleased has been reviewed by FEMA and has been determined to meet all of their criteria for safety and effectiveness. Finally, of course, senior housing, that is the cornerstone of the project, and we are looking forward to delivering needed housing for the fastest growing demographic in the city of Camarillo. So specifically with respect to golf operations, and as Mr. Moshe correctly noted, as with any business, the global pandemic that we all face has significantly altered operations at Camarillo Springs. And pursuant to the county's health order, the course, of course, was forced to close, was precluded from operating for a period of time. And during that period of time, we learned that the operator had notified the owner that he could no longer fulfill his obligations under the management agreement. So I just want to be clear that that operating agreement was between the owner of the property and the golf operator, and not directly with New Urban West. And so as a result of that, when we learned this news, we immediately sprang into action to do a whole number of things. And I think we want to be very clear that we absolutely share the city's goal of reopening the golf course and making sure that it's maintained in a playable condition, that it reopens as soon as possible. And so we're very grateful to the members of the Camarillo community that have worked with us for many, many years on both designing the plan and helping us through this turbulent time with respect to golf course operations. So we did many things, and I'll walk through them briefly. Firstly, we negotiated a license agreement with the owner to gain right of entry, the ability to go on the property, to maintain it, and to take other actions related to the reopening of the golf course. Secondly, we had the opportunity to look around the region and other areas to identify a golf course operator, and that was very, very important. And so we also rehired a number of the staff and other individuals associated with the prior operator in an effort to make sure that we had knowledgeable grounds crew and people on the ground. We took efforts to repair critical infrastructure, which was very important to make sure that the course could be irrigated and watered properly. And all of these things, all of these efforts have resulted in the golf course being able to return, we believe, to operations on June 1st. And we're very, very pleased about that. And we worked very hard in order to make sure that golf course operations can resume just as soon as possible. So I apologize. I'm experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties with the screen share function here. I did have some photos of the maintenance work that we've conducted, primarily focusing on three areas. One, as Mr. Vaca mentioned, the golf course frontage, ensuring that that was maintained and irrigated. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that the greens and the fairways, of course, were mowed and watered. And finally, any kind of weed abatement and other issues that needed to be addressed in the city, we made sure that we had a dedicated staff person available to answer questions and concerns and take immediate action. So again, we were very pleased that in close coordination with the community and our team that we've been able to get a group on the ground that is working on a daily basis to reopen the course, and that we will have it. Thank you, and we will have it open by June 1st. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Franco. I was actually going to give you another 30 seconds or so if you want to wrap it up.
Oh, sure. I appreciate that, Mayor Tremblay. Thank you so much. So I think just in conclusion, we are pleased to get the golf course reopened, and we have every intention of ensuring that it is maintained in a playable condition. We as a company have invested very substantial resources both in the short term and allocated resources in the long term to make sure that can happen. And we are really looking forward to continued work with staff to get the EIR and the reports in front of you for consideration and ultimately bring this project forward towards a vote sometime in the summer or fall.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Frankel. Do any members of the council have questions for Mr. Frankel?
I do.
All right, Mr. Mulchay and Vice Mayor Santangelo is on deck. Mr. Mulchay.
Hi, Mr. Frankel. Good evening. So you're saying by June 1st you hope to, on June 1st you will have the course reopened. Can you try to be specific as to exactly what on the course, what does open mean, in what respect and to what degree?
So the course will be open for play on June 1st, and we are working on a daily basis to make sure that it's in the best possible condition it can be. Obviously, it's going to take a couple more weeks of work, of irrigation, of maintenance, in order to get it there, but we will have it open for play. Folks can play a round of 18 holes, and from June 1st onward, we will work on continuing to improve the quality of the course as the weeks progress.
Does that include, all right, so my one question was, can I play a full 18 holes? Does the driving range, that'll be open as well?
Correct.
Can you hear me?
Yes, correct. Correct.
Okay. And then golf carts, the clubhouse, is all that open as well?
Yeah, so the county's health order is kind of evolving on golf carts and whether they're able to be used. And the initial order precluded the use of carts, and now I understand that single occupancy carts may be a possibility. So carts will be available provided that the county's shelter-in-place order allows that. And certainly the pro shop and, where you would go to check in, that will be open as well.
And then, to the best way you can represent it, what do you expect the condition of the course to be? Would you deem it to be then, I presume, in quote unquote playable condition? And do you hope to have the weeds on the course and most of the visual nature of the course to be looking significantly better than, say, what it is right now?
Yes, we do. Absolutely, council member. We are going to be working hard, and we've worked hard with the superintendent to understand the kind of trajectory of the reopening. And June 1st was the date they felt that the course could be in playable condition. Obviously, it will take some time after that to get it into even better shape. But we believe that the course will be open and in playable condition on June 1st.
And then, if it's not, what do you suspect? What would you propose if it's not? I know it's a hypothetical, but
right now, our expectation is that it will be open on June 1st. I have no evidence to indicate otherwise at this point, and we've planned and I've spent many hours talking to the superintendent and others on the course in letting them know that, of course, barring a change in the shelter-in-place order or something completely unexpected, those things can arise, that we do intend on opening on June 1st.
And are you in New Urban West, are you guys continuously looking for an operator? And in the event you cannot find one, you guys are committing to, I guess, more or less underwriting the continued maintenance and operation of the golf course?
That's correct. We have stepped in and to ensure that the resources necessary to ensure the maintenance and operation of the golf course can occur. And so that is a commitment that we made really immediately after learning that the agreement between the owner and the operator may no longer be in place. So we believe we have identified an operator and that the course can be open and will be in playable condition on June 1st.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Mr. Frankel, my question was, have you identified somebody yet? So you believe you have?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Yeah, Councilmember Santangelo, we have, and we continue to work to hash out kind of final details, but we do have an operator identified and a crew ready to go, and that will all allow for the reopening on June 1st.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Frankel? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Frankel. Jeffrey, I think we're at the point where we're now going to go to public comments for 3 minutes each. My understanding is that we have 8 speakers. And again, if you could keep time, that would be great. Thank you very much. And I think we're ready to hear from the first speaker.
Hello?
Hi, is this John?
It is. How are you?
Hi, John. It's Jeffrey at the City Council meeting. Are you ready for your comments?
I am. Thank you very much.
You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Gardner. I live on the golf course at Camarillo Springs, and I'm part of the Volunteer Advisory Committee. I understand from Mr. Mulchay, while this topic's on the agenda tonight, the reason, obviously, and I understand this as well, potentially to put pressure on New Urban West to reopen the course. And as you've heard, really was not New Urban West that caused the course to be closed. My view is that New Urban West has gone above and beyond in every aspect of this project to show their good faith with regard to working with the advisory committee and the homeowners in terms of working closely with the city and other agencies toward the completion of the required studies, and even in this current confusion. New Urban West had nothing to do with the operator canceling their contract. New Urban West, of course, had nothing to do with the virus, which presents additional financial burdens on opening and operating a course. You heard that New Urban West has assumed responsibility under contract from Richards, and as I understand, Richards has done nothing more than give New Urban West permission to spend their own money. New Urban West has invested well over $1 million to date and has gone above and beyond, in my opinion, to commit to everything, including what you've heard tonight, to reopen the course as of June the 1st, which should resolve Mr. Mulchay's concern and eliminate the need for tonight's agenda item. However, with regard to rescission, my questions are, how could you consider rescission midstream when the EIR is reportedly due to council within just a couple of months? How could you consider rescission midstream when we already have FEMA approval of the engineering plans to take 160 homes out of the floodplain? How could you consider rescission midstream when the completed but not yet released City Commission golf feasibility study is reportedly favorable to the project? How could you consider rescission midstream when our community is in need of additional senior housing that is not rental property or condos? How could you consider rescission midstream? I don't believe you can, legally, morally, ethically, or in good faith. So I urge the council to table this agenda item tonight and consider rescission only in the context of having all the reports to council and to the public. The GPA requires extensive studies and reports which have not yet been completed. It seems that to rescind the project midstream without full consideration of all the facts would be a great disservice to our community and would be an abandonment of due process, which now seems to be front and center for citizens and voters, not just in Camarillo, but all across our country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thank you, John. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Joanne. This is Jeffrey at the City Council meeting. It's time for your public comments.
Okay, my name is Joanne Oram, and I live at 41 Margarita. And I was under the misunderstanding that tonight was the rescission vote, as you said might happen, so that my comments that I had spent a lot of time preparing, I will have to save for another time. But I just want to say tonight that from what I've heard, it makes no sense to even consider shutting down the proposal when all the studies are just about complete. And I would like to add, I live on the 18th tee, right on it virtually, and I see every day for the last couple of weeks how hard the crews are working outside my windows from dawn until dusk, and so I can vouch for the fact that they are working hard to get the golf course in order to play. And so I hope that you will not even consider a rescission vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Jeffrey.
Hello?
Hi, is this Hal?
Yeah.
Hi, Hal. It's at the Jeffrey from the council meeting.
Okay.
Please start by stating your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Mel.
Turn off your TV in the background.
Yes, I turned it off.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Hal Hyman, and I live on San Como Lane in Camarillo Springs. I have been involved in many community issues over the years and have participated actively in the creation of the current plan for Camarillo Springs. I have spoken a few times to the City Council, thanking them for their interest in caring about Camarillo Springs. The council and staff are incredible. We're proud of them here in Camarillo Springs, and I know you're going to make the right decision or decisions tonight. I urge you to allow the project to move forward. This project is the result of amazing collaboration between the community and New Urban West. In my years here, I have never seen anything like the outreach process that has led to the current plan. Mr. Multi, if you have thoughts and concerns, please contact me or people here in this community to get a sense of the kind of work that New Urban West has been doing and will do. We have held dozens of meetings to discuss all the important issues. The residents have been involved in every step of the process. Our concerns and suggestions have been heard and incorporated into the proposal. Not really understanding the scope of this agenda item, I still would like you to consider not to rescind, to not consider rescinding the referral. Allow the project to continue, and please be safe, stay positive, enjoy your work. We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Madeline, do we have the next speaker, please?
Oops. Cancel.
This is Ron Kester.
Hi, Ron. It's Jeffrey calling from the council meeting.
Oh, hi, Jeffrey. I'm listening to Hal right now.
Oh, okay. Can you make sure you turn off your TV in the background? And
Oh, yeah, and I'll also turn off the YouTube.
And you have 3 minutes and start by stating your name.
Fantastic. Just hold on right now.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Hi. Good evening. My name is Ron Kester. I reside in Camarillo Springs at 6329 Gatana Avenue, and I'm co-chair of the Camarillo Springs Golf Course Redevelopment Advisory and Communications Committee. I have to admit that I was shocked and appalled that we're even discussing a possible discussion of a rescission on the application. I don't understand why we are revisiting the referral when normal process is 80% complete, and why, when all the key studies are ready or very nearly ready for release, and why revisit a project that directly affects over 900 households in the middle of a pandemic that puts a strain on everyone and everything. Listening, the answer is because the golf course closed, and I really do appreciate trying to protect the community. I think that is very good. But it was closed at the direction of Ventura County Health District, and it'll open June 1st. So that really almost makes it moot. And it kind of strikes me that it's kind of like being the fourth in line at a stoplight, and the light turns green, and you honk. I think we need to let the system work. Okay, we need to release the studies, let people review the studies, let people comment on the studies, get all of the facts. We've been waiting for the golf study. We've been waiting for the EIR. We've been waiting for the FEMA and county reviews of the floodplain, and we're ready now to get the facts and be able to make decisions on the facts. I sent the city clerk 147 cards representing over 200 residents of Camarillo Springs that, one, support the new Urban West plan, and two, don't want the process to be interrupted, don't feel that it is necessary to have an agenda item to discuss the rescission. So with the voice of those 200 residents and mine, I implore you not to move further with this item. Do not consider rescinding the application. Do not move forward. Let's get the information before we make a decision. There is no basis for considering a rescission. And I'd just like to, again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your service to the community. And again, New Urban West is doing everything they can, and the citizens are doing everything they can to make Camarillo Springs a wonderful place to continue to live. And the golf course is part of that, and we're committed to keeping it open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Jeffrey.
Hello? Hi, is this Brian?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Brian. It's Jeffrey calling you from the council chambers. Are you ready for your comments?
I am, thank you.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name and make sure your TV or YouTube is turned off in the background.
Okay, let me turn one thing off. Love these remotes. Hello, Honorable City Council members. My name is Brian Morris, and I'm the founder of the opposed Camarillo Springs Building Group. I'd like to touch on a few things this evening. Occasionally, mailers and emails are distributed into our neighborhood by a self-appointed advisory committee whose origin is the Camarillo Springs Men's Club, Golf Club, excuse me. I'm certain they're as passionate in their objective as we are, but the fact that they are supported by and are the spokesman for New Urban West erodes any illusions of their being objective. Mr. Gardner's call tonight, Mr. Kessler's call, confirmed that to be the truth about their relationship. Yesterday, another update arrived, leaving many neighbors with the impression that the New Urban West flood control plan has been approved. And as a result, 160 homeowners will no longer be needing flood insurance. Now, they were misled by the words used, and I will admit the words chosen were careful, but the implications were clear, and they were irresponsible. Mayor Tremblay, I think you referred to that same document earlier this evening, so either the one I sent you or you already had one that you know what I'm speaking of. These people need to know the truth, and they have to know what their financial responsibilities will be. Many are on fixed incomes. It's not fair. Ron Richards and New Urban West have again played tug of war with the golf course, as they have on other properties all over the state of California. This will go on until their plan is approved or denied, and then they'll finally shut the golf course down. Why maintain a golf course that within months they will destroy anyway? We ask that you first fix the pond on the golf course that's full of oil. We were told the water system and the pump were broken, and that's why they hadn't watered since last fall. And it's working wonderfully now after Mr. Molche's involvement. The operator on site, he left after Clovis 19. So I'm a little confused by some of their comments, but we do thank you. Please rescind this plan and put our community out of our misery. It's a turkey of a plan, and I think everybody knows. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey, our next speaker, please.
Hello?
Hi, is this Milton?
Yes.
Hi, Milton. This is Jeffrey calling you from the Camarillo Council Chambers.
Right.
You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name, and also if you have your TV on in the background, turn it off.
Certainly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Milton Dorsey. I live in Camarillo Springs in Palmeiras. I'm against this redevelopment program. All I hear is about golf course, the golf course, the golf course, when in reality, what I'm worried about is the 248 homes that are going to be built, and that's why they're going to fix the golf course. Basically, they want to just make homes and build and develop. Now, when they sell the golf course, what happens then? Who's going to manage it? When New Urban West leaves the scene, New Urban West is involved now, and the golf course looks like that. And I was listening to the comments today, and it's because Ron Richards talked to, the company contacted him, and that's why nobody's been taking care of it. That sounds like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And if they cut the golf course down to 12 or 9 holes, that doesn't say world-class golf course to me. So I don't want to have another 300 homes and all the traffic and all the problems that is going to occur because of that. Golf's great. Why don't they just fix the golf course and then be done with it then, if that's what we're talking about? Now, when the other company buys it and they're not making any money on the golf course, what are they going to do then? Cut it even smaller and build more homes, or just let it go to pot? So I would just like you to consider to just forget this whole project and move on to something else. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, can we have the next speaker, please?
Hello? Hi, is this Tina?
Yes.
Hi, Tina. It's Jeffrey calling you from the Cameron City Council Chambers.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, are you ready to speak? You have 3 minutes. Start with stating your name, and please turn off your TV if you have it on in the background.
Okay, I only have you guys on. Okay.
There you go.
Am I ready?
Yes.
Let me know when I'm ready. Hi, Mayor and all the council members.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Tina. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you could restate your name, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tina.
Go ahead.
Hello, I don't know what's happening. Somebody else is talking.
I think, is your TV on in the background?
No, I don't have a TV.
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay, I'm watching the live thing on YouTube. Maybe that's why.
Oh, you need to turn that off.
Okay, but let me go in my other room. Sorry, everybody. Hello, council members and mayor. This is my second letter to the council. The first one was my motivation behind the second. I'm a homeowner in courtyards of Camarillo Springs. The reason why I'm now speaking up and oppose this development going forward with NUWI is because this pandemic has brought to light the true intentions of the project. They have used this pandemic and trying times for their own agenda. The wonderful present with the big red bow that they had promised is nothing but an empty box full of houses. They don't care about this community, a place I call home. The wonderful gifts of the wildlife that God has graced us with in Camarillo Springs have been forgotten. It's now apparently clear what's important here, the almighty dollar. I hope the city of Camarillo cares about the city that they represent. Camarillo Springs is not only a staple of Camarillo, a sanctuary to protected species, and is old enough to be historic. What opened my eyes and are the emails I started to receive in March 2020 from Camarillo Springs Communications. To be honest, I wasn't paying much attention to the craziness of life until a duck I helped keep safe in the past came back to hatch 12 more ducklings. When the coronavirus put my life on hold, I had time to follow her on her journey to the golf course, only to realize she was taking her just-born ducklings to a trash, oil-filled pond of death. Did you know? I didn't even realize until I helped watch the process of a mother duck. Her and her mate are together in the morning, and then she heads over to her nest that she pre-made, and she lays one egg a day, and then leaves, and then comes back and does the same routine over a 2-week period. Then when her eggs are all laid, she sits on them straight 30 days without moving until they are hatched. The male always somewhere close by. Then they all hatch on the same day. So crazy and so much work goes into having those babies. Then as soon as they hatch, they follow her, and she hurries to lead them to water, only to lead them to this oil trash pond and to their ultimate death. I think of the love and the time that she had taken to have her babies. The neglection of the city of Camarillo allowing management of the grounds and letting this sanctuary go to hell. I decided to take a walk around the golf course myself that I had taken for granted. The true beauty that lives on those greens. It was sad to see all the overgrown grass, weeds, brown patches, and what had happened to the course of what was to open my eyes. I saw some of the ponds that had many different kinds of ducks and ducks.
That's
the true beauty of what was.
That's the end of the 3 minutes.
Can I just close it real fast?
Thank you very much for your comments, but we have to give treat everybody the same, so you're limited to our 3 minutes, but thank you very much for speaking. Jeffrey, do we have an additional speaker, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, is this Carol?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Carol. I'm calling you from the Camarillo City Hall chambers. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
I am. This is my first council meeting here, so it's nice to see all the members.
You're going to start by stating your name, and please make sure that your TV's turned off in the background.
Right.
Okay.
Carol Grove, and I live in Miramonte. And I've been concerned about this project. I thought tonight was rescission or not. And
I oppose the building, kind of dovetailing on the last speaker about the wildlife. We've got coyotes walking down our streets now to usurp more of their land. But a bigger concern is I'm a healthcare provider, and I see what not only this virus is doing, but what it's doing to certain people and not to certain people, because we have other things in our atmosphere. And I will just say the negative word 5G, but electromagnetic fields do affect our health. Now, the other thing is, in this land used to be farmland, and that's when the DDT was used, and for us to excavate that and put that out into the air would cause another pandemic, as far as I'm concerned, in Camarillo Springs area here. So I know there will be another meeting for this, or these comments will be more appropriate, but those are the things that I want you to consider. The other thing is, the first time I came here, I stood there on the golf course, and I could feel a physical presence energetically of what is in this area here. It is amazing, and to ruin this would be a travesty to me. It is a beautiful, peaceful area, and I would like to see it stay that way. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much for your comments. Jeffrey, does that conclude our speakers?
Yes.
Do we have any?
No more.
I counted. I just want to know if we had any additional speakers.
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for going through all the logistics and assisting us on that. So thank you to all of the speakers for your comments this evening. I'm going to bring it back now to council for any additional questions to staff, and then for discussion and action on this item. Who would like to start? I think I saw Mrs. Craven. I think I saw Mr. Mulchay first, and
okay,
you're going to be on deck. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mulchay.
I only got I think one or two questions. One is for if Mr. Pierik can come back. There he is. Mr. Pierik, for our decision tonight, and because of a lot of letters and everything else we were receiving, I do want to make this clear, and Mr. Tremblay, I think, already did. But our decision tonight is simply to refer to a later date a council decision then as to whether or not we want to rescind the GPA referral, right?
Well, the item tonight is to decide whether to schedule a future agenda item for rescission.
If we were to choose to schedule this item later, that does not preclude the GPA referral process from proceeding. I mean, it doesn't. It keeps it in. It'll continue.
It'll
until. Go ahead.
Continue unless and until it is rescinded. So, when I just made my comment to you about your options tonight, your options are either to vote to schedule a future agenda item, or not to schedule a future agenda item, or a third choice would be you could continue the item before you tonight to a future agenda for further discussion and decision on whether to schedule the future agenda item.
Yeah, what I want to make clear is that regardless of the decision we make tonight, specifically if it is to schedule a future agenda item, it does not stop, in and of itself, it does not stop this GPA referral process.
It does not stop until it's rescinded, if it's rescinded.
All right. Thank you. That was the only question I had. I had comments afterwards.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and recognize Mrs. Craven. Mrs. Craven?
I don't have any questions on this, but I'll go ahead with my comments because I think everybody got most of their questions in. I wanted to respond to something that a couple of people said about how good Nui was to step in. Nui might not have owned the property at the time of the request for the general plan referral, but it was in the written proposal, a written request, and I heard Jason from Newey guarantee that to the city council at the referral hearing that the golf course would. So Newey's the one who made the guarantee, and as far as I'm concerned, they're the ones who need to make sure it stays open. But none of that really matters. I think we need to make it clear that general plan referrals are totally discretionary. Even if the referral is not rescinded, when it does come back to the city council with all the studies, the city council can approve it or reject it at their discretion. This is one of the few discretionary decisions the council has. So no matter what the EIR concludes, it's legally a totally discretionary decision on the city council's part. I voted both times it came to the council against the project, and I favor placing this item on a future agenda to consider rescission.
All right. Who's Vice Mayor Santangelo?
To me, this is pretty simple. It has nothing to do with what I think about the project. It has nothing to do with the EIR. It has nothing to do with any of that. To me, this has to do with the commitment to keep the golf course open and operating and to keep that course in good shape. I'm not convinced that this is going to happen by June 1st. I'm just not. I think that we ought to put this on a future agenda. Ideally, I would think the June 10th meeting, if I have the date right, would be the best, because then we would know if the course was up and operating by then. So that's where I stand.
Who wants to go next? Mr. Mulchay.
Sure. And I do want to respond to a few of the individuals who called in. I do want to say that for those who did call in, John, Joanne, Hal, Ron, Brian, Milton, Carol, Tina, I do appreciate it. And that actually went rather smoothly, all things considered. I do want to thank all the people who submitted comments. I have read through, I'm going to say, just about every single one. I got a few at the last minute, just prior to the meeting. I have not been able to read those. But if you send it at least an hour before the meeting, I have read it, and I do appreciate it. It's always, I do appreciate, regardless of what side of the issue you fall on, that you communicate and you let us know how you feel. A few things were said in the comments, and I just want to respond to them, and I'm going to incorporate them into some of my comments. John called and he talked about good faith. I completely agree. One of the purposes of my letter is to ensure that the good faith represented by Newey is maintained and kept to. That the representations of the commitment they made to the city, to this council, to the owners, those who live in Camarillo Springs, is adhered to. That the golf course remain open, and more importantly, that the golf course and what people have to look at looks respectable and beautiful. To Joanne, who has to look out the 18th hole through her window, I want to make sure that the view you have out your window is properly maintained. Like I said, that there's more green than there is brown, that you have something to wake up to and look out to every single morning. That's something that Newey committed to. That's something I want to make sure they keep to. How caring about Camarillo Springs. I care deeply about Camarillo Springs. Half my childhood I spent growing up in Camarillo Springs. I lived off the Sail Encantada with my mother. I spent about 8 years in Camarillo Springs. I know that neighborhood in and out. And it's one of the very few neighborhoods. I grew up in 3 different neighborhoods in Camarillo, kind of bounced around. But it's one that is I'm very endeared to, and it's one that's very important to me. Brian talked about responsibilities, and again, I think that that NUI has a responsibility to our community. It's a responsibility that they brought upon themselves and the commitments they made and the representations they made. And Carol and Tina, you both brought up animals, wildlife. It's not just what we have to look at, and what you have to look at living in Camarillo Springs, but it's also what a lot of our wildlife and the creatures that inhabit that beautiful space and all that open, vast land have to enjoy day in and day out. And we need to maintain it just as we're maintaining it for ourselves and our neighbors. We got to maintain it for them too, because they're inhabitants of that land. So a representation, and now an additional representation was made. June 1st, we will have the NUI, Mr. Frankel said that he's committing to June 1st that course will be open, it'll be playable, and that it should be in good enough condition to play on, and that they will continue to maintain it. I will hold them to that. But in lieu, and obviously Ms. Santangelo had some reservations as to whether or not that commitment can be adhered to. I too have some reservations, and for that reason, I do want to move that I do want to encourage that we put this on a future agenda for consideration of rescission if that June 1st date is not adhered to, and this course is not properly maintained for the residents of Camarillo Springs. So I want to leave that option open for us in the event they continue or they do not follow through on their promises that they made to this community. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Molche. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of thorough discussion here, and I'm going to kind of cut to the chase because we've had a lot of comments here. I would like to see if we could do the option 3, which is continue this discussion to a future date, to see where we are after June 1st, and that will give us some time to make a more concise decision on this. There's new council members. We live in a new world now. I think this discussion has been very appropriate. It's been very important here. There is a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of reports that have not quite been finalized on this. And my thinking is that if we can continue this discussion to a future date, that we can revisit it at that time and then make our decision on the future of this project. And those are my comments.
Mr. Kildee, let me ask you a question. Are you suggesting that the date not be set, but it merely be put to some future, as yet undetermined date?
Yes, that's essentially it. Don't set a firm date, but bring it back at an appropriate time.
So procedurally, and maybe this question is for Mr. Pierik or Mr. Vaca, procedurally, if we were to do that, wouldn't that require another agenda item for another meeting, and then yet another meeting after that for actually hearing it?
Well, I'll volunteer to answer that question. Looking at the procedure, under F2 of the policy, Section A, is that if the request is approved, then an agenda item to consider rescission will be placed on a future council agenda. That's option A. Option B was if the request is denied, the council member making the request may not make another request of that GPA amendment referral until the triennial review. So if you don't make a decision tonight and defer it to some unknown future date, it could be brought back. I do think there would need to be another request made by a council member to have it a further discussion on whether to schedule a future agenda item for the action on the rescission.
I'm sorry, that's not what I heard Mr. Kildee say. What I heard him say was to approve the request for an agenda item to rescind the general plan amendment referral, but for an indeterminate date. In other words, not to set it, which to me would entail at least two more, I'm going to say hearings, but two more separate dates in front of the council.
Well, what I heard Councilmember Kildee say, and I think he should speak for himself, was when I was outlining the options that were available to you tonight, the third one, well, let me say what the first two are. The first one is you agree to schedule a future agenda item. The second one is you say, no, you're not going to schedule a future agenda item. And the third option, which I think is what Councilmember Kildee was referencing, was that you do not make a decision tonight on this matter before you, but that you continue this matter before you tonight to a future agenda item. That's what I described as your third option. That's what I heard Councilmember Kildee say, and perhaps we should let him speak for himself.
Yeah, please may be able to
clear it up for me.
Yeah, if I may be able to, yes. Essentially, it's the third opportunity for us to continue this discussion to a future date, preferably sometime in June, but continue this discussion to a future date, preferably in June.
Your Honor, could I ask a question of the attorney?
Yes, Mrs. Craven, and I think Vice Mayor Santangelo will be on deck.
Okay, if we're going to continue it, that's what I thought I heard Councilmember Kildee say, but then you said there would have to be another request. And so I'm trying to get at who could make that request, because then Councilmember Mulchay has had one request. He can't make another one for a couple years. I cannot make a request because I voted against it. So then we're limiting. I'm trying to follow with what you said before.
Okay, I have the answer. If tonight you make a motion to continue this item tonight to a future date, preferably a date certain, you can do that, and you can rely upon the request that was made by Councilmember Mulchay. If you don't make a decision tonight, that's a choice. You don't have to take action. You're not required to take action. So if you just let it die for lack of a motion, then we're done with the request that was made by Councilmember Mulchay. And a new request would have to be submitted at some point in the future, and it could be by Councilmember Mulchay. He does not lose his right to make that request unless his request tonight was denied. If it is, then, as I read in the policy, he would not be able to make another request until the triennial review. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Well, I wanted to respond, but I realize that you haven't spoken, Mayor. Would you like to speak first, and then I can come back?
I'm happy to speak anytime. I was kind of waiting if you wanted to ask an additional question, and I'm happy to go.
No, I don't have any more questions. So why don't you go, and then...
Okay. I'm happy to speak on this issue. And actually, I want to reiterate again that tonight is a procedural item. It's a procedural question, and we're not talking about the merits of this project. We haven't seen the studies yet. I haven't read them. I don't know what they say, and I'm going to have to read them all, presumably if there is no rescission. All of that said, let me back into a different approach than what Mr. Pierik has outlined. I think that it is, first of all, the June 1 date has caught me by surprise. I haven't heard that date before the email from the redevelopment advisory committee and then tonight. That's the first I had heard about that. I think it's best to approve Councilmember Moshe's request, and I think it's best to approve it and set it for the soonest possible date, which is May 27, our next regular meeting. And but I want to ask I am presuming that on May 27, we could decide, based on the progress that ostensibly may be made, I don't know, by New Urban West, we could decide not to take any action or to continue that item on May 27. Could we not, Mr. Pierik, and still have it preserved then for the agenda on June 10th? Could we not?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, then if that's the case, my view would be that we are better off setting, since this is the narrow issue involving the commitment by New Urban West, and Mrs. Craven was absolutely right about that commitment. There was a specific written commitment by New Urban West as the agent for the property owner and by the property owner in writing as a condition of this referral, and the course is not operational. It seems to me that it would behoove us to go ahead and set, to approve Councilmember Moshe's request for an agenda item to rescind GPA 2017-2 and to set it for the May 27, 2020 agenda, and we can deal with it at that time depending on how things are going. I'm going to make that as, since I'm the last one to speak, I think I'm going to go ahead and make that as a motion. And I see Madam Vice Mayor. I muted myself.
I'm going to push back on the date a bit because let's say it's on the agenda on the 27th and the report is they're still going to open on June 1st. We don't know that. Even if it looks like they're progressing, we don't know that.
And my pushback, and I understand that completely, my pushback is that if we're satisfied that there's progress being made, and it appears that the course will reopen on June 1, we can decide to take no action on May 27 and simply continue it to the meeting of June 10th. But I'm resistant philosophically to setting it for sometime later in June, because that just is going to make this process more drawn out, and I respectfully don't agree with Mr. Kildee's approach.
My concern, though, is that we're going to have to we're going to get the same amount of public comments again. We're going to have to go through all of this on May 27th, and we may have to choose to put that over until June 10th, and then we're going to have to do this all again. And there is a lot of stuff on our agendas coming up. So I'm just looking for efficiency with the time. I don't think we're going to know or have enough information unless Mr. Vaca looks like he wants to say something. Maybe he knows something.
Before I recognize Mr. Vaca, Vice Mayor Santangelo, our June 10th meeting has, among other things, the capital improvement plan adoption, the budget adoption, the community event funding budget, and a GASB 54 commitment of fund balance. That agenda in and of itself is probably even more time-consuming than our agenda on May 27th. So I don't see a significant difference between the agenda links, and that's my pushback to you on that, Susan. But it looks like Mr. Vaca has a comment that he wishes to make. So let me recognize Mr. Vaca.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay. I just want to reiterate that we do have 4 public hearings from community development that we're preparing for May 27th. So our staffing capabilities will be limited in producing an agenda report for the 27th. However, of course, we can get something done, but it may not be of the quality that we're accustomed to. And then the only other point I wanted to make is that I'm sure when this is on an agenda for consideration of rescission, that the public participation that we've experienced tonight is only kind of a portion of what we would anticipate to expect for a true rescission item to be considered by the council. So I think that's something that we should consider, maybe providing an opportunity for the public to have advance notice to participate also.
Mr. Vaca, I appreciate that. And again, I'm reminded that the issue before us is narrow in scope. It has nothing to do with the merits of the project. It has everything to do with the commitment by New Urban West and the property owner to keep the golf course operational. And the golf course is not operational at this time. So it's a very narrow issue, and personally, I don't think that it takes a lot of staff time to prepare. It's a relatively narrow, defined question. Given Mr. Pierick's answer that we could choose on May 27 to put it over again, my thinking is May 27. But I'll tell you what, let me, yes, Mrs. Craver.
Yeah, let me also say that we're going to have a special budget study session next week, and that's where the majority of our budget comments will come in, I believe. Usually by the time we get to that, which will be our third public meeting on the budget, it should just be adoption. There should be an explanation, but we won't be having the lengthy discussions that we're having next week on the budget. Furthermore, the capital improvement projects we have gone through, and that usually goes faster. My thinking with the items that they have told us are going to be on the June 10th agenda will not take nearly as much time as the items on the whatever the date is, our next council meeting in May. And in addition to that, when we get to where we're discussing rescinding the referral, at that time we'll be talking about the whole project. We're not just going to be talking about the golf course. We're not rescinding anything on the golf course when we talk about rescinding the referral. So there will be much more interest, and we'll have deeper interest, and the public then will be making its comments that they wanted to make tonight. Tonight we have a very narrow issue. Do we rescind? Do we schedule a meeting to rescind or not? But at that time, we'll be discussing whether we're going to throw the whole project out the window or continue and then have another hearing later when the EIR comes along.
Mr. Mulchay.
I'm inclined to go through this process once and put the community through it only once. There's a lot of emotional, attachment, and there's a lot of emotional just feelings on both sides of this issue. Clearly, from all the communication we've received from the public just on tonight being just a procedural vote. Mr. Gardner talked about good faith, and I'm willing to give the benefit, because they stand to lose everything. New Urban West stands to lose everything, the whole project, if they don't follow through with the commitments they made. So I stand to try to give them the best benefit of the doubt and try to give them allow them to give a good faith effort to meet what I think is probably a rather ambitious June 1st opening. We could go through this on the 27th, and they may be closed, they may not be closed. We could probably bicker and argue about that discretionary conclusion as to whether or not they will or will not open come June 1st. But on June 10th, we sure as well know whether or not they have. So I'm inclined to, although I understand that it does drag it out, I do intend to only I only want to put people through this. I'm less concerned about us and the convenience to us. This comes with the job, but knowing that there's going to be a lot of time and energy and emotion spent on both sides, those who support this project and those who don't, I don't wish to put them through this twice, because I think that's cruel and unusual. So I'd be supportive of the June 10th, but I mean that's just it. I'm going to draw a line in the sand, and I expect New Urban West to have made good on their commitments that they represented, not just in the original application, but what they just represented here. to both us and the Cam Springs community.
Okay, Mr. Mulchay, thank you for those comments, and they're well put. I think there's no enthusiasm for the motion that I made, so I'm going to withdraw it. I'd like to hear another motion, please.
Susan, do you want, or I will?
Sure, I'll move. What's the wording?
You can say move the suggested action, and you can just define a specific date if you like.
Yeah,
Intent.
move the suggested action to put it on the agenda for our June 10th.
I should clarify. The suggested action was to consider the request. So the motion.
I'm sorry.
If your intent is to have this item scheduled for a consideration of rescission, the motion would be that you would move to have the general plan amendment referral set for consideration of rescission at the council meeting on June 10th. And you could just say you'll move what I just said.
I so move what Mr. Parrott just said.
I will second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. Very well. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you again to all of our speakers and all the folks who sent us emails on this item. That is going to take us to the next item on Camarillo area transit services, and I'm thinking that might occupy some time. Would members be interested in taking a short 10-minute break? All right, why don't we go ahead? It's now 9:23. Actually, let's go ahead and recess until 9:35 p.m. and come back in at 9:35. Does that sound okay?
Mayor, this is Brian Peary. On this next item, it's my understanding that you're going to have two council members that are going to need to recuse themselves. So either you could do that now, or they come back in and we do it later.
Well, I was going to have them come back in and we do it later, but we can do it now if you like, Mr. Pierrick. And
No, I thought they divided it so we could be here for part of it.
Right. It's a portion of that item where there's a recusal, Mr. Pierrick.
You're right. Councilmember Craven is correct. Perhaps we should check with Mr. Klotzel. Was the trolley item going to be considered first or last in your presentation?
It's going to be considered last. We've segregated the presentation. Okay. There will be some general reference to trolley, but no specific discussion and on the beginning part of the presentation, but we've segregated that the trolley discussion will be separate at the very end.
Okay, well then Councilmember Craven's right that the recusal wouldn't occur until you do get to the trolley item, and you'll make sure that you'll allow it. Sure, we know. Yeah.
Okay, and you can give us a flag then. Okay, so let's go ahead then and now and stand in recess until 9:35 p.m. Thank you.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, sure he's okay.
Why, he hasn't responded?
Well, he was supposed to pop in and say, no, we're sleeping. He's kind of Or he's left.
He's like, peace out.
I know.
Yeah.
So then, let's define the cut our budget plus they want to send employees out to support some businesses and give them the right. That's not me.
Just, you know, it all just depends on, it's amazing. We don't have anything else to do, so we'll develop people's web pages for them.
Yeah, right. And send them money to buy software. Wake up over there.
Okay, it looks like we have all council members back. Mr. Clifford and Mr. Klotzel, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Klotzel will take this item.
I have a clarification, though. I have a question of the city attorney before we begin. Sorry, Mr. Klotzel. Mr. Pierrick, my understanding is that we're going to have a recusal for 2 council members as to the trolley portion of this conversation and any deliberation or action relative to the trolley service, which does not include any discussion, of course, relative to the fixed route service. I intend to pose a question later at some point in this presentation that involves both together. And I don't know whether it's going to be acceptable for me to ask it at that time in the presence of the 2 council members who are going to be recusing themselves with respect to the trolley. If you would like, I could pose it in the hypothetical right now so you could hear the question and then make a determination whether or not you think council members ought to be recusing themselves now.
I don't need the hypothetical. I can answer your question now. If your question is going to involve the trolley and something else, then you should ask that after the 2 council members have recused themselves.
Okay.
I'll be glad to listen to your hypothetical if you want.
No, that's okay. We'll do it when we get there. Okay, that sounds good, Mr. Pierrick. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Mr. Klotzel. We're back on the record. Just for purpose of the record, we are on item 19B, Camarillo area transit services, and Mr. Klotzel, you're up.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay and City Council. Just a few intro comments before Tyler gives this presentation. This item was originally designed to be a study session in the conference room, but here we are, and I'm sure we'll all do our best under these circumstances. Prior transit study sessions, council action items, and discussion at the council goals and objectives meeting generated the desire of council for an in-depth review of all Camarillo area transit services and discussion of possible adjustments to the current services. The main goals of tonight's items are to receive clear direction from council on any adjustments to transit services and also authorize a needed transit fleet vehicle purchase for this current fiscal year. It's important to receive any direction tonight so any resulting cost and revenue figures can be incorporated into the ongoing preparation and review process for the next year's budget that we'll be reviewing again a week from tonight. We have a lot of riveting info to cover, and the presentation, which you have a copy of, has been grouped into sections. We can stop along the way at any time for questions, but it would be best to let Tyler get through each section if possible, then have questions and discussion on that section. When we get through all of the sections except for the trolley, we will have a summary of the options, and at that point is when we're going to be looking for the specific direction. It'll be interesting to see how that flows, given maybe some of the ultimate decision can't be made until there's more discussion with the council members recused having to do with the trolley. We're just going to have to work through that the best we can when we get there. We have 7 options altogether, a lot of material to cover and present. Hopefully Tyler can stay with us to complete the presentation tonight. His wife Katie is due to deliver their first baby any day now, and I'm hoping the baby can hold off until Dad is done with his presentation tonight. As was already mentioned, we have a discussion on the trolley at the very end. We'll pause before that to allow council members to leave the meeting as necessary. So that's enough for me, and here's Tyler with all things transit.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzel, and you used the term riveting and flow almost in the same sentence, but not quite. And Tyler, welcome aboard, and best wishes to you in advance.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and council members, I would like to start the presentation with an overview of our services. We contract for transit operations and maintenance with our ATP, and the services we provide are fixed route services, which include the fixed route as well as the trolley route. We offer complementary paratransit, and complementary paratransit is intended for Americans with Disabilities Act passengers, and that service that we provide is called Dial-A-Ride. We extend that Dial-A-Ride to general purpose riders within the local community, and then we offer regional Dial-A-Ride services for ADA and senior riders. And those regional services include in the East County, our ECTA services, and in the West County, connecting with Gold Coast service area. Looking at the fixed route, we have a map of the fixed route to look at, and the route encompasses the Leisure Village community in the east side of the city. To the north side of the city, some of the public services such as the library, the Pleasant Valley Hospital. It goes to some shopping centers, and then in the south of the city towards the post office, and on the west end, the community center, also serving City Hall. It operates Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and the fare is 50 cents for ADA and seniors 55 and older, and $1 for general purpose riders. The annual ridership is 10,700 rides. 50% of that ridership is Leisure Village specific riders. So of that 10,000 riders, approximately 5,350 are Leisure Village riders. And that ridership for the fixed route constitutes 6% of all of our services combined ridership. So 6% of the CAT total ridership. To compare that to the trolley route, the trolley serves Metrolink, the Ponderosa Center, Camarillo Plaza on the north side of the freeway, all the way over to the Target Shopping Center, Camarillo Town Center, and then the outlets on the south side of the freeway through Old Town back to Metrolink. And it operates Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and it's a free fare for everyone. The annual ridership is 66,300, and that makes up 38% of the total ridership for our CAT services. Dial-A-Ride is an origin to destination service, and this is our complimentary paratransit. And the way that this service works is it requires a reservation in advance. You can call in the day before to schedule your reservation, and then you get picked up at your origin or your home and taken directly to your reservation or to your destination. Like I said before, it's intended for the Americans with Disabilities Act and senior services, and we offer it regionally to Gold Coast and ECTA and locally. ADA is mandatory to provide when operating a fixed route system. So because we operate fixed route service, we must operate complimentary paratransit only for the ADA trips. We don't have to offer that. It's not mandatory to offer that for seniors or general purpose, but we go above and beyond that requirement and offer it for general purpose riders as well as seniors at a reduced rate. The annual ridership for the ADA and senior services is 21,964, which constitutes 12% of the CAT total ridership. General purpose ridership is a premium service. The annual ridership, 75,700, and is 41% of the CAT total ridership. The schedule for Dial-A-Ride is Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The local Dial-A-Ride fare is $1.50 for ADA and senior, $2 for general purpose, and for regional Dial-A-Ride, for direct service, where we take you directly to your destination regionally, that's $6 for 55 years old and 55 years or older seniors. It's $6, and then the transfer service is specific to Gold Coast, and that's only $3. As previously discussed in previous meetings, it's only $3 because the rider will then have to pay an additional $3 to transfer to the Gold Coast service. I also want to add that we have monthly passes available. The monthly pass for ADA and senior is valid only for the local Dial-A-Ride and local fixed route systems that CAT provides, and that's $25. And the monthly pass is $50 for general purpose Dial-A-Ride, and again, that's only valid for local Dial-A-Ride and fixed route. So that's the overview of the services that we provide, and now this is how we want this discussion for the options and opportunities to look at the budget impact. These are the topics we want to discuss, and one's the CARES Act and the transit funding that we received and the budget impact. We want to look at CAT service adjustments and possibilities and options that address the significantly increased costs. We want to talk about a CAT vehicle purchase, and this would be our normal time that we purchase a vehicle fleet, so this is our normal cycle for that. And then we want to talk about just overall general system efficiencies. Getting into the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, CARES Act, a portion of those funds is intended for transit. The FTA is responsible for distributing those funds, and it's by a population formula that the city receives. It's our normal procedure the CARES Act is using that we receive those funds. The apportionment that we received is $4 million, and VCTC takes a portion of those funds off the top for countywide services, such as the VCTC intercity bus service, such as our ADA certification program, and so they take that portion to fund those programs, and what the remainder is what we have available for funding through the CARES Act, and that's the $3.7 million. For that $3.7 million, there's no local match required, and it can be used to fund 100% of eligible expenses. What are those eligible expenses? Operations planning, including staff time, specific to transit planning, COVID-19 related costs or losses from January 2020 to the end of fiscal year 22-23. That eligible expenses for operations that the CARES Act has put together is incredibly flexible. And we can really charge a lot of things to that account, and that's the intent. The intent is to help stimulate and allow transit as an essential service to continue despite, funding impacts that COVID-19 will have long term. However, for maintenance, it's only eligible to use the funds from January 20th, 2020 until the end of fiscal year 2021. Based on normal operating conditions, which would be pre-COVID, pre-COVID-19, using the normal anticipated ridership, staff estimates that the funds would cover 100% of operations and maintenance from January 20th, 2020 through the end of fiscal year 2021 for both operations and maintenance, and that would be the total of that $3.7 million. RATP, however, has requested CARES Act funds to cover significant losses due to COVID-19, and we received those numbers today and haven't had an opportunity to evaluate them. So when we evaluate those, we'll come back to council to discuss that item, and it may have impacts. But it's important to note that currently ridership is down 85% on our service system for the month of April. The CARES Act funds that we received, they don't replace the regular FTA Section 5307 funds that we receive. So we're going to continue to receive those funds even in addition to the CARES Act funds. The future of the FTA allocations, at this time, there have been no signs that it would be impacted, but the current consensus is that that may happen and that those impacts may come down where it might be slightly reduced. There's no indication that it would be significantly reduced, but it may be slightly reduced. The typical funding that we get through FTA is $1.4 million annually, and any unused portion we can continue to accrue for future use. So what that means is even if we receive, or when we receive this $3.7 million for CARES Act funding, we're going to continue to receive the $1.4 annually, and we can accrue that to continue to spend on future transit items in the future. The FTA guidance for CARES Act funds are subject to change as they release new guidance and continue to revise it. This would be a good time to have any questions on the CARES Act.
Okay, are there any questions from council members?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Cody.
Okay, are we sure all the guidance for the CARES Act is not going to change? And will there be another act, we don't know at a Congress or not, but would also perhaps more funding for transit if there's any other acts of this nature, like a CARES Act would come to fruition. We don't know that, but have you heard anything about whether or not this is all that transit's going to be able to be approved for?
I have not heard any indication that there will be any additional funding, but it's possible. In regards to the guidance changing, it is typical for transit funding that unused funds after a few years could be reclaimed, and the guidance may change. But at this time, there's no indications the guidance will change soon, but long term, it's possible.
Your Honor.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Craven, go ahead.
I have a question before the CARES Act. I have a question on the monthly passes. Those are $25 or $50 depending, but that doesn't matter. It covers the whole month no matter how many times you ride?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Tyler at this point? Okay, hearing none. Tyler, go ahead and go to the next segment, please.
Thank you. We now want to discuss some service adjustments. As we all know, effective April 1st, the rate was increased significantly, and the impact of the general fund to provide transit had significant increases. So council asked that we present options to reduce the general fund impact. Staff has prepared this analysis based on the projections during those normal operating conditions, pre-COVID and pre-CARES Act. So all the numbers that we'll see, ridership figures, is assumed to be normal conditions. Each option is also exclusive of the others. So there's multiple options that we'll be discussing, and if option 1 or 2 or 3 is selected, they may impact the numbers of the other. Each option presented is intended to be completely independent, and the total summation of those impacts could vary. Their estimates based on current data that we have, but it's the best presentation we can give to get the feedback from you now. The current budget, pre-COVID and pre-CARES Act, this is what it looks like. And we have on the left-hand side, under the services, we have the general purpose dial-a-ride and ADA senior dial-a-ride. So those two categories make up our dial-a-ride program. And we have the fixed route and trolley, which make up our fixed route program. You can see the total cost on the far left is the cost to provide operations and maintenance for each category. The fare revenue is how much fares are collected for each service type. And those get deducted before we do our FTA reimbursement formula. And then we have our regular 5307 funds, and that is distributed by FTA formula with our local match. Along the fixed route line, the $30,000 in fares does include $16,000 from Leisure Village. And the local funds, the $110,000 with the asterisks, does include approximately $30,000 that we receive from other agencies. We receive $25,000 from the university, from California State University Channel Islands, and approximately $5,000 from the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce, both specifically for the trolley. So option 1 would specifically look at general purpose dial-a-ride and to discontinue that service. It's a premium service that's not required, and no other agency in Ventura County provides it. When you look at the costs, it's, the total cost to provide the service is $1.7 million, and after the fare revenue is $1.6 million. We receive the $1.4 million annually, and one of the funding challenges we face is that that $1.4 million annually isn't going up any, isn't anticipated to go up any. However, our costs continue to increase year over year. When you look at the federal funds that it takes to operate the general purpose dial-a-ride, you could see that it's almost $1 million. And if this service were eliminated, it would have a huge impact on the remaining federal funds that we have to fund other services. The annual ridership for general purpose dial-a-ride is 75,709, and that's 41% of the CAT system-wide ridership. Now, that 41% is shared with ADA, and the ADA rides constitute 12%, and that is an efficiency. The more rides that we can put together helps drive the efficiency up and make the service easier to operate, and we can get more people to share the rides at one time. If we were to remove that 41%, it would have a dramatic effect on the efficiency, and you would see much more empty vehicles, much more vehicles with just one person on them. And if we isolate just dial-a-ride, so between dial-a-ride and ADA, that ridership together, the general purpose service constitutes 78% of the total, and ADA senior is 22%. So it would be eliminating a huge percentage of the ridership and demand as well as the cost. Camarillo has not developed a robust fixed route system, and that's because we offer general purpose dial-a-ride. The layout of Camarillo, the geography of it, the land use, doesn't lend itself to have an easy fixed route system with, it doesn't lend itself to a convenient fixed route system, which is why we have the general purpose dial-a-ride. The ridership and use patterns haven't historically been there to support fixed route. So that's why staff, if option 1 is selected or explored further, staff would recommend that we add new fixed route system on the west end of the city to help compensate for that. The cost to provide...
Your Honor?
Yes?
Mrs. Craven.
Let me just say, we used to have two. We had Route A and Route B. The problem was, one pretty much went the way the current bus route goes. The other one went on the other side of the freeway out to Camarillo Springs and back, and they both met up right out here outside City Hall. So if we do look at another having two routes again, it might be better to have one in the east and one in the west instead of both of them transversing the whole city lengthwise.
Yes, and that is, if this option is selected, that's the type of study that we would like to do. We recognize that we've had previous routes that have failed, and that's why we've expanded general purpose for many years, and continue to expand general purpose. It's the most efficient. It's demand response, and so we really don't pay for it until the demand's there. Whereas with a fixed route system, when you have the service in place, you're paying for it whether people are using it or not. And that's the benefit to having the general purpose dial-a-ride instead of fixed route. And really, it is the system that best fits our city. However, the cost is significant, and that's why we're here with this, with the new rates that we have to pay. We need to look at options, and this is one option that we just want to present so that you know what the impacts would be and you can make that decision. The cost to provide an additional fixed route would be about $250,000 per route. However, that would also be partially offset by fare revenue and by FTA funds, thus making the total savings $855,000 for the federal funds and $510,000 for the general fund. Any other questions on option 1?
Any other questions on option 1?
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Tyler, what's the savings on this? Is that the total savings of $855 and the general fund of $510? Do you combine those? Is that the total savings?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total savings if we do away with the general purpose dial-a-ride.
Correct. So if you look at the table, the cost of the service is $1.6 million, and if the service goes away, that $1.6 million is the savings.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because the fare revenue is $100,000. Okay. All right.
You have to, the total savings that we've adjusted for is including a new fixed route, which would have the cost of $250,000. So it would be the $1.6 million minus $250,000 is the savings.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mache.
A few quick questions. I'm going to go back a little bit too, Tyler. One just came to me on the CARES Act,
Yeah.
the 3.7. You said that can be used for operations. Can it also be used for operations infrastructure, the establishment of certain operations infrastructure as it relates to potentially fuel and or the use of paying for fuel for vehicles?
So fuel is operations, and that is a qualifying use. That's an
Do you know if operations infrastructure, that could run the gamut?
Purchase. So any form of infrastructure will be capital and is not eligible for that.
Okay, capital is not eligible.
Correct.
And then on the, some clarifying questions on the CAT service costs you have here. So let's use this one for an example that you have up on the screen. The general purpose dial-a-ride, the cost after the total cost of 1.69. Does that include the fuel or no?
Yes, it does.
It does include the fuel. Okay. And then when you talk about ridership, as you outlined earlier, that's not individual riders. Those are rides. Is that right? So if I'm taking, so if I take a dial ride, let's say I take a dial ride to work, that is one ridership. If I take it back, that is two riderships.
Correct. So it's individual trips, not unique riders. So if one rider rides multiple times, each time they ride is one trip.
And it's my understanding right now we don't have the figures as to how many unique riders we have, nor do we have the distribution of those unique riders and how they how many individual rides a unique rider is apportioned. Is that right? Does that make sense?
Correct. So the data exists and is being pulled right now, but we don't have it available for tonight's meeting.
Okay. The theory being, and for anyone who doesn't understand my question either, the theory being, do 20% of our individual unique riders constitute 80% of the trips? Or what is that mix? Understanding the mix, how many people are impacted?
Anecdotally, it's very common to have what we call heavy hitters, where there's people that ride every day, 2 or 3 times a day, and that's very common. And of the 75,000 trips, it's not going to be anywhere near 75,000 individuals using it. We're a population of only 70,000, so it's definitely going to be a smaller, much smaller percentage.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? I have a couple of questions. Tyler, first one is this, and I'm going to use the word trolley, but I am specifically not asking about the trolley, Mr. Pierrick. But there is a portion of the staff report in talking about the trolley service where it indicates that if the city ceased operation of the trolley service and 15 or more individuals requested that the service be reinstated, the termination of service would constitute an unmet transit need, and that would lead to other issues. Does that same item hold true if the city were to terminate under option 1 or discontinue the general purpose dial-a-ride?
General purpose dial-a-ride is a premium service, so that style of service is not mandatory to provide. We provide currently 2 fixed routes, and the rule is that if you provide a fixed route service, within 3/4 of a mile of that service, you must provide ADA complimentary paratransit. Now, if a request for service is outside of that 3/4 mile buffer zone around the route, if enough requests are generated, it could constitute an unmet need, and then it goes through a process. So if that area outside of that zone is not a financial burden to you to provide that service, we would be required to do it. Because we don't use TDA funds to fund transit, we can't make the argument that it constitutes a financial burden. So because it's not a financial burden, because we're not using those funds, we would be required to provide it. However, we have historical data that shows where the demand is and the types of requests we get. And we get those requests on a regular basis, and staff does not believe that discontinuing general purpose dial-a-ride would generate a specific enough request, because the requests also need to be identical. So it needs to be 15 specific requests for the corner of X and Y. And if we provided service there, if we got those 15 requests, we would then go through the regular unmet needs process to determine if it's an unmet need. The city doesn't believe that that would occur by discontinuing general purpose dial-a-ride.
Okay. I think, if I understand that the answer is no. We wouldn't have the same issue. Let me ask a different question. In the staff report, it notes at the bottom of big page 2 that it is important to note that the vehicle revenue hour rate is not charged to the city unless there is a passenger on board the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if someone sees an empty vehicle and it's traveling around the city is not actually being charged for that empty vehicle at that time?
There would be two exceptions in that scenario. If an empty vehicle happens to be a fixed route vehicle, we're being charged for it. If it's a general purpose dial-a-ride vehicle, we are not being charged from it unless it was the situation where there was a no-show. So if they went out to go pick somebody up and that individual didn't show, we pay a portion of that, but not the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Tyler at this point? Okay, Tyler.
Moving on to option 2, discontinue weekend general purpose dial-a-ride. So the difference here being that instead of eliminating all general purpose dial-a-ride, we discontinue just on the weekends. Approximately 17% of the general purpose dial-a-ride trips occur on the weekend. You can see Saturday and Sunday being 9% and 8% respectively. The total general purpose dial-a-ride trips is the 75,000 number. 17% of that is 12,000, call it 13,000 trips. So by eliminating service just on the weekends, it reduces the ridership by 13,000. The estimated cost of that reduction is $240,000, and the total savings being $140,000 to FTA and $100,000 to the general fund. Any questions?
Any questions on that one? Go ahead, Sean.
Not specific to this, but just again, one more clarifying question because I might have missed it. The $1.4 million that we received through FTA funding, that is a fixed number relative to the population of our city, or is that at all relative to the transit offerings we have?
It is it's not a fixed number, but it's a population-based formula. So it does change every year, and it can change, within 100,000, but the average is about 1.4, and that's what we expect for the next few years. But it is not dependent on the types of service that we provide.
Okay, thank you.
It does require a local match. Excuse me. And that's the local match is an important portion of that FTA funding.
Okay. Thank you, Tyler. Keep on going.
Option 3 is the one that we've moved to the end of the presentation. So we'll move on to option 4, which is to increase the senior age to 65. The current senior age is 55, and you qualify for reduced fares and more services. And the more services is that regional ADA and senior services, which, as we've described in previous study sessions, is the more expensive trips. They're longer, they take more fuel, and there's less likely to group those group trips together, so they're less efficient. Raising the senior age to 65 matches the majority of other transit providers in the county. The fares for riders under the age of 65 would be $1 for fixed route, 50 cents for 65 and older, $2 for general purpose, and $1.50 for 65 and older. We estimate that would only generate about $1,000 in general fund revenue However, the potential for reduced regional trips equals the potential for reduction in cost. We don't currently categorize seniors as in between the age bracket of 55 and 65. It's just senior, yes or no. So it's impossible for us to determine how many users in the senior category fall in that bracket. But we would, just through observation and professional experience, we would anticipate that it's a fair amount. Any questions regarding option 4?
Nope, I don't hear any questions. Please proceed, Tyler.
Option 5 is to increase the dial-a-ride fare. So current fares for dial-a-ride are $1.50 for ADA senior and $2 for general purpose. The current ADA fare for Gold Coast and Thousand Oaks is $3 and $2 for Simi Valley and Moore Park. So our general purpose dial-a-ride fare being $2 is on the low end of fares. So we have room to grow to match other individuals, and it's important to know that that's their ADA fare. No other agency provides general purpose dial-a-ride at all. So increasing the fare to $2 and $3 to somewhat match that pay structure, we anticipate would generate $75,000. Any questions on option 5?
There don't appear to be any, so please proceed.
Option 6 is contributions from other agencies. The city receives annual contributions towards providing transit services. We received $16,000 from Leisure Village for the fixed route service, and that has remained the same for many years, while the operating costs have increased significantly. The university provides us with $25,000 specific for trolley services, and a few years ago that was $20,000, so it has increased recently. And we receive approximately $5,000 from the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce, and that's based on their ad revenue. It's not a fixed number. Their target is $25,000 annually, but it's based on how many ads they're actually able to sell. Staff recommends, if this option is selected, staff recommends negotiating with Leisure Village to increase their contribution up to that $25,000, which would be an increase of $9,000. And it's important to note that staff is not recommending it. It's if the option is selected, staff recommends matching the $25,000. Any questions on option 6?
There don't appear to be any, Tyler, so please proceed.
Option 7 is to reduce dial-a-ride hours of service. So as we discussed previously, we must provide complimentary paratransit when the fixed route is in service. So the current hours of all of our services together, we have the trolley, the fixed route, and dial-a-ride. You can see Monday through Thursday. The earliest a service begins is 6 a.m., which is dial-a-ride, and the latest is 9 p.m., which is also dial-a-ride. Friday, the earliest a service begins is 6 a.m., which is dial-a-ride, and the latest is a tie between the trolley and dial-a-ride at 9 p.m. Saturday, it's the same, where the earliest is dial-a-ride, and the end of the day, 9 p.m., both the trolley and dial-a-ride end at 9. Sunday, dial-a-ride begins earlier and ends the same time as the trolley. So the minimum hours of service that dial-a-ride must operate without changing the fixed route hours would be as proposed below. And that's Monday through Thursday, 8 to 6, Friday, 8 to 9, Saturday, 10 to 9, and Sunday, 10 to 6. What that would, we've taken that through an analysis, and it's primarily based on ridership to determine how reducing those hours would reduce the cost of service. And primarily based on ridership, but ridership is not directly correlated to revenue hours because of that economy of scale. And the more trips you have, the more efficient the service is. So when you're talking about trips on the end of the day, they tend to be less efficient and a little more costly. And speaking specifically to rides for hours, they can shift. If you were to eliminate, as we said earlier, the weekend dial-a-ride trips, usually those trips don't shift into Monday and Friday. They can a little bit, but when you remove an hour or add an hour at the end of the day, the tendency for rides to shift and not actually impact the overall budget is higher. So all of these factors have gone into the analysis of these costs to reduce the hours as such. So looking at the Monday through Thursday option, which I apologize, it's small and a little hard to see. Monday through Thursday is 4 days. And so that number for the total rides is what that is. That's each hour of the day. The number listed is the total rides provided for that Monday through Thursday period. And then the percentage underneath it is the percentage compared to a total day of service. To reduce the weekday hours by 5 to meet the minimum required would reduce the red portion, and that adds up to 15% of the total dial-a-ride ridership. That impact would be an estimated savings of $120,000, 5307 funds, and $75,000 general funds. Now, we're going to compound onto that Friday, which would reduce an additional 2 hours, an additional 3% of the dial-a-ride total ridership, with an additional estimated savings of $18,000 for FTA and $11,500. And then on the bottom, we have a running total to show the total rider impact of these hours proposed would be 18%, with the total estimated savings listed under at $138 and $86.5, respectively. Compounding on Saturday, that's an additional 2% of ridership for an additional $10,000 and $6,000 for a total of 20%. And then adding Sunday to that, you can see another additional 2% with 10% and 6% respectively, for a total ridership impact of 22% and a total estimated savings of $158,000 federal funds and approximately $100,000 of general fund. Any questions regarding the reduced dial-a-ride hours of service?
Any questions?
You might have said this, and I meant that this is dial-a-ride in general, both general ridership and ADA senior.
Correct, because the philosophy is that we're only providing dial-a-ride in total, both general purpose and ADA, when it's mandatory. So these are the additional hours that we go above and beyond, that this would pair the hours of service with the fixed route and the trolley.
Okay.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, Tyler, go ahead.
Moving on. In summary of these are, in summary of these options, we've combined a table, and again, they're exclusive, but we've provided examples, not recommendations, for how these options could be combined and what the potential impact could be. So, for example, if options 1, 4, and 6 were selected, it would be approximately $510,000 reduction in general funds required, and that would be a more significant option, whereas a moderate adjustments would be 2, 4, 5, and 6, for a total of $185,000, and a more minor adjustments would be 4, 6, and 7 for $108,500. And just to summarize, excuse me, just to summarize, just to summarize the items, option 1 was to discontinue the general purpose dial-a-ride, which would completely end all general purpose services. Option 2 is to discontinue just the weekend general purpose dial-a-ride, where we would continue to provide ADA services. Same for option 1. Option 4 is increasing the senior age to 65, which the benefit there would be increased revenue and reduced regional services. Option 5 is to increase the dial-a-ride fares, which would be both increasing ADA and general purpose ridership or fares. Option 6 is to increase the Leisure Village contribution, and option 7 is the reduced transit service hours that we just discussed. And that would be a summary of the options provided. And now would be a good time for any questions or combinations of these to discuss openly.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Covey.
Yeah, it would be helpful, Tyler, for me, and maybe we can't do this, but how much money do we typically need to cut? I mean, do we have a target here, or is it just open-ended?
It's open-ended as far as I'm aware. There's no target. We know that the cost to provide service has grown significantly, and we're trying to get ahead of that. We only receive the $1.4 million of federal funds annually. We use 100% of that. There's no target cut. It's whatever council's comfortable paying for as far as and providing services for.
Okay, well, that's pretty open-ended then.
Yeah, we received the $1.4 million in federal funds, but the general fund impact is $1.1 million. And that's, increased significantly over the past couple of years. And that's what we're trying to get ahead of and address, is that impact is quite significant to the general fund.
Okay, Ms. Santangelo.
So I'm trying to look at other combinations of adjustments. Like I'm trying to figure out why you couldn't. So were these groupings suggestions, or is there a reason that, for instance, you couldn't have 2 and 7, which would be a little bit different?
They are only examples. They are not recommendations. So we can, there are certain combinations that you can't do. You can't do 1 and 2 together because one eliminates 2. But no, we are open to feedback, and that's the point. Now is the time for feedback and to get the information from council as far as the direction we want to go.
But if for instance, we did 2 and 7, it wouldn't be that amount.
Correct.
Because they complement each other. Yeah.
Correct. But yeah, you could combine 2 and 7, and each option was exclusive, and that was the point, that by combining some of these in some ways, you change the figures of all of them.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got the math right.
Tyler, I have a question, and it's on big page 3 of the agenda report. So let's say we were looking at option 1 for discontinuance in toto of the general purpose dial-a-ride. Staff is recommending the addition of a new fixed route service, so you'd have service on the west side. And without getting into whether or not it ought to be overlapping or not overlapping, and whether or not it can cover all the areas of the city, there is a sentence in there, and I want to make sure that I'm reading it right. It says, if the general purpose DAR service was discontinued and a new fixed route service was put in, that new route would be estimated to cost about $250,000 per year, and then partially offset by FTA revenue and farebox revenue. But then it goes on to say that the net reduction in CAT costs by discontinuing general purpose dial-a-ride service and adding a fixed route is estimated to be $1.5 million, approximately $500,000 of which would be a reduction in general fund costs. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
Let me go back to that slide. Yeah. So
I just want to make sure I understand the math.
Correct. And the nope. So the cost to provide the fixed route of $250,000 would partially be offset by fare revenue and 5307 funds. So it's not, you don't simply subtract the 250,000 even. So we've done the math to say that the total savings is the 510,000 of the general fund and 855, because those FTA funds go through the same city match formula for the fixed route as they would for the dial-a-ride.
I guess my point is that we would be saving not only general fund monies, but even more significant amount of money of FTA money, almost 855,000.
Correct, and that's a significant portion of the 1.4 that we receive.
Which we could then apply that FTA 5307 money to some other purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. clarifying that for me.
Mr. Mayor?
Jim O'Shea, go ahead.
Tyler, piggybacking on Tony's question, so I'm going to reference the same page and essentially the same language. If a new fixed route is anticipated to cost $250,000 per year, how do I reconcile that against the existing fixed route that we're saying only costs $150,000 a year?
That would be due to the hours of service. So we would have modeled that conservatively off of the trolley's operating expense, not the fixed routes operating expense. So given the hours of service.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. Are there any other questions for Tyler at this point? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Tyler, if we do add another fixed route, how would we do that? I mean, what kind of data would you have to compile to add a new second fixed route?
It would be an extensive process where we collect origin and destination information, and we would go through the data, which isn't easy to pull, and why we would want to wait. Excuse me. But we would go through an origin destination study to determine where routes would be feasible and the route efficiency as far as connecting to other routes and access to, having access to primary destinations as well as residential.
Just one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Tyler, we know ridership tendencies vis-a the dial-a-ride versus a fixed route. Is there less interest in a fixed route than dial-a-ride, or do people kind of get used to whatever there is?
There's significantly less interest in fixed route, and we've explored that in the past. We've had special services like the shopper shuttle, where it's fixed but 1 day a week. We've had fixed routes go to the Camarillo Springs area, as Councilmember Craven mentioned earlier, and the ridership just isn't there to sustain it. It's something that is nice when it works, like the trolley, but partly because it's free, we believe that has an impact on the ridership. But the general consensus is that because fixed route goes to a limited number of destinations and has limited access to, it doesn't drive up to your home, it's not as appealing for the rider that needs to go to a specific spot.
But this, if I might just follow up, this dial-a-ride, Tyler, is a premium service and it is not mandated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kildee.
Got one follow-up.
Go ahead, Mr. Mulchay.
Tyler, and I'm going to piggyback. When we experimented with some of the other fixed routes, did we have general purpose dial-a-ride at that time?
To my recollection, we did, but I would have to verify that for you. It was before my time.
I believe that when we started the dial-a-ride, it's when we discontinued the Route B, and we just went to one fixed route. And we kept the fixed route we did because it's the one that went to Leisure Village, and Leisure Village was paying us a fixed amount for its operation.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
When was that?
Oh, gosh, in the 90s.
Okay.
I think it was in the late 90s.
Okay. Well, if there are no more questions, my thought is that we go through each of these options sequentially. Start at the top and run down the line. Would anybody be opposed to doing it that way?
Not necessarily opposed, but when we come to our recommendations, I didn't think of mine within how they fit within the boxes and or suggestions staff gave. I just kind of went through mine, so I haven't fit mine into respective options that were presented. I just have all my recommendations all written out, though.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to think of a way to logically go through this, sequentially. Ms. Santangelo?
I'm struggling because I'm going to have trouble. I'm going to have trouble without including the trolley as part of the discussion, and so I don't know how to do this.
Sounds like we need Mr. Pierik for a moment.
Tremblay?
Yes, Ms. Jeffrey.
I just wanted to let you know that I do have somebody that wanted to make a public comment, and I don't know at what point that would be appropriate.
Actually, thank you for reminding me, because I should have asked if there was any public comment at this time. I think what Susan, can we go back to what you and Sean were talking about a minute ago? Let's go ahead. I think we're done with questions to Tyler for the moment. Let's go ahead and take our public comment, and then we'll return to the conversation. Is that okay? Okay, Jeffrey, could you bring in our person for public comment, please?
Hello, good evening. Hi, is this Betsy?
This is...
Hi, Betsy. It's Jeffrey calling from the Camarillo City Council meeting. Sorry to call so late.
Yes, that's okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Please state your name. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is Betsy. I am the one that rides around in a wheelchair with my 2 dogs, and I'm sure most of you guys know me, so I just want to put a face to your ridership. I didn't really realize what all was happening here, so all I want to do is put a face and a voice to your ridership, not just the numbers. The numbers are kind of pointless when you're talking about people. So, and also, I'm not sure why you don't promote more use of the shared rides, because that's the whole glory of the thing, is to get people on a bus and not using their cars, trying to clean up the environment for your grandchildren. So anyway, that's my comment. I honestly didn't think any of those options were very good. So that's my comment. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
Betsy, did you say you ride the dial ride? I'm trying to find out which type of bus you ride.
I'm sorry?
Did you say you ride the dial ride or the fixed route, or which? Which type of bus do you ride?
Oh, I use the dial ride 4 times a day and at all hours. 6 o'clock in the morning gets me to the office at 7 or 8 in the morning. Sometimes I'm on the last ride of the night at 8:50. So anyway, I'm screwed. Sorry.
Mrs. Craven, did you have further questions?
No, I just had that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Betsy, thank you very much for speaking with us tonight. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you. I wonder if, rather than taking it numerically by options, why don't we just discuss the topics themselves, starting with dial ride. But I think, actually, now I think about it, I think, Susan, when you were speaking, I think we were about ready to pose a question to Mr. Pierik, because it sounded to me like you had a question about that intermingled trolley service with some other feature. Is that correct?
No, I think we could probably go through right now and do what you suggested. I'm just going to be hard pressed to come to a decision without having discussed the trolley and thinking about all of the pieces of the pie.
Okay, that's fair. Sean, I know you've got. Sean, are you opposed to going through this on a numerical option basis?
Going to be somewhat difficult. I wrote out some of my ideas and suggestions. Some of them neatly fit into some of the options staff has suggested, and other ones don't. And they're just different combinations.
Okay.
And we can try to. I'm going to try to. I'm just going to talk. I'm not necessarily going to refer to each option, but we can figure out which bucket they respectively fit in afterwards.
Okay. My suggestion is, and we'll figure it out as we go. I think my suggestion would be that we talk about options 1 and 2 first, under the category of general purpose dial-a-ride. Does someone want to lead off on general purpose dial-a-ride?
Okay.
Actually, Mrs. Craven, I saw you first, and then Sean. So Sean, you'll be on deck.
Okay, and let me just say, I have some ideas on some of these, and if the decision on the whole system is going to be made by you three, but I think it's only fair that you at least hear Kevin's and my comments on the part that we're able to discuss and give you comments on. So before booting us out. So I'm torn on the general purpose dial-a-ride, and maybe I'm going to be combining the two options for general purpose dial-a-ride. But I'm concerned that 41% of the ridership is of the total system comes from the general purpose dial-a-ride. And I understand it's a luxury offering. I understand that we only have to have the ADA and the senior. But I'm also concerned about our residents that wouldn't be able to use the dial-a-ride service. And I'm not sure that the fixed route would accommodate them all. If I were looking at I guess my druther is to reduce the hours of the dial-a-rides and to consider discontinuing weekends. I know it's nice to offer everything we possibly can, but this bus system has always been a losing proposition. And in the last few years, it's gotten to be even more of a losing proposition. And so when we're taking general fund money and putting it toward the bus in the amount we do, we're taking money away from something else that we could be offering to our residents too. So I'm starting out, I'm being wishy-washy on this. I do think we're going to have to do something with it. And in the end, I might not be opposed to raising the age for seniors to, I'm throwing all these in together, Your Honor, and I apologize, but they all have to do with the general purpose dial-a-ride. I would not be opposed to raising the age to 65. I would not be opposed to raising the rates up to what other cities are charging. I have no idea we don't keep up with that, especially when we started combining with or giving people the ability to ride to other cities. And I think we do have to look at whether we're going to continue the hours and the 7-day-a-week service for general purpose dial-a-ride.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Craven. Let's see, who is up next? I think Mr. Mulchay was up next.
I'll I'll try to stay within the context of just options 1 and 2, or just general purpose dial-a-ride. So I have to start with some hard facts and some hard truths, which is right now the spending, collectively the spending we have for public transit is unsustainable. We talked about that last time when we were looking at the contract renegotiation with RAPDev. And so it's upside down. It's not sustainable. Something has to change. We have to make modifications. Status quo won't get us to where we need to go in the long term, and it's not fiscally prudent. With that said, when I look at all these respective services, general purpose dial-a-ride is the 800-pound gorilla, contributing largely to that upside downness, that unsustainability. And this is the premium service. I'm open to cutting, effectively eliminating all general service dial-a-ride. I don't want to touch, I don't want to eliminate the operating hours nor the eligibility for the senior and the ADA dial-a-ride. But I do, with what we do, with what I would propose in eliminating general service dial-a-ride, supplement that hole we would thus create with other additional services. And that's where I'll get into, when we talk about later, that's where I get into fixed route and stuff. But that's my general feeling. Yeah, I'm going to keep it to that, and then but I'll eventually I'll eventually paint the full picture once we get through each of these things.
Okay, great. Thanks. Who wants to go next?
I'll go, Mr. Mayor, if you like.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth like we all have. I think that the general purpose dial-a-ride does provide a function for our city here. And I know it's costly, but my concern, if history means anything, that if we add another fixed route, that the ridership is not going to be very good. Typically, they're just not very, very good. And as was brought up, that this is a money loser here, and I think we all understand that, and the numbers are not sustainable. There's absolutely right on that. But I would be interested in seeing if we could eliminate the number 2, the general purpose dial-a-ride on the weekends, and increase the senior age to 65 and increase the dial-a-ride fares there. And we could ask Leisure Village. It's been quite a long time that we've asked them to kick that up. So with those, 3 categories there, we that's a pretty good chunk of money there, and it does continue the dial-a-ride, which I think is the most popular, and we have the best options to get, riders to take that. So at this particular point, those are my considerations: to keep number 1, to eliminate number 2, to do number 4, 5, and 6, and then the transit hours. I'm not sure how that was going to work. We could reduce some hours during the week on that and save some of the 98.5. I don't think we can save all of that, though. But if we could do that, that would go a long way. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Susan, I think you're next up.
Okay, so to begin with, I would, it's not up here, but I will not touch the ADA senior dial-a-ride. The reason that, in my opinion, the reason that dial-a-ride general purpose has the highest ridership is because it's the best deal. It's Uber at 75% off. It's unsustainable. We can't continue to do that. So I'm either in favor of discontinuing general purpose or raising the fares to something that pays for it, which is not an option here. Well, I mean, number 5 is, but I would have to, I mean, the dial-a-ride fares for general purpose would have to be increased much more for me to be okay with keeping it. And then I bet the ridership would go down. So, so that's how I feel about 1 and 2. I think I know it's convenient. I know it's premium. I know people like it, but it's not sustainable.
Okay. Let me just start out by saying that, you know, I'm sensitive to the fact that we have to be responsive to meet needs, but at the same time, we have to be fiscally responsible and fiscally sustainable. And right now, our current system is just not fiscally sustainable. It just isn't. My personal view is I can't justify premium services that no other transit agency in the county offers. In light of the existing fiscal unsustainability, and now on top of that, we've got COVID-19 and its impacts, which are going to be readily apparent pretty soon, on the city's general fund. I just cannot reconcile that. So my view is that we do both options 1 and 2. The dial-a-ride for ADA and seniors, that is that has to stay, and that is and legally we need to leave that in place, and I'm just fine with that. But I think we should do both 1 and 2. Increasing number 4, increasing the senior age to 65. Well, let me back up. From number 1 and number 2 standpoint, the savings in general fund is substantial, and it will help.
Can I,
Honor?
Let me interrupt. If
you're discontinuing number 1, you don't have to do number 2 because there is no weekend service. You've gotten rid of it.
I understand. That's fine. You're right, Charlotte. But I'm just saying, that's fine. Then just do number 1. If number 2 is inculcated within number 1, then let's do it. The whole thing, number 1, would be discontinuing it 7 days a week. It would be gone. On page 3 of the staff report, I think staff's recommendation on adding a new fixed route service to provide transit service on the west side of Camarillo makes sense to me, because we also have a net reduction in CAT costs at about $1.5 million, and $855,000 of that was in the FTA 5307 monies. I have some concerns on the fixed route, because I don't think I'd want to see what I think you referred to it, Tyler, as the origin destination study. I'd want to see what a western route would look like. I'd want to see what maybe a revamped eastern route would look like. I'd want to see what service, if any, on the fixed side would be for Old Town and Village at the Park. And I think it's important that there be service there as well. Camp Springs, perhaps as well, even though apparently the ridership is just almost, if I understand, almost insignificant from Camarillo Springs. But I would be in favor of doing option 1, which would include, by necessity, option 2, and then exploring an addition on a fixed route. And I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other about whether or not the routes ought to be exclusive or overlapping, because I need more data on that. So what I think I'm hearing, I was trying to go back and take notes on everybody. Charlotte, I know you were torn on options 1 and 2. I'm not sure that I heard you say you're ready to go for option one.
The other comment that I had that I didn't make is that, and Susan made it very well, she said Uber, but we are competing with private industry, with taxi cabs and Uber drivers or whoever they are. And we're undercutting what they can charge. I could go for number one.
Okay. Now, I happen to agree with that, and I agree with Susan's comment on the Uber side. I think I'm hearing at least 3, if not 4, council members say go for option one. Am I hearing that right? Okay.
Yes.
So
I'm not in favor of one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kildee?
I'm not in favor of that.
Understood. I think the other council members are all in favor of number one.
Let me get my 2 cents in here. I think we're cutting a service that has been very popular, and I think we're going to get a lot of feedback on that. I think there's other ways to cut some of this budget without cutting a very popular service. Those are my thoughts.
I understand, and I guess my mild pushback would be that we're in an era where we already have a fiscally unsustainable transit system, and it's a premium service that no one else offers in the county. And now, not only is it pre-COVID-19 fiscally unsustainable, now it's going to be especially challenging for us fiscally. So I think the responsible thing to do is to do option one. So, but I'm hearing, I think there are 4 council members who want to go for option one. Hang on. Let's see. I want to recognize Ms. Santangelo first, and then Tyler. Okay. Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just quickly, I should have said as well that with the discontinuation of general purpose dial-a-ride, that I too am very interested in adding a fixed route, and I really want to deep dive into what 2 fixed routes will look like, because I want us to do the best we can to provide transportation for everybody as best we can. And so I think we really need to do a deep dive and really look at the most optimal routes that we can do to provide at least to make up for some of this loss.
I agree with that 100%.
Can I make a comment? I know where this is going, Mr. Mayor. I've been doing this a long time, and every fixed route that I'm aware of has very poor ridership. Now, it's a new time and a new era. Maybe Tyler and, can come up with one that would be popular, but history has shown that fixed routes are not popular.
Understood. I'm hopeful that a more robust fixed route system will have the capacity to take more riders, which it will. Whether or not they come, we'll see. But I think Tyler had something that he wanted to interject into the conversation.
Yes, and I apologize this wasn't part of the presentation, but Dave brought up a good point. The general purpose dial-a-ride does include the Boys and Girls Club service. And so if option one is selected, that services wouldn't be able to be provided. The Boys and Girls Club services transports students from schools to the Boys and Girls Club on a daily basis from 7 different schools. Yeah, it's a significant portion of the ridership, but it's not off the top of my head.
Your Honor.
Well, that introduces a new element into this.
I apologize.
Hang on a second. Mrs. Craven.
Doesn't the Boys and Girls Club still have vans that go to the schools and get the kids?
They have, I believe they have 1 or 2 only.
They used to have more than that.
Yeah, they've cut it back quite substantially.
Well, while I have the floor, let me just say that I neglected to say that I also am in favor of going and trying to negotiate more money out of Leisure Village, because I can remember when Bill Esty introduced that to the council in 1982 or 3, 1982, and I don't believe it's ever been raised. So I think it's time to look at that. And I think that's the end of my comment.
Okay. Question for Tyler. So we've got a new fact here. Let me plumb this one a little bit. What percentage of the ridership on general purpose dial-a-ride is attributable to the Boys and Girls Club?
Off the top of my head, I would have to look it up. I don't want to give a specific number, but they constitute, from 7 different schools on a daily basis, a large percentage. There would be considered a heavy hitter ridership generator, and no, they can use a monthly pass. Yeah, if the students purchase a monthly pass, they could use a monthly pass for it.
I'm not sure that I understand that. Are you saying use a monthly pass for a fixed route?
So it's not a fixed route. It's a part of the general purpose dial-a-ride, that service. It's each trip we pre-schedule. It's like a subscription. So we pre-schedule those trips for them, and then it's from the school to Boys and Girls Club. But if the students purchased a monthly pass for that, they get the unlimited ride. So they're probably getting it at a slight discount, because it would be $50 for them. But when you add up the total number of trips they end up taking, they get it at a discounted rate.
Susan?
Is there any way, if they are a significant portion of the general purpose dial-a-ride, then can we reconfigure it and still discontinue general purpose? Perhaps, I don't even know what it would be called or what it would look like, but just for only picking up the kids to getting them to the Boys and Girls Club?
It would be very difficult to exclusively, we are restricted from giving charter service, very specifically. So each one of these trips, that's why it's part of the dial-a-ride system, is that it's a reservation, and it's a subscription reservation, we're also restricted from providing school service. So it's very important that that trip is from the school to Boys and Girls Club, so it doesn't compete with school transit. Now, within the city, the school district doesn't provide boundaries, so it's very difficult for students to have transit options available for them because they could be going from anywhere in the city to any school in the city. And that's why it's such a popular service, is because it does give an opportunity for us to get students from the schools to the Boys and Girls Club after school, but we don't take them home specifically because we don't want to compete with school transit.
Well, optionally, couldn't the city contract to provide that service?
We wouldn't be able to use FTA funds for it, because that would be...
So we'd have to use general fund money to do that?
Correct.
What amount are we talking about?
I would have to do an analysis on that.
Sean, go ahead.
How is this not, I read this, how is that not in conflict with the school transit policy we have? How are we able to say you can't take dial-a-ride to and from school, but it's okay for us to pick up a whole lot of kids from school and bring them to the Boys and Girls Club?
So the important factor in the rule is that school transit is intended from school to home. And if we're not competing with school to home because the Boys and Girls Club isn't their home, that's okay. That's how we've justified it.
I think a self-made loophole in our own public transit policy. Aside from that, so each of these kids, 5 days a week, from 7 different schools, each constitute a ridership number that we were originally given, right?
Correct.
This is a really, really big deal. This is significant enough to where that really needs to be in this presentation, should be significantly considered and weighted in this discussion. So I am a little I'm a little perplexed as to why it's coming up as kind of just an aside.
I'm going to say the same thing. I don't, at this point, given that new data, and what I think you're telling me is there's no, well, 2 points. One is, I think you need to present us with some more information as to substantiate this percentage and to give us a better idea of the scope of the impact with the Boys and Girls Club service. But I also think, as a second point, that what it seems to me what you're telling us is that if we take option 1, there is no other way to, let's say hypothetically we want to provide service to those kids, there's no other way to do it. And if that's what you're saying, and I'm not sure it is, then why would we consider option 1? I'm really struggling with this because, again, I think it's fiscally unsustainable. And so are you telling us that there's no option to service these kids if we wanted to do so,
Your Honor,
other than to do option 1, Tyler?
So that's essentially correct. There's no way using the federal funds or federally funded vehicles to provide that specific type of service without calling it general purpose dial-a-ride and offering it to everybody. The nature of the charter service is that we can't do that. So the way it's structured now, it's okay, but there is not a way to strategize or structure it to provide those specific types of trips.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
Well, what we're essentially saying is that for a few kids, we want to spend $500,000 and nothing on the rest of the kids in town. We could give a grant for less than $100,000 out of the general fund and let them buy 3 or 4 vans and pick up their own kids. Put it on the Boys and Girls Club and it'd be cheaper than this.
Well, that's kind of the option that I was thinking about, but we're not being presented with any option like that. So, and we're hearing about this kind of last minute. So I don't, I'm not prepared to make a decision on this tonight until we get some answers to these questions, including the significance of the percentage. I don't know how you all feel, but I've got to think about this some more, and I'd like some additional options. Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, I understand that we wouldn't be able to use FTA funds if we were to charter it, but I would like to know what the cost of a program like that would be, and also what Ms. Craven said, just it would be cheaper to get the vans for the Boys and Girls Club.
Your Honor?
I'd like to see some options.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Khalid.
I've been there when those boys and girls go to the Boys and Girls Club, and it's a lot. There's a lot. They've got several hundred kids that go there after school. It's a fairly large program. So we need to have a discussion. I mean, this is going to, and I'm not saying I understand what the direction is, but we do need to have a conversation. We need to get some more numbers on it. It's not just a few kids. It's several kids.
Well, if you're thinking, I mean, it's in the range of about, I believe at least 400 a day.
They don't all ride our trolley.
No, that's true. But there are a lot of kids. But I don't feel like I've got, I understand, Mr. Khalid, and I don't feel like I have enough data right now to make this decision. I just don't. I think staff needs to return. Is there a consensus that staff needs to return to us with additional information as to 1 and 2, or as to or 1? So on the subject of general purpose dial-a-ride?
Yes.
All right. We're not going to do anything on that tonight. Do we want to make any decisions relative to options, or give some guidance with respect to options 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, I would.
Kildee?
I think we can do all 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Well, 7 has to do with dial-a-ride, right?
Correct.
Cutting, you can certainly look at reducing some of the hours of that.
I think part of the difficulty here is that I have a feeling that some of our opinions about 4 through 7, respectively, are going to be tied into what we're going to do regarding number 1. So, the more I'm sitting here thinking about it, I'm wondering if we ought to just simply defer this discussion on the adjustment options until we have more data from staff.
Well, number 6 has to do with fixed route, and I don't see any reason why staff can't talk to Leisure Village and get that conversation started. I don't see what it has to do with dial-a-ride.
It's not dial-a-ride, is it?
Mm-mm. It's a fixed route bus.
What's everybody feel about number 6?
Yeah, I think we could have a conversation. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. I think all 5 of us agree that that's appropriate. So we could at least do agree on number 6.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
A point of observation and then a question also to Tyler. Tyler, do you know when the transition was made? I remember growing up, I went to the Boys and Girls Club. I never rode in their vans, let alone even our vans, to the Boys and Girls Club when I attended. But at what point, do you know when we transitioned from the Boys and Girls Club providing their own vans to transport kids to utilizing dial-a-ride vans?
I'd have to look up data on when that started, but I know the process has been gradual. So as they had a more robust fleet, and as they've been unable to procure new vehicles for that fleet, we've picked up the slack.
And then if I look at and then my observation is, if you look at the dial-ride, the ridership, I'm not sure exactly how we came to these numbers, if they're an average or we just picked a random week or whatnot. On slide 21 of the presentation for Monday through Thursday plus Friday. I didn't add up these columns. But around time when the younger kids would be getting out of school, that's where you see this humongous jump to 101 and 121 riders Monday through Thursday, and down, if you drop down, about 26 and 62 on Friday. So if I were just blanket assumption that that's 120 and 180, 200, 300, if all those are in fact the kids, and you're looking at maybe 300 kids.
It's certainly not all the kids, because that's only a portion of our fleet, but that's one of the reasons why we have to have as many vehicles in our fleet as we do, is that's a peak period where we have all the vehicles being utilized at one time. And so when we have our fleet out there, we have, if all of our vehicles are healthy, we could have 19 vehicles out there at one time, and only 7 of those would be utilized for the Boys and Girls Club trips. But the rest of the vehicles would be just still regular general purpose dial-a-ride or the regional, they could be in Simi Valley at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not, it's my opinion, I'm not knocking the cause. I definitely like the Boys and Girls Club. But we call it dial-a-ride. I'm wondering how, a large significant chunk of it is then Boys and Girls Club. So I think I'm just catch my breath from that revelation or realization. So,
Mr. Mayor, there's got to be a more cost-effective way to get kids from school to the Boys and Girls Club, and that's the bottom line. So we've got to figure that out, whether it's us working with the Boys and Girls Club but this is not sustainable and there's a better way to do it.
I agree with that completely, and I'm not quite sure how the city got in this position in the first place, but it really doesn't matter. It's where we are right now. So I agree with what Susan said. All right. Then I think that's it with respect to these. I think we're done with respect to looking at these options with CAT service adjustments. Other than option 6, which we want to do, we need more information back from staff on these other options. Is that agreeable to everybody? All right. Does that mean that we're at the trolley? I mean, I know it's 11 minutes after 11. Are we at the next point of this discussion in terms of the trolley?
We have 2 more.
Well, there's a fleet purchase for non-trolley.
Yeah, we have 2 more slides to get through before the trolley.
Okay, can you do those slides, please?
Yes. So as I mentioned earlier, this is our normal period where we'd be purchasing fleet vehicles, and currently we're budgeted in fiscal year 1920 for 2 fleet replacement vehicles, $100,000 for a cutaway and $50,000 for a minivan. Both vehicles are already beyond their FTA's useful life, and due to the sudden increase in cost to provide service, staff's recommending only to purchase the minivan and not the cutaway. And that gives us a savings of $100,000 for that cutaway, but there's still the cost of $50,000 to purchase the minivan. The replacement schedule won't feel the impacts of reduced service for several years. So any reduced service that we do end up deciding, it'll take time for that because, like I said before, we use 100% of our fleet every day, and we don't have a spare vehicle fleet. We don't have a backup fleet or a reserve fleet. And that's typical. Most agencies do have a spare vehicle fleet, and that helps in the rotation of extending the life. But as we've constantly been catching up with ridership, as our ridership has grown more rapidly than other areas around us, we've been unable to catch that ridership and fund a spare vehicle fleet. So at this time, we don't have that, and the staff's recommendation here is to stick to the replacement schedules pretty strictly, but at this time, the cutaway, if we're going to make a cut, could be cut.
Your Honor?
Mrs. Craven.
Is that minivan for the general purpose dial-a-ride, or is that, if we did away with general purpose dial-a-ride, would we still need it for the ADA dial-a-ride?
We would still need it for the ADA and senior dial-a-ride.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Mr. Khalid.
The approximate $50,000, now is that for a new minivan, I'm hoping?
Yes.
Okay, would we take the older one out of service?
Correct.
Or would it would be out of service?
Correct. We would
now,
it would go to auction.
Okay, would we want to keep that perhaps for a backup? Or would we have to, because usually when you go out to auction, you don't get very much money for it, do you?
No, we usually don't get a lot of money back. However, it's beyond its useful life, and it's time to retire the vehicle. It becomes a maintenance problem. It's out of service quite often, and it's time to replace that vehicle. It's already time to replace that vehicle, and even if we purchase this vehicle today, it'll take up to 8 months, a year to receive the new minivan. So in this period, it would be on a reduced schedule. It would be used during those peak times only. It kind of becomes our de facto spare vehicle fleet for a year while we wait for the new vehicle to arrive.
So we got our money's worth out of this one then.
Correct.
Tyler, a question for you. Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, did you have a question first?
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler, the bottom of page 5 of the big page 5 of the staff report says that 80% of this purchase of that minivan would be funded by FTA funds and only 20% by general funds, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's a significant fact for me. All right, what's the pleasure of the council with respect to this item and staff's recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation.
Hang on a second. I think we've got a question from Sean first.
Tyler, are we trying to purchase this within this fiscal year?
Correct.
So whether we purchase it now or we purchase it June 30th doesn't really make any difference?
We are trying to purchase it before June per finance's recommendation. The sooner we purchase it, the better is my understanding. But we could, in theory, wait until June 30th.
We have 19 vehicles in our stock right now, right?
Correct.
And a large. You just said a few minutes ago that the services we provide the Boys and Girls Club is in part a reason why we have so many vehicles.
Correct.
All right. Just my 2 cents before someone's probably going to make a motion. But in light of our feelings about general purpose dial ride, set aside the Boys and Girls Club, and then the Boys and Girls Club. I'm trying to separate the Boys and Girls Club thing from the true what we thought was the true dial ride. I don't know why although it's highly subsidized by FTA funds, I don't know why we'd be buying a vehicle if we're potentially going to change a whole lot of stuff. So I personally wouldn't be supportive of buying a vehicle, especially considering we still have a little bit more time. We can figure out the whole dial ride situation and then come back and decide in light of whatever we decide then, do we still want to move forward and buy an additional vehicle, or does it make sense to just not buy a vehicle this year and allow, based on the changes we make, allow our fleet to shrink? So.
All right. A comment on that, Susan?
I thought I heard that this was needed for ADA dial-a-ride. Because I agree with you, Sean. If it's for, I don't think we should be, if we're going to trim the services or look at a better way to do it, then we shouldn't be buying a new vehicle. But if it's needed for the ADA senior part of dial-a-ride. So I'd like some clarification on that.
Hey, Rita, can I ask a question then to get clarification on, did you make a good point, Susan? So if I can ask a question to Tyler on that. Of the 19 vehicles we have in stock, are all of them ADA eligible or ADA accessible?
Correct. All vehicles are ADA accessible. They all have an ADA feature, either a ramp or a lift. And all of them commingle. So they're used for both services. However, we have fewer minivans than we do cutaways, which is why we're recommending purchasing the minivan for things like fuel efficiency. The downside to a minivan is the lack of capacity, and we can't be very efficient, and you get more single rides because we're not able to put as many people on them. But we use the bigger, larger cutaways for things like Boys and Girls Club, Fiesta, and that's why we have those in our fleet. They also have more availability to have 2 wheelchairs on board, whereas the minivans typically you can only fit 1 wheelchair on board. So if we're trying to group ADA rides, together, there's still a use for cutaways. That's rarer of a situation. So we prefer to have as many minivans as we can for efficiency, fuel efficiency, reduced cost, and our minivan fleet is beyond, is already climbed to a point where they have the miles, they have the wear and tear on them, and so we would be using this vehicle for both services as of now. If general purpose dial-a-ride was eliminated, this vehicle would still be an asset that is used for ADA senior dial-a-ride. And staff recommends purchasing the vehicle for that purpose.
Okay. All right. I personally prefer to wait.
Sean, you're on mute.
Oh. Sorry. Even though my position hasn't changed, I still like to wait and see. I'm speaking obviously personally for myself.
Would anybody else like to speak on this issue? What's the sense of the council on this?
I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation on this.
I'll second it.
Are we going to do this by motion or just simply by seeing whether there are 3 of us that want to do it?
Probably see if there are 3, because at the end you're going to have 1 motion, I gather.
I think so. Susan, what's your view on this?
I'm leaning towards, I think we should wait.
Yeah, I think we should wait too. I think there are three of us who would rather wait right now, particularly in light of some other things that have come up tonight. I think I'd just rather wait before we spend that money.
Can I ask one question? It's an 80-20. It's an 80-20. Do those funds go away if they're not appropriated?
No, they do not.
All right, so we're done with this item, I think, on the purchase of a fleet vehicle. Does that leave us with the only remaining item being trolley?
One more item before trolley.
Okay.
One more slide. Topic. So just in line with general system efficiency, we received questions about the fuel costs, and we wanted to address that there's not currently a fuel agreement with RATP, but they are looking into options. They previously had performed a fuel cost analysis and determined the most cost-effective locations, which are the ARCO on Arneal and Ponderosa, and the USA right here on Carmen and Paseo. So those are the only two locations that they currently fuel at. That analysis was done several years ago. We would, per council's direction, we would be willing to work with them to do another fuel analysis. The one that they performed was exclusively done by them, but we can look into that further. They're not obligated to have a fuel agreement per contract, so there's not much incentive other than trying to work with the city, and that's what they're doing. Is they're trying to work with us as much as they can, but they're not obligated to do it. Reducing our no-show percentage helps with our fuel economy and fuel efficiency, and that's something we've been working on over the past year to bring that down and make that more manageable, more efficient. Our on-time performance is regularly 95% or higher, and the performance measure is set at 93, which is well above the industry standard. And we have a 20-minute window for dial-a-ride, which is 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after. So, really our efficiencies, these do relate to some costs, but these are policies and not, we could change these, but we wanted to get the feedback to see if this was something that needed to be changed or analyzed now versus later. And just in overall concept, it's a performance-based contract. And it's the contractor's responsibility to determine how to meet those performance measures. So we set the performance measure, and it's the idea is that the contractor has to find out the fine details for meeting those performance measures as long as they comply with regulation. So some of the detailed questions that we received, it's more the onus is on the contractor to provide that more than us to manage that. We don't have as much staff available to go through and with a fine tooth comb to find some of those nitty-gritty details that have previously been asked. So it's the contractor's responsibility to provide that in a timely manner.
Tyler, I'm sorry. Can you tell what is the decision that you want us to make on this?
There is no decision. This was just for discussion.
Oh, okay. Are there any questions of Tyler on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what the discussion is supposed to be.
Well, that's why I asked the question. Their staff is just educating us. There's no decision point on this, as I understand it from Tyler. So I think this was a slide for our information only.
Okay.
Information previously asked, so it's just information only.
Because I know, like Southwest Airlines used to buy their fuel way ahead of time, and they lock in a real favorable rate. Is that something that you're interested in looking at?
We're more seeking direction from council, so if that's something council wants us to look at, we can look into it. It's not an industry standard thing that we do that's widely accepted in transit. Fuel agreements can be, but it's not something that we do. With a contractor providing that service, and that contractor could change, locking into long-term third-party fuel agreements isn't something they're inclined to do. RATP, as we just got a 10-year agreement approved. They're willing to work with us on that. but it's not necessarily something that's standard or regular.
Mr. Can I add a little bit?
Please.
I'm usually the one harping on the gas expense and whatnot, and I think I brought it up last time. I asked the question as to whether or not there was a fuel agreement. I've asked this privately as well, but I'll say it here. I would like to explore a fuel agreement. A fuel agreement doesn't always have to be a fixed price. I can tell you what my company does. We have a fleet of 14 vehicles. Some are diesel, although most of them are just regular unleaded. We spend about anywhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a month in fuel for all of our vehicles. What we do is we simply contract with a gas station, and they just give us the price of gasoline will fluctuate. It's a commodity, but they'll always just guarantee us 10 cents off per gallon than what's listed. So if you're able to go to the gas stations you have identified that have already the best price and further negotiate some sort of set discount off the listed price, even if it's 10 cents a gallon, in our case, it'll save over approximately $20,000 a year just off the public transit. And then we also have our fleet vehicles that we, all the Camarillo decaled vehicles we have as well. And I think we probably spend somewhere between $200,000 to $300,000 a year just amongst all of our fleet vehicles. And I would like us to explore the potential as to where we can combine that also with the transit, if possible, to use it as just further leverage and achieve just some of the greater economies of scale for whatever savings there are able to achieve.
Mr. Mayor, this is a good time to look into this too with gasoline prices.
All right. Do I hear at least 3 council members saying let's look into this? I think I see Ms. Santillo nodding her head, and Mrs. Craven is in agreement as well?
Yes, but I don't think this has to be done before the budget session next week.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's more long-term. I think you're hearing 5 council members who say, let's look into it, but it's not time sensitive. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. All right. So that's our last slide prior to going to a trolley discussion, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
Today I gather both Mr. Kildee and I, but I received a letter from the FPPC explaining that I could participate in some discussions with the trolley, and that was just a couple of things, and I couldn't with others. I think it would lend to too much discussion. So because I had too much confusion, because I own property within 500 feet of one of the trolley stops, I feel it's best if I simply recuse myself from all discussion involving the trolley.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Yes, I did get the same ruling, and in lieu of the fact that, especially as we're doing Zoom, I think it would be just really difficult to be able to know when to, qualify an answer or when not to. And I do have a trolley stop within 500 feet of a business in a shopping center that I do lease space in. So with those issues in front of me, I will be recusing myself from the discussion on the trolley as well.
So, Kevin, you need to disable your video.
I'm sorry? Yeah, Mr. Kildee, you have to disable your video. Okay. Now we've got video and audio disabled. Now we're ready to move to the trolley portion. Tyler?
Thank you. So back in the frame of presenting options that for service adjustments that would have a reduction in general fund cost, we want to present some options regarding the trolley. Looking at the total cost, it's $300,000 to provide the service. Of that $300,000, about approximately $50,000 is a vehicle lease cost. Approximately $30,000 of that lease is general fund. So there was a mistake in the report where we'd like to correct that on the table. It used the $50,000 value for the general fund impact, and it's only $30,000 for the lease portion. The average, approximately $30,000 going across the table for the local funds, the $110,000 for general fund, local fund contribution, approximately $30,000 of that is from other agency contributions. I said earlier it's $25,000 from the university and $5,000 from Camarillo Chamber of Commerce. The annual ridership is 66,300, which is 38% of the CAT total. The route is primarily serves, retail destinations and shopping, not necessarily residential or public services. The one public service that it does connect and the true transit value that it has is that it connects to the Metrolink station. The three primary ways to reduce the impact of trolley services is to introduce a fare, eliminate the lease expense, or to discontinue the service. If council selected or selects option 3C, staff recommends implementing 3A and 3B in stages to eventually discontinue the service. And we're going to discuss that in a moment. We're not required to provide the trolley service, but if removed, it may qualify as an unmet need. And to talk about unmet needs, we have to talk about TDA and what that is. So the Transportation Development Act, TDA, an unmet needs requirement is that we receive $2.7 million from TDA that must be used on transit with strict requirements, including the 20% fare box ratio, which is that we need to collect fares 20% of the total operations and maintenance cost. Now, we strategically don't do that. And the exception is that if our population is under 100,000 and we have no unmet needs, then we can use that $2.7 million for streets and roads projects. And so strategically, we swap that funding out and we match the FTA dollars with general fund, and we use the $2.7 million of TDA funds on our pavement projects, streets and roads projects. So what qualifies as an unmet need? If 15 people request a service that's reasonable to meet, it's not a fundamental change to our service, and it's not a financial burden. So, for example, if someone tried to make the argument that if we removed the trolley service and they said we would like the trolley service back, we can't argue that it's not a financial burden or that it is a financial burden because we have $2.7 million that we're not utilizing for transit. So we can't make that argument. The only argument that we can make is if we have a service that doesn't perform. So if we have an unwarranted service or if it's a fundamental change to our service. So if we didn't provide general purpose dial-a-ride because that's premium and someone requested specifically, we want general purpose dial-a-ride, that's not required because that would be a fundamental change. We don't provide that service and it's not required. If we had 15 requests in an area of the city that's not covered by a fixed route, we would have to explore looking at that and determine if that's a financial burden at the time or if we're able to do that. Due to the current ridership, staff believes of the trolley service, staff believes that if we simply removed the service, effective immediately or soon, without going through stages, that it would meet that 15, we would get the 15 complaints or requests for that service, and that may jeopardize our TDA funds. However, staff estimates that if we introduced a fare, we could decrease the ridership by 40%, and that's a conservative number. Likely it would be higher, and that number is just based on professional experience and observation. When you look at the other fixed route and how unsuccessful fixed route services typically are within the city, or have been historically, we likely would not anticipate that ridership would stay so high. So if selecting option 3A, staff recommends, which would be the 3A is introducing the fare, to use the same fare structure as the fixed route, which is 50 cents for ADA and $1 for general purpose. We do recommend to keep the fare free for CSUCI students because they contribute funding into the local fund match. And this fare increase is estimated to increase revenue by $36,000, and that's based on that 40% reduction in ridership. Another staff recommendation, if this is selected, is to monitor it for a year and bring it back to council to reevaluate. We would want to see how much revenue actually gets generated, how the ridership actually gets impacted, and updated cost information. Because as the cost change and the revenue changes, we would be able to make a better recommendation for a strategy for removing this service in the future. Option 3B would be to eliminate the lease. The current trolley is leased from RATP for approximately $50,000 annually. It's past its useful life. It's significantly past its useful life, and we need a new vehicle, a new trolley, if we opt to continue that service. Purchasing a vehicle would eliminate the lease cost and save us approximately $50,000 annually. The options for replacement would be if council's already provided direction to purchase a new trolley for $200,000, and that's 80% FTA and 20% general fund. So we could exercise that and go out and purchase a new trolley with that direction. We could use an existing CAT vehicle at no additional cost because we already own the vehicle. However, it does significantly strain the fleet. As we've just got direction not to purchase another fleet vehicle, depending on what we do in the future, that could be pretty dramatic to our on-time performance numbers in the future. However, there is a third option, and that's Downtown Ventura Partners has a used trolley available for $18,500. And that the reason that they have a vehicle available is simply funding. They're a nonprofit. They were working with the business community to get funding for it, and the business community is not able to fund it anymore, so they have a used trolley that they're able to sell. However, the vehicle, it needs new tires and needs some headlight equipment and other parts and some painting and additional, and to repaint the trolley would cost an additional $20,000. The repainting portion of that is $6,000, which isn't as necessary as the other components, but we included it to make it route ready. This vehicle was previously purchased with FTA funds, so it's not eligible to be purchased with FTA funds again. It would have to be all general fund. Here's some photos of the trolley as it is now. It's a larger trolley than what we have currently, but it's essentially the same model, same maker, hometown. Here's the interior. It's still wooden seats, but the seating portion is cushioned. And then to go over a comparison of it, so they're both hometowns, which is the type of trolley. The model, they just have the larger model is with the difference between the Villager and the carriage. It's a 2017 and our current trolley is a 2014. However, their vehicle is a model 2017, but was purchased and used between 2018 and 2019. So it only has 25,500 miles on it, which is about 1 year of service. We typically on our trolley put on about 30 to 33,000 miles a year. It's a liquid propane vehicle, which RATP does have the ability to fuel, whereas our current vehicle is gasoline. It has heater AC. It can accommodate up to 30 passengers. It has an exterior bike rack, whereas we have a staging area inside the trolley for a bike. It's a approximately 30 to 34 foot, depending on the bike rack addition. And then it utilizes a lift, whereas our current trolley utilizes a ramp. And that's an important point because that would slow down the route every time an ADA individual needs the assistance getting on board or not. The lift takes significantly longer to deploy than the ramp. So the purchase price for this is set by a formula because it was previously purchased with FTA, and so that's a non-negotiable figure. The 20,000 additional options to be route ready, 6,000 is repainting, so it could be reduced by 6,000 if council chose to. And the total cost, including the repainting, is the $38,421. It would be 100% general fund, which would be similar to the general fund contribution for buying a new trolley. However, we would save $160,000 of the FTA dollars. In summary, the total cost for the trolley is $300,000, which is, the local funds, again, is only $80,000 because of the contribution from other agencies. If we introduced a fare, we estimate to increase revenue by $36,000. Option B, eliminating the lease would reduce the total cost $50,000, which only $30,000 would be the general fund number. We do have the option to just discontinue service if we chose to without implementing 3A or 3B, but that would not be staff's recommendation, but that would save the general fund number $80,000. If we chose to go that route, we would immediately save the $80,000 general fund impact. But if we did implement 3A and 3B, it would reduce the general fund contribution by only $50,000. And that concludes the trolley portion between the three options. Any questions?
Questions? Sean, Susan?
Yeah, I got a question. Tyler, so if the trolley was discontinued in tandem, let's just go to the hypothetical with dial-a-ride service, but we added a new fixed route that more or less encompassed and or if not largely overlapped the existing trolley route, would that then eliminate the concern about the unmet transit need?
It's possible. It's very possible. It would to do that, we would need to study it and try and get a little more origin destination information, but that is very likely.
And if we, hypothetically, if we were to eliminate the trolley and eliminate dial-a-ride, and in lieu of those, put in two different fixed routes, then the likelihood of it being, this whole unmet transit need being a concern would further dissipate, right?
Correct.
Most likely.
Yes.
I know it all largely depends on where exactly those stops are and how they overlay the existing and the whole 3/4 of a mile and all that stuff, right?
Exactly. It's a difficult question to answer, but in theory, the point you're trying to get across, yes, the more fixed routes we provide and the more service area that covers, the likelihood of an unmet transit needs being an issue reduces significantly.
Okay. I think that was the only immediate question I had.
Susan, any questions?
Are there studies or what, besides just the obvious, is something costs? I guess I'm trying to find out if it's a given that introducing a fare will decrease ridership.
There's no specific study that I could point to, but with professional experience, I am 100% confident that introducing a fare would make a significant difference. Pre-trolley, you can look at the fixed route as an example. A 50-cent fare, and the ridership is, on average 900 rides a month, whereas a free trolley, we're averaging 22,000 rides a month. And it's a big, not 22,000 rides a month, 6,000 rides a month. But the difference is, even a quarter in Ventura at one time made a huge difference. So with some experience, that's essentially a given, but I can't point to a specific study to state that.
Yeah, I thought that was a long shot, but I appreciate your experience on this. I just didn't know if it was a given in all situations. It makes sense to me. I'm just trying to. Thanks.
Well, here's kind of like what I would suggest. Let me just float something out there so we can deal with this. Let's do 3A and have the 50-cent and $1 fare on board. Let's do 3B, and as the staff report says on big page 4, use one of the existing CAT cutaway buses. I'm not in favor of buying a used trolley vehicle because it's kind of like a pig in a poke. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to get, and I don't really want to buy a vehicle at this point. And I think if we do both of those, and I'm aware of the strain potentially on the system by using an existing CAT cutaway bus. But on the other hand, if we're going to be reducing, if we ultimately end up reducing dial-a-ride, then I think we've got, I think we have sufficient vehicle capacity to do that. So my question, Tyler, is if we did both 3A and 3B together, we could then monitor and you could come back to us with any additional recommendations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, Susan and Sean, that's where I am right now, is doing both 3A and 3B. I don't know that I'm willing to discontinue the service in toto. I guess I could be talked into it, but I also am aware that it's going to take all three of us to reach a consensus unanimously on what to do. If there's an argument on 3C and discontinuing the service in toto, I'm willing to listen to that. My concern on that is the unmet need issue. I think that ultimately, and this is where my question also dealt with fixed route, I think a fixed route expansion could cover this. And so we wouldn't have to worry about having an unmet transit need. But I do have a concern because I want to keep, from a VCDC standpoint, I want to be able to keep our flexibility in using those funds to the greatest extent possible, in terms of our using it for other things. So because of that, I really don't want to run into, I don't really want to discontinue the service and then all of a sudden have 15 people say, wait a minute, we have an unmet transit need. So that's why I'm suggesting 3A and 3B as at least a start.
I'd agree. I'd agree. We're effectively replacing the trolley with a fared fixed route.
Correct.
Is effectively what it is, but yeah.
Route B, not the trolley route.
Right. I definitely wouldn't want to call it the trolley if it's not a trolley.
So I don't agree. I'm concerned that this trolley helps bring some business to Old Town, and we introduce a fare, it's going to decrease the ridership. We're introducing a fare, we're essentially going to phase it out. And I don't know if I'm prepared to do that without knowing what the options are with new fixed routes if we do that.
I want to clarify my position, too, in light of your concern, Susan. My goal would not be to phase. My goal would not be to phase it out. Like, I don't want to do away with it. I don't want to find a way to eliminate it and cause a hole. But I do want to transition it. I think the trolley is expensive, even if the fare is 50 cents. I mean, I'm personally open to even potentially two fixed routes. I'd like to really look at the data in the whole origin destination that Tyler was talking about, and see where the need exactly is. But I'd absolutely want to, if we were to eliminate general service dial-a-ride, I'd absolutely want to, and the trolley, I'd want to put one, if not even two fixed routes in its place in order to still meet the need, ensure that we don't run into the issue of an unmet transit need, but provide something. I don't just want to create a hole.
That would be a part of the.
I guess my view is I don't want to discontinue the service. I get the importance of the service, but I'm also looking at it from a fiscal. This has the same fiscal sustainability issues that the rest of the transit system has, and I guess my view on it would be that these are modest options to try to start turning that around a little bit, but without discontinuing the service. And I recognize the importance I mean, there is an argument to be made that the service is really important. I'd like to see what 3A and 3B would do in terms of ridership. I'm also concerned about the unmet transit needs issue. I think that's really weighing on me on the other end. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's all three of us have to agree on this one, and I'm not sure we're there yet.
I'm troubled. I'm looking at these numbers and 66,000 rides on the trolley. It's 38% of the ridership for the entire system.
Well, I guess one of the concerns I have is asking for someone to pay a fare of 50 cents or $1, to me, does not seem to be unreasonable. It just doesn't. Particularly if I can get up, get off and get, Tyler, can I get off and get on again?
Every time you board, you have to pay a fare.
Okay. All right. Well,
you know what? I don't have a problem with the fare. My concern about the fare is that it's going to decrease ridership, which means it's eventually going to phase out. But, I mean, so be it. I don't know.
So, would you be willing to support 3A and 3B? I feel like maybe we're wearing you down. I don't know. If you're not, then we can come back.
And I'm getting worn down. That's all right. We still have a lot to talk about tonight. So
we do.
Just remember this.
Well, we can.
No,
what would you like to do?
I'll go with you guys. Yeah, I'll agree.
All right. All right. Thank you. So we have 3 council members who will support 3A and 3B. And the 3B would be utilizing an existing CAT cutaway bus as outlined in the staff report, right?
Correct.
We would not be purchasing a trolley vehicle. Sean?
A question. I didn't see if we were to introduce a fare, there was no recommended fare rate. Was there, or would you guys propose one at a later time?
What I heard is they use the same fare as they use on fixed route.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
50 cents and $1.
50 cents and $1.
ADA senior and $1 for general purpose. Is that okay with both of you? Okay. You've got three members in consensus on that, on the trolley issue.
The recommended timeline would be to implement that January or July 1.
Is that okay with everybody? And you give the requisite notice to riders, et cetera, give enough lead time for it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Question on that, because obviously there's one extenuating circumstance, and that is COVID-19, and all the changes we had already kind of made in light of that. What would, if nothing were to change with COVID-19, would that then be delayed? I mean, hopefully we're going to ease into opening further. But when it comes to public transportation, I don't have a crystal ball, and I'm not sure if county has given, or even the state has given any direction as to what they recommend from a health standpoint.
And we're in the same boat as you. There's no way to determine that at this time. But
I think my view would be, Sean, we do 3 and 3B. We have trolley service currently suspended because of the pandemic. It would be July 1 or whatever date for operations that it could resume operation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Susan. Sorry.
Could we adjourn tonight in memory of the trolley? I'm really sad.
Okay. Let's come back to that one later. All right. Thank you. All right. I think that's it. Tyler, is there anything else that we need to discuss under the trolley item or any other item on transit service?
No, that concludes the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for standing up there for so long. We really appreciate it, and we wish you the very, very best.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, members, let's see, we're waiting for Mr. Kildee. We've come to the end of that item of 19B. We're going to have to go back and pick up some other items, but I would anybody else be interested in maybe a short break before we get into the rest of the agenda? It's now 11:57. How about we come back at 12:05? Just take an 8-minute break.
No, I have no need for a break.
She just got one.
I agree with that.
The rest of us may need, I certainly need one. So, okay. So 12:05 a.m. in 8 minutes? All right, we're in recess until 12:05 a.m.
I think at this stage, we're back on that item and we're merely awaiting your comments on the business recovery.
Correct. So I think we're back, for the record, we're back on the special meeting agenda on item 14A3, economic development and business recovery. So if we can, I'll try to go, and thank you, George, for staying so long this evening, and all the other staff who are still with us. So my comments are as follows. I had hoped that tonight, and I think we've done that we would take specific ideas from each council member and from city staff, give them the opportunity to have staff vet those ideas and fold them into a business recovery plan for ultimate adoption by council. Some of the ideas have already been implemented or proposed. We've already done deferral on the business tax licenses, and that's a substantial help on eviction stays. Councilmember Kildee, for example, has already talked about a grants program. What I wanted to do was to give some additional ideas, and what I'm hoping occurs then after tonight is to have staff go back and vet this, and then bring it back to us at the earliest possible time, because timing right now to me is critical. I recognize that you have to do this in a balanced way. You can't just, and it has to be thoughtfully done, you can't just throw money at these issues. You have to have a framework. So that's on one side. That said, timing is really critically important, and we're slowly emerging out through the stages of stage 2, and this has got to, I think some of these things need to happen at the soonest feasible time for local businesses, and we have some lead time here. So my thought was that I'm hopeful, if council went in this direction, that we would ask staff to vet these ideas and bring them back to us on either May 27th or June 10th. I know we've had a lot of discussion about those particular agendas tonight, but I think we need to act as quickly as possible. I think that the ideas needed to be vetted. They need to be vetted in relevance, ultimately, as a factor to our economic development strategic plan, and whether they're in support of that. And then we need to have in my view, I go back to what Susan said earlier, I think we need to have a discussion on the commitment of some general fund reserves, and particularly on the economic development side, because if there was ever a time to use reserves, it's now. Now, I'm not suggesting a specific amount. I don't want to go there yet. I think that's preliminary, but I do think that we should have that discussion, and whether it's tonight or later, we've got to have it. My ideas are principally oriented toward retail and restaurants, but they don't have to be limited to that. First up, I would like to see a relaxation of parking requirements, and potentially a closure of side streets in Old Town. Comparable, I've sent Mr. Clifford a copy of an article from Tampa, Florida, that was provided to me by a resident on the closure of side streets for restaurants, for example, on Friday and Saturday evenings to promote outdoor dining. I think Ms. Santangelo talked about this a little bit earlier, and I agree wholeheartedly. I know that may create issues relative to residents in those areas in terms of access in and out of side streets, but I think it would be important to look at that and see what we could do in terms of encouraging outdoor dining. So Old Town specifically would be a closure of some street areas in order to do that. With regard to restaurants in other areas of the city, oh, I'm sorry. Let me just finish up with the Old Town comment. I think that I've had a number of restaurant owners in Old Town tell me that the old courthouse square, as far as availability for public parking, is like the best kept secret around. Nobody knows that they can park there. Even though there's now signage there, nobody knows they can park there. And one of the most compelling arguments came to me from a restaurant owner saying, why don't you just spend $15,000-$20,000, take a chunk out of that wall that's on the west side of the public parking area, so people can access it walk in and out of there, and have some very large parking signs there saying you can park here, because that would enhance public parking. So I think for Old Town, those are what I would do for in terms of encouraging outdoor dining. For outdoor dining in other areas of the city, particularly in the shopping centers, I would look at the possibility of allowing outdoor or allowing parking spaces to be utilized, or blocking off portions of parking spaces for either curbside or outdoor dining, with an emphasis perhaps on outdoor dining and perhaps an emphasis on both, to take a look at that. Additional ideas. I think there were two ideas that have been talked about. They were talked about in the Acorn last Friday. I thought they were both good ideas. One we've already talked about tonight, and I think this goes somewhat to what Mr. Kildee said last week, or if it was last week, recently, the last regular meeting, but grants to small retail businesses, and I think to pick up on Ms. Santangela's theme, to develop or improve online capabilities. And what I mean by small retail businesses, we would define X employees or less. And I'm throwing a number out, 25 employees or less. And it doesn't have to be online. It could be something else, but we're talking about a grant program. And we would do a maximum cap of X dollars per grant to develop those capabilities or improve on those capabilities. Next idea.
You have been put on hold by the host. You cannot listen or talk until...
How did that happen? Nobody was touching anything. It says the host will let us into the meeting.
Come on, host.
Well,
Do you have anything?
9 people have entered waiting room. See waiting room. Admit all.
They will have to make me
Just run, everybody, run.
Admit all, right?
Everybody go home.
Somehow I was in.
Please wait to begin soon.
Did everybody get kicked out?
Yeah, are we all back?
Yeah. Did we all come back? Okay. All right. Let's see. Where was I when I was cut off? When I cut myself off?
You were saying next idea.
Okay. Thank you. Next idea was the second idea mentioned in the Acorn editorial, which I thought made some sense, which was to extend the Great Plates meal program. What I heard tonight, though, on the Russell Fisher Business Collection presentation,
Mayor Tremblay,
was the potential for working with World Central Kitchen, and I believe she said at least 6 Camarillo restaurants as of today. I'd like to look at either one of those programs for infusion of some city monies. And if, for example, it was an extension of the Great Plates meal program, I think today what I heard in the local officials call, I think that's extended until June. But my thought would be we contribute a sum certain to continue that funding, subject to the condition that funds go to Camarillo restaurants who are participating in the program. And the extent is, there may already be Camarillo restaurants participating in the program. This would be to put more additional Camarillo restaurants in that program. So I'd like to see if staff could vet both of those approaches and see which one might work better. Next, I think I would like to see, I had suggested to me a potential gift certificate program, and I think somebody mentioned it tonight as like a Shop Camarillo program. But for example, the person who mentioned this to me said, spend them. I guess somebody would do is spend a minimum of X dollars at a local store, like $25. Bring in the receipt or furnish the receipt to the city with the name and their name and phone number. The city clerk would then go out and purchase some gift certificates from local small businesses or from the businesses for which that original purchase was made. And then I don't know how you would choose that. I haven't gotten that far in the process, but basically then have a drawing at a council meeting and give away, let's say, 10 $100 certificates each month. But basically the whole idea is to promote, so you get more people going out spending more money thinking, hey, I may have a shot at a $100 gift certificate. I'm going to spend 25 or 50 bucks here. Don't know whether or not that would work, but it's worth at least exploring. I would also like to see, well, this is separate from well, I would like to see us look at the exploration of curbside pickup at the library and looking at that contract amendment and putting some COVID dollars there so we can have that additional service. I would also like to see a potential use of funds to do additional funding for food pantries. I think that was a good idea. I think that was mentioned by Mr. Lorimer earlier tonight. I think that's an idea worth looking at. Finally, we've been really focusing on all of our existing businesses. I'd like to see staff vet a couple of ideas with regard to starting a new business coming out of COVID-19 and what we could do to help startups, and specifically to exempt them from the typical city fees and starting out. And two in particular that I would like to see us look at is, for example, waiving a zone clearance fee, so someone could get into their digs, their space that they're renting, without having to go through the zone clearance process and paying that fee. And secondly, waiving the annual business license tax for the first year, just outright waiving it and not starting it until the second year. And there may be additional things for new businesses, and these would be, again, new businesses starting up in the wake of, after this pandemic, not ones that are in existence right now. Those are the ideas that I would really like to see staff vet. And I would also like to, if it's not tonight, I think what I'd like to see staff look at is what in their view, would be appropriate amounts to spend to do some of these things. I think in absence of having some additional vetting, it's a little hard to have a discussion on what we might consider using out of general fund reserves, but I think we should have that discussion. I don't know if we need to, I don't think we should have that discussion tonight, because I don't want to throw many of things, but I want to tell you my willingness is to have a substantial discussion about use of some reserves, out of our economic development reserves. I don't know what that number is, but I do know that I want to use some of those funds because it's appropriate, particularly for, I think Susan used the word rainy day, and it certainly is a rainy day, metaphorically. And it's also money that we have set aside to utilize, and I can't think of a better time to utilize it. So those are my ideas, and I think that then those are the ideas from all of us. And what I would really like to see happen, again, I strongly believe that we need to look at this. I know staff, you have budget issues on your plate, but we also have our stage 2 reopening going on now. And I don't want to wait a long period of time to vet some of these things. I think my gut is telling me that our restaurants are going to start opening up here, hopefully sooner rather than later. I think we need to have a program that we can agree on as a business recovery plan to come back to us either on May 27 or at the very latest on June 10th. So those are my ideas. And I guess I would invite other council members for any comment on those, and then Mr. Clifford and Mr. Winkler for thoughts. Thank you.
timing perspective, May 27th is really tight. That gives less than a week to prepare and pull all of this together. And based on the approximately 30 ideas that we have here, it would not be a robust review of those ideas. I think June 10th is more appropriate, and that way staff could then come back with a real solid recommendation, including funding, including any assistance that city staff may require to implement some of these. Because based on the magnitude of it, there's a ton of work, and it will be more than just city staff required for implementation on some of these ideas.
And I appreciate that, and as well as I'm not sure that people know how much work, George in particular, you are putting in right now in terms of all, and I want to salute you for all the work that you are doing right now. I think we just kind of glossed over it in the presentation, but I don't think people really understand how much work you are doing right now. I just want you to know how much I appreciate that, and we're glad to have you in place. Do other council members have a reaction relative to Tully's comments on timing and discussion of items? Mrs. Craven.
I don't see how they could possibly get it back to us before June 10th. I know that people want it right away, but just look at all the things that came out. I mean, we need good things. We need estimates of costs. We need a lot of things, time to put it into to implement these things, and that can't be pulled together in the next week or 10 days.
I recognize some of the issues, particularly like with regard to outdoor dining and so on. That's going to involve community development too. Sorry, go ahead. Kevin, I interrupted you. I apologize.
Yeah, just I agree with Ms. Craven, and remember, we're in for a long haul on this. I mean, we look at it going out, but it's going to take a long time.
Kevin, we can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, just kind of quickly, we have to be in this for the long haul. It's going to be much, much more than just a rollout in the short term. It's going to go on. It's going to be an issue that we're going to be dealing with in a number of months here. So we need to make sure that we get it right. So how long it takes, I think it's really important to get this right. I think the fair would be June 10th. It may take longer than that. There's a lot of issues. Every business is unique. Everybody has different issues here. But remember, we have very busy summer months in the restaurants coming up here. So if we can get something in place into June, I think that will be really advantageous.
Kevin, we're continuing to have audio difficulties from you, so I'm not quite sure whether to advise you to just to keep your head in one specific angle or position or what, but...
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah. Anyhow, so just really quickly, it's an ongoing process here. Hopefully, the busy summer months for the restaurants, we can have something in place and the business community. But, we're going to be dealing with this for a number of months.
Okay. Thank you. Susan.
I agree. I think time is of the essence because I think a lot of these businesses are going to need our support to reopen. But I agree that it needs to be done well, and we need to have a robust plan that makes sense and that works, so that we can pick and choose and decide what the best package is and how to do this right. So I agree with you. I would hope by June 10th, though, we can have something.
Any other comments? All right. Thank you then, and George, thank you again. That's going to take us then to item A4 on. Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry, were you going to mention we're going to go to public communication and outreach at this point?
Yes, I was just doing that. We're going to go to A. Was I on mute? I was saying we're going to go to A4 on public communication and outreach. Okay. And thank you for that introduction, Mr. Clifford. Great minds think alike. And we'll welcome Ms. Dana.
Thank you very much, Council. Mayor Tremblay, members of the council. As we communicate the COVID crisis to the Camarillo community, this has been our framework. Why are we communicating? Who are we trying to reach? What are we doing and how can we improve? So why are we communicating? One of our main priorities throughout this pandemic has been to keep our community informed and updated, to make sure they know where to go to find the information and the resources they need. Who are we trying to reach? We're trying to reach our entire community, which means deploying all of our communication channels and trying to reach everyone using the methods of communication that they use. And this is what we are doing. We are keeping our COVID-19 webpage current, and we continue to push out information on the City of Camarillo Government Facebook page, on the city's government channel, which is Spectrum 10, Frontier Channel 29, printed material, email distribution, and in collaboration with our community partners. And now that we are 8 weeks into this pandemic and we've established the lines of communication, we've shared information and resources through these lines, we are looking at how we can improve. As I mentioned, we are continually updating our city's COVID-19 webpage with new information and resources, but in an effort to help guide our community toward the services that they need from the City of Camarillo and better explain how to go about connecting with city departments while City Hall is physically closed, all of our city departments have been working hard to enhance their department web pages by adding frequently asked questions about the specific services that department offers. We are pushing messages out through our email notification system, including news releases, emergency notifications, and we're able to send emails directly to Camarillo businesses to keep them updated with the rapidly changing news from Ventura County on the phased reopening. We want to meet people where they are and connect with them to make sure they have the information they need and that they know where to go to get resources. But given COVID-19, our connections are virtual, but we have started connecting with community organizations via Zoom during their regular meetings to provide them with information on city communications and business recovery. And we look forward to continuing to do this in the coming weeks. We are 2 months into the COVID-19 pandemic, and as we've been putting information out onto our webpage, we want to know if this page is actually serving its purpose. Is it helpful? Does it provide the information to the community that they are most interested in hearing about? So in order to continue to be responsive and supportive to our community members, we are asking for feedback on the information on this page. We launched a survey this morning, and we've started receiving responses back, which we will consider as they come in. And we encourage everyone to share their feedback with us about this webpage so that we can make sure we are providing the type of information that the community wants to know. And through all of this communication and outreach, we have not lost sight of the importance of our community's well-being. In fact, we are making every effort to frame our communication around our community's well-being, and that goes back to why we are communicating at all. We have endured 2 months of crisis, and every single one of us has been impacted. We're all struggling. People are sick, schools and businesses have closed, some businesses are allowed to reopen while others are not, and all of our lives have been disrupted. But our Camarillo community is strong, and we need to stand together to get through this. There are a lot of community groups and individuals out there who are helping in amazing ways. We've seen volunteers, people giving back, and spreading messages of hope and cheer throughout the community during this difficult time. And as a city, we are hoping to continue this message of compassion and community pride as we stand together through the crisis, through the phased reopening to get us all back to our new normal, whatever that may be. So we've created this sign in different colors, and we are hoping that our community will print these signs, hang them up in a window of their home or workplace. We hope they will take a photo of themselves and post it on their social media accounts with the hashtags We Stand Together and City of Camarillo. And we have all of these signs available for download on the COVID-19 webpage. So this concludes my presentation this evening. I'm available for any questions and also available for any feedback that you have on how we can continue to improve our city's communication during COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do we have questions for Michelle? I have a compliment. I've been receiving lots of compliments from members of the community for the level of the excellent level of outreach that the city is doing through your work, and I really want to compliment you on it. I know you have been working extremely hard, just like George Winkler has, and Tully and other staff have been. So we really appreciate all of your efforts, and it's nice to get those, nice to hear those comments from residents saying, "Hey, I just went to the COVID-19 webpage, and everything was there that I needed to look at, and then I go to bcemergency.com. You know, everything is there." And anyway, again, I really wanted to give you kudos for that. So,
thank you.
Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, me too. I keep checking in on the website, and I'm always impressed by how much information is there. The Facebook, you're just on top of everything, and look, and I printed mine out. So I love it. I'm super impressed by what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Ditto.
Sounds to me like we've got lots of dittos. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Then we will now go to item A5 on budget impacts, and I think Mark is up on this one. Mark?
Yes, thank you. So
thank you for staying so long tonight, just like Michelle.
Sure. So 2 weeks ago, we went through a very in-depth preliminary budget study session. So we have another one coming up in 2 weeks, but I wanted to give you an update at this time. If you recall, during that presentation, we showed this graph that demonstrated the progression of the bottom line general fund budget deficit and the progression and tracking of that deficit number through the budget development process that began in early March. And where we left off at the last session 2 weeks ago, we were looking at a deficit of $853,000 roughly. What we've done now over the past couple of weeks, as you recall, we were still working on some items at the time of printing, and if you recall, my message sounded like a broken record that this is a constantly moving target. What we've come up with now is through some contract reductions and some other revised estimates and assumptions, we are now at a positive $241,000. So we have closed that gap. We are on the positive side now. We even have, I think, about another $150,000 of other measures that we have not plugged into this chart or into the budget that you'll be receiving on Friday. But again, things are still in motion and things are looking good, except back to, again, the message that things are constantly changing. Last week, the state gave notice that their budget deficit is $54 billion for fiscal year 2021. And we'll be hearing some details on what the governor is going to do to deal with that budget deficit later on today. So what this slide shows are some of the state revenues and grants that the city receives. Just to give an idea. Now, the first two are grants for the desalter project. We have no reason to think that the state would try and come in and take back those monies. They've already been awarded. We've already been spending down on that project. The third line, the police SLESF funds, is about $160,000. The GF in the parentheses indicates that that is a direct general fund impact. That revenue goes directly into the general fund. That is a very likely area where they may cut. The next line, TDA Article 8, $2.6 million, that's for the annual pavement program. Again, that one we expect to see some new numbers based on sales tax projections. So that may be a decrease indirectly, not an attempt at the state to balance their budget on the backs of cities that they have done in the past, but just by nature of the new sales tax projections. And then in the gas tax, similar scenario where we are hoping to have some updates on estimates and projections. Those are a direct general fund impact. The SB1 monies, again, related to gas tax sales, gas sales, that is expected to see a decrease and some new numbers later today. And then the SB2 is a fairly new funding source that is eligible to offset some affordable housing projects up to $310,000 as a reimbursement basis. And then that last one in kind of the light gray shaded, that's another grant, a $2 million grant that has not been awarded yet, but is one that the city applied for. But we are, worried that that one may be targeted for some takeaways so that the state can help deal with their budget deficit. So that's just a quick update on how we've done with the budget in the past couple weeks, and what a little bit more, a lot more detail will be presented at the next study session on the 20th. So that concludes that update. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to respond.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions from council members? Mr. Moshe.
Mark, it's not specifically relevant, so it is relevant. It's not nothing you went over here tonight. But you mentioned last budget meeting that HDL was our consultant when it came to sales tax projections.
Correct.
And they gave us, I think it was like around 10%. They anticipated a 10% reduction in sales tax. I think it was 10.1%.
Correct.
Exactly. I've been looking at a lot of other cities as they're going through their respective budgeting process. They also use HDL. Some are near and some are farther away from us, but yet still in Southern California. And they all seem to be referencing a same 10.1% sales tax reduction. So it's HDL just giving everyone a fixed number, kind of independent of each municipality's respective sales tax makeup and or retail makeup?
I believe that a lot of their assumptions are uniform. I think that because most cities do have all their businesses being closed down, and they're the similar types of businesses, they do to some extent look at the makeup of each particular agency and their businesses. But I would respond that in general, a lot of their assumptions are across the board based on what they've seen.
So their 10.1% reduction, I want to make sure I don't reference the wrong thing, but let's say their projections for the remainder of this fiscal year does not specifically take into consideration the fact that for almost 2 months at least, our outlets, which contribute almost 30% of all of our sales tax revenue, were effectively closed, though.
To the extent that it's a percentage of our base, so where the outlet retail stores were part of our base, that 10% hit goes against where we may have had a much higher base than some other surrounding cities because of the outlet center. By taking a 10% hit, that is factored in.
Okay, but you'll have more specific information in regards to that at our next budget meeting? Or updated figures?
I believe that with HDL, I'll say it's possible, but I believe the last time we spoke with them, which was last week, they were expecting to get some actual numbers from the state board at the end of this month. So I don't know that we'll have it in time for the 20th meeting, but they are expecting to get some actual numbers and some actual data from the state board by the end of this month.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mark? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mark, very much. That brings us to item A6, other urgent issues related to the COVID-19 emergency response. Mr. Clifford?
Yes, at this stage, I only have one issue I want to bring up, and that is the fact that we terminated our contract with the Chamber of Commerce, and we did that primarily because the bulk of their contract was based on special events. The downside of doing that, however, is that the State of the City, which is one of those events that they organized for us, was also a major fundraiser. So we may have to have a fundraiser for them. So we may have some discussions with them about what to do in that regard. But we also have the opportunity in the future of relooking the Chamber contract to see how can that be revised in the future to be more more geared towards economic development and economic recovery. But at this stage, we terminated the contract. And that was the only other additional item that I had.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Clifford? All right. Thank you. Then I think that ends that portion of the, that ends item 14A on COVID-19. So, heading back now to the rest of our agenda, I think what we should do now, without objection, let's go back to item 9A, appointment of interim city manager. So I don't think we covered that one earlier.
So that'll be one I'll present on, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peart. Please go ahead.
Yep. So this item is for you to consider an employment agreement with Carmen Nichols for the position of interim city manager beginning this Friday. Since Tully Clifford's last day will be tomorrow. Actually, I guess it'll be today since it's 20 minutes to 1. The agenda item here is to consider the employment agreement that's before you. For Ms. Nichols, she would serve as the interim city manager until you arrive at a permanent city manager, which you're doing a recruiting for now. Based upon the contract that you'll see in your packet, the annualized salary would be $249,630, and the total benefits on an annualized basis would be $143,240. There are sufficient funds that are available for this position within the employee services category, and the suggested action is to authorize the mayor to sign the employment agreement for the interim city manager with Carmen Nichols effective May 15th, 2020. Attached to the agenda report is the proposed employment agreement, and I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Pierik?
I have one question, Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
Here. Mr. Pierik, is this, how long is this contract going to be in effect?
Well, it's going to start this Friday, and it'll remain in effect until the permanent city manager is starts service.
Okay, after questions, I do have a comment, if you would, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there other questions for Mr. Pierik? All right. Let's go to comments. Mr. Kildee, why don't you start off?
Yes, I support this. I think Carmen Ramirez is going to do a very good job for us, and I look forward to working with her very closely. She comes highly regarded. She's got a wealth of experience, and I think she'll carry us through the day really well.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Mulchay.
I will support this. The role of the city manager is vital to any particularly our organization, but any organization like ours. Particularly through this pivotal time, Carmen's going to fill a very specific and a very strongly needed need. And she comes not only with great recommendations, but a terrific amount of experience. She's been an assistant manager and a city manager in other cities. In every dealings I've had with her, she's been professional, forward-thinking, very analytical, and very accommodating and open. So I really appreciate it. I look forward to continue working with her.
Other comments? Mrs. Craven.
I just want to say ditto, ditto.
I'll say ditto, and I will move the suggested action.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second, but I would like to say something more than just ditto. I'll say ditto. I think we're fortunate to have someone of Carmen's caliber and experience helping us out as interim city manager, so I want to welcome her aboard. I also want to say thank you very much to Mr. Clifford for all of his work for us, and we will miss seeing him. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Okay, so that resolves or takes care of item 9A. I think the only other item we have left to go is item 13 under new business. Unless I missed something, and if I did miss something, Mr. Clifford or Ms. Madeline or Mr. Pira can let me know. But let's go to new business under item 13A. Are there any oral communications or items from the city manager?
The only item is I think you've just selected someone who you've put yourself in very good hands. I think Carmen will do an outstanding job, and I'm very confident that the city of Camarillo will come out as one of the stars, actually, in the recovery through this pandemic. I think the city is going to be strong. I think it's going to be sustainable. And I thank you, City Council, for your leadership, your guidance, and your fiscal prudence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clifford.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Tony.
Go ahead, Susan. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Tully, I think you're hearing some dittos on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly, for all your efforts. They're really appreciated in these challenging times. You came through well.
Ditto.
And ditto. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Pyrrhic, do you have any new business?
It's not really new business. I'll just say this quickly. I've enjoyed working with Tully Clifford over the last couple of years. It's been a pleasure, and Tully, wish you all the luck with your retirement. And Carmen, it's been great working with you, and look forward to working with you in the future, and especially in your current assignment of being interim city manager. Look forward to doing that. And I don't have any other comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pyrrhic. Let's go ahead and go to City Council comments. Who'd like to start us off? Mr. Molche.
I attended Wednesday, April 29th, the council budget meeting here on Zoom. Wednesday, or I should just say May 6th, May 7th, and May 11th, I was in a closed session with all of you in regards to city manager stuff, recruitment. I did want to, I kind of reserved my comments for Tully right now, and I want to say those really quick. Tully, I really appreciate having worked with you. You're very professional. I'm sad that I didn't get to talk and get to know you better, and get to meet with you more, because every interaction I have with you is pretty enjoyable. And I wish you the very best in retirement. So thank you, Tully. I did have questions. I have some questions, but I can reserve them till later. I did just have one, and that was on Open. We haven't talked about this recently, but OpenGov. I was wondering, aside from what Michelle had presented on, if I'm more concerned about the financial side, there's been any implementation, and or if staff had a timeline as to when they hope to have data migrated over to OpenGov to where that can be utilized.
Hi, Sean. Yes, we are still meeting with them regularly. We are looking at, we've done some chart of account work, which will allow us to begin further work on the workforce planning, which is the HR element, and also the budget builder. So we're still working on building that up. And performance measures is something that's also supposed to be coming online here shortly. The plan right now would be that over the course of the next, probably the next 2 months or so, we will be completing some of the reporting. We'll be able to complete some of the budget work, and then we'll be able to produce a budget by sometime in July, we're looking at, June, July, so sometime midsummer. And so that's coming along. We're working every week, we're making progress. Every week, there's weekly sync meetings, and we're staying in communication with the with OpenGov and their project lead and their integrators. And so it is coming along, and so there's been progress.
Okay. I think I'm really excited about the features and how dynamic that program is, particularly with budgeting. So in light of everything we're discussing right now with COVID-19 and our budgeting process, I'm just antsy to get to interface with it. So that's why I ask. Kudos on the traffic signal along Springville. As the city announced, that all got installed. I think it was both traffic signals. I haven't had the pleasure of driving through them yet, but I'm really glad that those are now complete. So thank you, staff.
I'll go next.
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Craven.
Excuse me, I want to say that I drove by City Hall a couple of times for different reasons, not just to drive by City Hall. But the landscaping is just beautiful right now. And I know it's just been the last year or so since that went in along with the median project, but it really looks nice this year. So compliments to everybody who had part of that change out.
They feel bad about the transit thing or something?
I hear somebody talking. I attended the special council meetings on the 29th, on the 6th, 7th, and 11th, along with the rest of you. I'm really glad to see that more businesses can be opening up. I got to tell you, as I walk through shopping centers, especially at night, it began to feel like the Twilight Zone. It really is an eerie feeling when you go past so many stores that just have something closed till further notice. It's really been bothering me. So I'm really happy we're getting to stage 2 and can hardly wait till we get to stages 3 and 4. I did attend a CASA Federal Legislative Committee on the 11th. We Zoomed it. We got a lot of information about the, it's called the HEROES bill, HEROES package, Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solutions Act, which goes along with the CARES Act, that was introduced yesterday by the Speaker of the House. And there's a lot more money being pumped into things. This is not so much a stimulus package. That will come next. It's estimated that the House will pass this by next Friday, not day after tomorrow, but the following Friday. Move it on to the Senate. The Senate is probably going to act on it by the middle of June. They're insisting some things go into it that aren't bad. But anyway, it's a different party, so they'll have to do something. But they all want this money to get out there and to get out there fast. And this has a little different slant. It's saying that the money has to be out there within 30 days of when it's passed. So it will get to the, money will be going to local governments, not just smaller cities, not just cities 500,000 and over, which is good for us. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I wrote up a report, and I also am asking Jeffrey to pass along the CASA lobbyist synopsis of the bill so that you can see what all it has. It has $2 trillion in just this bill alone, and that's before they get to the infrastructure stimulus package, which should be coming through in July and August. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Who's ready to go next? Susan?
Sure. I attended the special meetings on April 29th, May 6th, May 7th, and May 11th. I did not attend the CPA board meeting because of our special meeting, but I did want to bring attention that they passed a $1 million COVID-19 relief program for both residential and business accounts. And you can call SCE, because Edison is who you apply through for any help with payments or payment options, or to get help through this program. Okay, it's shout out time. Last week was Teacher Appreciation Week. Last week was Child and Youth Care Practitioner Week. And most importantly, it was Nurses Week. Nurses Week ended yesterday, which was May 13th, and that's Florence Nightingale's birthday. And it's really striking this year that as we're going through this pandemic, that Florence Nightingale really set the stage for hygiene and sanitation in nursing and healthcare, and that's really what we're focusing on right now. It just comes right back down to the basics: washing your hands and disinfecting. And so a shout out to all the nurses out there, a shout out to all the teachers out there who are reinventing what they're doing as they go, and shout out to the child and youth care practitioners that I work with at Casa Pacifica. They go above and beyond every day. Tomorrow, the Channel Islands Air National Guard, 146th Airlift Wing, is doing a salute to healthcare professionals. They'll be doing flyovers in LA, Ventura, and Santa Barbara County to C-130J Super Hercules aircraft, yeah. And at about 2:30, they should be coming from Los Robles to cross over Pleasant Valley on their way to St. John's. So if anybody's awake right now, make sure you wake up in time to see this. But that should be pretty nice. And I, too, want to say something officially to Tully. Tully, it was just a joy to work with, and so kind and helpful. And I, too, am sorry that I didn't get a chance to know him even better, especially working with him like this. It's been, remote. So, but I appreciate all he's done to help us in this time. It's been a busy time. It's been just so much going on right now. I really appreciate him and his leadership. And so congratulations on your retirement, and have a good one as you enter your next chapter.
Thank you. Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, this meetings attended April 29th, May 6th and 7th. On May 7th, they also had a VRSD meeting. On May 11th, we had the special meeting, and as Sean said, when I got the call that those traffic lights were working, I got in my car and I drove through them, and I have never smiled as much in my life going through a traffic signal. And I had the great pleasure to go through two of them. I don't know if the city of Camarillo has ever had two brand new traffic signals fire up at the same time. And if you don't get a chance to do it, and you'll have a big smile on your face, and you'll just be goo-goo and gaga about it like I was. It's nice to be back to work at my store. We're at a very limited basis, but I got to tell you, the people at Camarillo are the greatest people on earth. And let me tell you what happened. There was an old boy that I was up in front of the store, and he doesn't even shop with me. And he stuck his head in my store and said, "Mr. Kildee, I'm glad you're back working, and I hope you stay employed here in this business for many years to come." And I tell you, I wanted to cry. I mean, that's just what the attitude. There are so many people out in Camarillo that are so pulling for the business community here, and they want all of us to be successful. And I tell you, it's an amazing, amazing city in so many different ways. And I wanted to share that with my other fellow council members and any other people that are still awake at this hour. You know, we're going to be okay. It's going to take a while, but I feel really blessed to be in this city in so many different ways, and I know everybody else does too. Just really quickly, Tully, again, thank you for your service. Look forward to hearing from you in the future. I know you're going to be retired, and you've earned it, and, you know, good luck to you. Godspeed to you. Carmen, look forward to working with you, and all the staff. You're working so hard with all of us. I couldn't be prouder of our staff in this city. They're just doing a yeoman's task, along with a lot of residents, a lot of other people. So we'll keep our head up and we'll keep moving forward. And you know, we're just going to keep moving forward here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Very brief report from me. Meetings since April 22. I had a Metrolink board meeting on April 24. Special meetings of the City Council on April 29, May 6, May 7, and May 11. I do know, we should remember that April 29, we spent approximately plus or minus 10 hours on the budget. So folks should know how hard we are working and how hard our staff is working. I am really proud of our city staff. May 1, had a VCTC board meeting, and then on May 8, and Mrs. Craven will be happy to hear this, I had a Fox Canyon GMA special board meeting. Those must bring back memories for you, Mrs. Craven.
But you didn't get to come straight to here for a meeting.
No, I did not. I did not. Didn't have to fight that traffic. We received a masks donation about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We received a couple hundred masks, and so in consultation, just to let you know, with the city manager's office, half of those masks have been donated to senior assisted living facilities, and the other half of those masks will be utilized, or visitors at City Hall can utilize them in the future. So happy to get that from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I want to thank Tully again for being thoroughly professional and a joy to work with. I believe, Susan, is how you put it, and I agree with that completely. I wish you the very best in your retirement. Carmen, again, we're very lucky to have someone of your caliber on board, so we appreciate you and look forward to working with you. And we appreciate all the city staff, especially all the city staff who stayed late tonight as we went through a long meeting. We have 3 things left to accomplish, and this is what I propose we do. I want to recess the city council meeting briefly because we still have a closed session to do, but I want to go into the successor agency meeting, and we also have Camarillo sanitary, which we weren't able to do between 5 to 5:30. If you remember, long ago yesterday, we didn't get to those 2. So unless there's objection from either Jeffrey or Brian or Tully as to the order of those items, and I'm not hearing any objection, we're going to recess this city council meeting just briefly so we can deal with these other 2 agencies. Mrs. Craven, I'd like to go ahead and call the successor agency to order unless there's any objection. Let's call the successor agency meeting to order. Are there any amendments to the agenda, Mr. Clifford? Okay.
No amendments.
Okay, hearing none. No public comments, Jeffrey?
No.
All right, and do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
Move the approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Jeffrey, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven? Councilmember Craven? Oh.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, and I see no departmental legal counsel items. Any comments from staff at all? Any comments from board members? All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn that meeting of the Successor Agency. Mrs. Craven, ball's in your court.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order and ask the record to reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments to this agenda.
Okay. I'll ask the city clerk if there are any public comments for the Camarillo Sanitary District.
No.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval of consent calendar.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar, which consists of 5 items. Please vote. Oh, no, we don't do that anymore.
Director Tremblay?
We get to take a roll call. Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Mulchay?
Green light, yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, there are no departmental items, no legal counsel items, comments from staff. No comments from staff, comments from board members. The one thing I didn't tell you, and it really was a Sand District issue, but the CASA Federal Ledge Committee, this new bill has a lot of money going to help people who cannot pay their utility bills. And the one thing, and so we would be able to get into that for people who cannot pay their utility bills because they've lost their jobs or had COVID-19. But in order to collect that money, you have to show that ahead of time you had an outreach program letting people know how they can get assistance with their utility bills, and also letting them know that if they have a problem, they don't have to pay their utility bills if it's COVID-19 related. So I thought I'd pass that along, and that information is in what I'm going to have the city clerk pass along to you. So that's all I have. No other business. This meeting is adjourned.
All right, we'll go ahead then and reconvene the Camarillo City Council meeting, regular meeting. I believe we have only one agenda item left, and that's item 12A in closed session. Mr. Pierik, you made a closed session announcement earlier. Do you need to repeat that, or are we okay without repeating?
I could repeat it. This one would be conference with labor negotiators. The authority is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency representatives are listed in the agenda, and the unrepresented employees are the city employees.
Okay, and before we recess to go to closed session, a question for Jeffrey. And by the way, I meant what I said earlier. We can't do anything without our wonderful city clerk and her staff. So thank you, Jeffrey, for all you do. Thank you for staying so late. Jeffrey, is the information that we have, because we're going to sign out of this meeting and go into a separate meeting on closed session, is all our meeting ID and password numbers that were sent to us earlier, are they still good, even though we're now in a brand new day?
Yes, they should be good.
Okay. We will then recess this meeting and go into closed session. Thank you very much.
Thanks.